The protagonist had spent decades in this new world clawing his way up to become the Grand Preceptor ruling beneath only one. But just as he prepared to enjoy his supreme authority, two cultivators descended from the heavens. These godlike beings ignored the ants beneath them and unleashed a cataclysmic duel. Their clash turned the magnificent imperial capital into a graveyard of rubble and dust. His dozens of wives perished in the chaos, yet the protagonist didn't mourn. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Since seizing power, he had used every resource to hunt for traces of the immortal world. He had commanded 10,000 iron cavalry and vast armadas to scour the frozen north, the southern oceans, the eastern void, and the western mountains. He had overturned the entire continent without finding a single clue. But now, seeing real cultivators before him, he instantly activated his supreme treasure, the reincarnation artifact. This divine item could turn his reality into a simulation, allowing him to reset his life and return to the very beginning. The truth was, this wasn't his first rodeo. He had already lived through 2 lifetimes in this transmigrated world. In his first life, ignorant of the world's secrets, he lived as a humble merchant with a plain wife. Only at death's door did he awaken this leveling Manhwa-style artifact. Relying on its power, he rose to become the Grand Preceptor in his second life. But he hadn't reset immediately because he had one crucial mission to complete in this timeline. With the capital in ruins, his loyal subordinates didn't just rebuild. They helped him study the two cultivators from within the chaos of the military camps. Months flew by, and a brand new capital rose from the ashes. Since his spies couldn't track the fleeing immortals, he refused to waste another second in this timeline. It was time to trigger the reincarnation cycle once again. Just like before, the system presented him with critical choices. Option 1. Carry over a single item to the next life. Option 2. Retain cultivation base. Option 3. Preserve the memories of a soulmate. Option 4. Sacrifice everything to accelerate the artifact's recharge rate. Without hesitation, he chose the fourth option. The artifact needed energy. In a fatal crisis, it would burn that charge to deploy an automatic defensive shield. His goal for this third life was clear: rip the secrets of immortality from those two cultivators. With 2 lifetimes of experience, his path to power was smoother than silk. In the imperial exams, his essays outshone the ancients, earning him the triple first rank that shocked the empire. Yet to everyone's surprise, he requested a position as a lowly county magistrate. The imperial court was baffled, but the emperor regretfully granted the genius his strange request. With his massive reputation and knowledge of local politics, he quickly conquered Wen County and groomed loyal followers. His next move, he found a body double for the ruling Prince Lang Ya. Coordinating from the inside and out, they assassinated the real prince and swapped him with the puppet. Just like that, the protagonist seized total control of the prince's estate. Eventually, the puppet prince held a grand wedding with the Grand Scholar's granddaughter. But on the wedding night, it was the protagonist who entered the bridal chamber to consummate the marriage. A year later, she gave birth to a son. When the emperor fell critically ill years later, the protagonist immediately marched his forces into the capital. After the puppet prince ascended the throne, the protagonist filled the court with his own people. Even the Grand Scholar's daughter worked with him from the shadows. He swiftly took control of the entire government, eventually placing his own biological son on the dragon throne. Naming himself Grand Preceptor once more, he held the world in the palm of his hand. Finally, a spy reported a breakthrough on the location of the immortal world. Deep in the eastern mountains, a mysterious fog lifted for only half a day every 15 years. During that brief window, they glimpsed majestic architecture and a thriving civilization of over 1 million souls. The sky was filled with mythical beasts. The protagonist immediately asked if they had found a safe path across the abyss. The spy reported failure. The astral winds shredded anyone who tried to enter. The protagonist sighed in defeat. He would have to wait for the two cultivators to come to him. Decades flashed by, and the destined day arrived. The two cultivators appeared above the imperial capital just as they had in the previous timeline. But just as they prepared to duel, thousands of metallic spheres suddenly shot up from the city below. The muscular cultivator Ko Hong instantly summoned a defensive shield. He looked down, puzzled by the swarm of tiny iron projectiles. Curiosity got the better of Ko Hong. He used his telekinesis to snatch one of the spheres for inspection. He scoffed, deeming it useless junk fit only for a broken world. With a sneer, he looked down and roared, "Filthy mortals, you dare attack a celestial being." He swept his hand downward, unleashing a torrent of apocalyptic fire. The flames morphed into a dragon, obliterating the capital and turning it into ruins in a heartbeat. But as the smoke cleared, his arrogant expression twisted into pure shock. The buildings were gone, but the humans remained unharmed. Beside him, Dao Xuanzi realized the trap. Those hidden weapons, they were soaked in mortal blood. Ko Hong froze. Mortal blood contained mortal dust, a corruption that could cripple a cultivator's mana and even threaten their life foundation. Realizing they had walked into a deadly trap, they instantly turned to flee the scene. Suddenly, the protagonist's voice boomed. "If you run today, the news of your core formation technique will spread across the entire cultivation world by dawn." Dao Xuanzi stopped dead in his tracks. That technique was their deepest secret. If it leaked, they would be hunted down like dogs. They had no idea that the protagonist had learned this secret and the weakness of mortal dust by listening to their banter in his previous life. While they stood paralyzed by shock, dozens of cannons roared from the ground. The shells exploded in the air, raining corrupting mortal blood all over them. Stripped of their flight, they plummeted to the earth. Thousands of soldiers surrounded them, roaring, "Immortal masters, surrender now and stop resisting. Our Grand Preceptor has a decree: submit to capture, and your lives may be spared." Just as Dao Xuanzi prepared to detonate his soul in a final suicide attack, a ring flew toward him. It was from Ko Hong, whose life force was fading fast. "Take my storage ring and run." With those final words, his aura vanished into the void. Watching from the shadows, even our main character had to marvel at the lethality. The mortal-immortal miasma was truly the ultimate weapon against cultivators in this manhwa recap. Dao Xuanzi died believing a rival cultivator had ambushed him from the darkness. His arrogance refused to accept that two powerful brothers could fall to the schemes of mere mortals. In his final moments, he ignited his very life force to fuel a desperate counterattack. The sky tore open, and a colossal sword hundreds of meters long descended like Judgment Day. Just as the blade threatened to obliterate the Imperial City, the protagonist triggered his artifact. Time rewound. The cycle of death reset to zero. This time his strategy shifted from assassination to manipulation. In the next life after seizing the throne, he stood at the precipice of the abyss waiting. It was the day the 15-year mist finally cleared. He raised his binoculars expecting a view of the immortal world, but cold sweat instantly drenched his back. There were no golden palaces, only ruins and decay remained. A shattered stone tablet screamed a single terrifying truth. The path to immortality is dead. Questions burned in his mind like fire. What destroyed the cultivation world? He waited decades in the shadows until the two cultivators descended upon the Imperial City once more. In this timeline, the trap was set to perfection. "Open fire on Ko Hong," he commanded, his voice booming like thunder. "Ko Hong, we have been waiting for you." By the order of Dao Xuanzi Dai, Ko Hong blocked the barrage, but the anti-magic bullets stunned him to his core. Meanwhile, Dao Xuanzi stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Why were mortals attacking under his banner? And how did these insects possess the deadly miasma capable of harming immortals? Panic set in. He opened his mouth to deny the order, to explain this was a setup by a third party, but the protagonist cut him off, amplifying his voice to the heavens. "Dao Xuanzi, do not betray us now. You promised to save my clan once you stole the core formation technique. We provoked him just as you asked. Do not abandon your loyal servants to his wrath. If you don't save us, we are dead men." These words shattered Ko Hong's sanity. Only the two of them knew about the secret technique. In his eyes, Dao Xuanzi's betrayal was now undeniable. Dao Xuanzi realized words were useless against this madness. He flared his spiritual sense, hunting for the source of the slanderous voice. Like a hawk, he dove toward the palace rear. But upon landing, he found no man, only a strange black box emitting the voice. What sorcery is this? He wondered, sensing the caution of his enemy. He blasted the speaker to dust with a wave of his hand, but it was too late. The aura of a furious Ko Hong arrived behind him. "Dao Xuanzi," he roared, shaking the earth. "A century of brotherhood, and you stab me in the back for power." Without hesitation, he unleashed the fire dragon arts. A scorching inferno roared toward his former brother. Dao Xuanzi had no choice but to draw his blade to defend his life. Steel clashed against flame in a symphony of destruction. The protagonist seized the chaos, shouting again, "Dao Xuanzi, the heavens watch those who break their oaths. All troops shift targets, assist Lord Ko Hong in executing the traitor." Hearing this, Ko Hong let out a maniacal laugh. "Justice is served." Dao Xuanzi parried, his veins bulging with frustration. "You fool, can't you see we are being played by these ants?" But rage had blinded Ko Hong completely. He wove a complex hand seal, unleashing his signature move, the domain of the blazing cage. An inferno prison materialized, trapping Dao Xuanzi within walls of white-hot fire. Desperate Dao channeled his chi to shatter the containment. With a deafening boom, he rocketed into the sky. The debris fell like rain as he began the chant to summon the heaven-cleaving sword once more. Ko Hong stood his ground, spiritual energy flaring without fear. As the two titans prepared for the final clash, the protagonist signaled his snipers. "Take the shot." The shells detonated, releasing the suppressing miasma. Dao Xuanzi's spiritual pressure plummeted instantly, leaving him wide open to Ko Hong's strike. It was over. Twisted vines tore through his defenses, ripping him apart. The massive sword in the sky crumbled into harmless dust. As Ko Hong landed victorious but panting, the protagonist rushed forward and fell to his knees. "Great Immortal, please save my people," Ko Hong glared. "That voice, was it you?" A mere mortal dared to orchestrate a battle between gods. The protagonist kept his head low. "I only sought a sliver of hope in this desperate world." The anger in Ko Hong's eyes faded slightly. "We all struggle for hope," he mused. The protagonist pressed on. Dao Xuanzi promised us a way out. He swore to lead us from this cursed land. Ku Hong sighed, shaking his head. Dao Xuanzi was a man of his word, yet he lied to you. Cruel fate. The absolute immortal array is a meat grinder. Even we struggle to survive it. Taking mortals across it is an impossible dream. The protagonist froze, his world crumbling. This isn't safe, he stammered, composing himself. Please let us speak in private. Deep in the underground bunker, he asked, is there truly no way? Ku Hong shrugged. I have no reason to lie to a dying ant. Perhaps a golden core master could shield you. A heavy silence filled the room. So, the protagonist whispered, a mortal like me is destined to rot here. To leave the sealed land, you must cross the array. Without spiritual power, your body would disintegrate instantly. Live out your short life as a king here, Ku Hong advised. But the protagonist's eyes gleamed with obsession. What if I cultivated, what if I reached the foundation establishment stage? Ku Hong burst into laughter, the sound echoing off the stone walls. You cultivate impossible. This land is a dead zone devoid of spiritual qi. Furthermore, your mortal bodies are saturated with filth. Unlike a leveling manhwa, you cannot simply grind XP in a broken system. To cultivate, you must cleanse the miasma outside. But to go outside, you must cultivate. It is a cruel paradox. The protagonist trembled, the despair of 1,000 lifetimes weighing on him. So, there is truly zero probability. Without another word, he stepped out of the room. The heavy stone doors sealed shut. Vents opened, flooding the chamber with concentrated immortal miasma. An agonizing scream rang out, then silence. If mortals and immortals cannot coexist, then compassion is a weakness. In this awakening manhwa world, trust is just another way to die. According to Ku Hong, this desolate place is known as the Land of Immortal Severance, and the story of this manhwa recap traces back to a catastrophic upheaval that shattered the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. In the beginning, the high and mighty immortals paid no heed to the pestilence ravaging the mortal realm below. But when the first cultivator fell, the plague evolved. It became a predator spreading through the very spiritual energy they relied on to survive. The infection rode the winds of heaven and earth. For a cultivator, it was a death sentence. Cultivation bases, shattered realms collapsed, and gods were reduced to dust in a single night before fading into the void. Consumed by despair, the immortals turned their wrath upon the only scapegoats they could find, the mortals. A slaughter of biblical proportions began, but before the genocide could be completed, a higher power forced it to an abrupt halt. The plague, however, was not finished. Like a beast unchained, it surged through the spiritual ley lines, claiming countless more immortal lives. Yet the cultivators refused to accept extinction. While some sought a cure, others devised a dark contingency known as the Great Relocation Plan, a scheme that would live in infamy for 1,000 years. They rounded up every mortal in the realm, and banished them to small desolate worlds void of magic, sealing them away with eternal formations to ensure they could never return. The cultivation world was finally pure cleansed of mortals. But fate is cruel. Not every child born to an immortal inherits the gift of power. Over centuries, mortals emerged once again within the sacred lands. And in their blood they carried the dormant shadow of that ancient plague. Because this toxin was deadly only to cultivators, any mortal wishing to ascend had to first purge this immortal mortal miasma. A mechanic akin to a hardcore system manhwa. It became the iron wall dividing gods from men. And so the world came to know it by that very name, the immortal mortal miasma. To prevent the miasma from resurfacing, the immortals swore a pact to never tread where mortals lived. These abandoned zones became known as the Lands of Immortal Severance. Li Fan gripped the paper, his knuckles white. The odds were astronomical. Cultivators avoided these lands like death itself. Finding even two was a miracle. He was but a mortal with a ticking clock. Even with his ability to simulate life, he was trapped within the hard limits of his natural lifespan. He was 70 years old. His physiological limit was 86. In the 16 years remaining, the chance of meeting another cultivator was effectively zero. Was this it? 30 years of agony just to die a mundane death? Could he really accept such a pathetic fate? Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. Wait. Leaning heavily on his cane, he hobbled into the dark chamber and stared at the prisoner. How did the mortals during the Great Relocation reach this sealed land? Ku Hong sat in the filth chains, rattling against his scarred flesh. You old fool. Still dreaming. Even if you escape, what then? You are 70 years old and still dream of cultivation. Li Fan leaned closer, his voice a low hiss. You lost your power. Don't you want to know if you can regain it back in the world of immortals? Ku Hong looked up stunned. What? Li Fan pressed the advantage. Help me find the way. If I succeed, perhaps I will drag you back to the heavens with me. The prisoner roared, straining against his bonds. You cunning fox, you think you can trick me? Li Fan replied with chilling indifference. Truth or lie, it is hope. Do you prefer to rot here in the dirt or grasp at a straw before you die? Ku Hong finally exhaled, defeated by the logic. If I guess correctly, Back then they used massive spirit vessels, skyships and void shuttles. In the ancient era, the cultivation world was populous and thriving. Such vessels were common. But after the great upheaval, trust vanished. Cultivators became lone wolves, and the great ships were lost to time. Li Fan's eyes widened in shock. The great upheaval, are you referring to the strange plague? Ko Hong closed his eyes, raising his shackled hands. The miasma was strange, yes. But it wasn't enough to shake the foundations of the immortal way. The reason the miasma ran rampant is that most cultivators were already dead, slaughtered in a great tribulation. A memory flashed a golden core and the rule of absolute exclusion. Methods to form the core are many, but most rot at the foundation stage. Above the high peaks, 4 words are carved in blood: the death of Tao. Li Fan frowned, sensing the horror. A great tribulation. You mean the law of incompatibility? Ko Hong nodded grimly. Exactly. Immortal techniques cannot be shared. It wasn't always this way. In ancient times, massive sects welcomed thousands of disciples, spreading wisdom freely. Masters guided students. Brothers sparred and debated. The world was alive with energy, a golden age of prosperity and shared growth. Until one day, the efficiency of cultivation simply collapsed. Cultivators realized a terrifying truth. They could sense others practicing their art. And the more people who walked the same path, the harder the path became. Progress stalled. With their lifespans ending, panic turned to murderous intent. Inner demons took control. Masters turned on disciples. Brothers became nemesis. The great tribulation washed over the world in blood. If you share my path, you steal my future. Only one can remain. Even rogue cultivators hiding in secret realms were hunted down. The shared technique acted like a beacon, revealing their location to their rivals. Li Fan straightened his back, the cane trembling in his hand. If techniques cannot be shared, how does anyone cultivate today? What is the state of this awakening Manhwa world now? Ko Hong sighed, the weight of history in his voice. There are only 2 paths left. First, join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, a loose coalition. You trade contribution points for techniques and resources. You grind missions and trade to survive. The second option, the 5 Elders Council, founded by 5 supreme beings. A massive power. If you have talent, they will take you. But the cost is your soul. You must sign a spirit contract. You serve the 5 elders for a set time. Li Fan stroked his beard, skeptical. But wait. It sounds like techniques aren't that rare after all. Ko Hong lowered his head, a cold sneer on his lips. That is because the techniques they give you are all broken garbage. These cultivation techniques were nothing but revised editions manipulated by the major powers of recent years. Reaching the peak of the qi refining stage was the absolute limit anyone could hope to achieve. The path was divided into 3 great realms: qi refining foundation establishment and the golden core. But to build a true Taoist foundation or ascend further, one had to abandon their current path and switch to a higher tier technique. Li Fan frowned, a storm of confusion brewing in his mind. Switch techniques. If every breakthrough demands destroying my cultivation to start over, wouldn't all my blood, sweat and tears be washed away like sand in a river? The cultivator quickly shook his head to explain. Not exactly. You see, every cultivator in this world practices the supreme primordial origin true scripture. This scripture isn't for gaining power, but a unique secret art. Its sole purpose is to allow a cultivator to dissolve their own cultivation base without suffering catastrophic damage to their soul. Once their power is scattered, they can cultivate a new technique and rapidly regain their former glory, catching up to their previous realm in no time. Hearing this, admiration flickered in his eyes. It was truly a miraculous method. However, its appearance was too convenient, a perfect tool to force every cultivator under the heavens to submit and accept the endless cycle of switching techniques. Ko Hong looked up, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. But what is the point? A true authentic cultivation technique is harder to find than a phoenix feather. Dao Xuanzi died without knowing the truth. He didn't just steal a golden core technique. He stole a legendary manual, capable of reaching the nascent soul realm. Li Fan froze, his eyes widening as if struck by lightning. A nascent soul technique. Ko Hong continued to lecture him on the common sense of the cultivation world, explaining how a fallen cultivator's death triggers celestial phenomena. Finally, the conversation circled back to the main topic. The tension in the air had dissipated, and Ko Hong now spoke to Li Fan with a newfound sense of ease. I once heard a whisper in the wind, a legend that over thousands of years some mortals from the immortal severing land managed to sneak back into the cultivation world. But alas, they were mostly baseless rumors with no proof to back them up. Yet the fire of belief still burned within him. There is no smoke without fire. Sometimes legends hold a kernel of truth. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will never surrender to fate. Ko Hong raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself in disbelief. I don't get it. You're an old man with one foot in the grave. Where do you find the strength to struggle against the heavens like this? Li Fan pulled out a chair and sat down, his presence imposing. If you help me find a way to the cultivation world, I will not only spare your life but take you with me. I will even return Dao Xuanzi's technique and all his possessions to you. He emphasized every word of his final condition, including that nascent soul technique. Ku Hong's heart raced, and he asked breathlessly, "Is that a promise?" Li Fan replied, his voice calm but heavy with authority. "Absolutely." Receiving the answer he craved, Ku Hong didn't hesitate. "Done. In that case, I will dedicate my life to helping you." With Ku Hong's assistance, Li Fan began a massive undertaking. He collected every historical text in the empire, scouring ancient records for any clue regarding the primordial era known as the Great Migration. At the same time, he commanded his army to excavate ancient tombs across the land, desperate to unearth even the smallest thread of destiny. The people's resentment boiled over, and officials submitted pleas daily to stop the madness, but Li Fan crushed all opposition with an iron fist. Tragically, the Great Migration was too ancient and his mortal lifespan was running out. 16 years passed in the blink of an eye. Li Fan dragged his decaying body out of the secret chamber. His time was up, yet his hands remained empty. Cold sweat drenched his withered face. His body was a flickering candle in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Li Fan raised his trembling hand, and a brilliant light erupted from his storage ring. "Before this life ends, I must check my inventory one last time." A book floated into the air before him, glowing with a mysterious aura. The nascent soul realm. "Such a pity I am but a mortal without spiritual sense. I hold a treasure I cannot use." Suddenly, another artifact appeared, the Dao Xuan sword accumulation. According to Ku Hong, when a cultivator falls, their foundation establishment artifacts should lose their spirituality. But then something shocked Li Fan to his very core. A holographic screen flashed before his eyes. "Item can be recharged. Proceed." This was the chaotic power of a system. Manhwa. Li Fan didn't hesitate for a second. "Yes." The system acknowledged the command and began the energy absorption process. He calculated rapidly. According to the Huanzhen feedback, reaching 100% charge would unlock a second save point. Everything would be virtualized, allowing him to restart from any anchor point in his next life. "If I can unlock the second save point, it changes everything. Heavenly treasures might be rare here, but the cultivation world is vast. Once he escaped this cage, opportunities would be infinite. Aside from a few common spirit stones, the storage ring held nothing else of value. Time to close the curtain on this life." The Huanzhen system offered his inheritance options. "Damn it, I can't keep everything." With no other choice, he selected the Nascent Soul Manual. The system displayed Li Fan's personal stats. Did this mean the technique was now permanently inscribed into his soul? With this knowledge, Li Fan could plan his next move. In his previous life, his frantic excavation of ancient tombs had caused too much chaos. It had shaken the empire to its foundations. Even with absolute imperial power, the backlash had been severe. Doing it immediately after stabilizing the court was a mistake. But if he started laying the groundwork now, in 20 years he could completely rewrite the mindset of the masses. The wheel of time turned and his sixth life began. Under his silent manipulation, the currents of history began to shift in subtle, terrifying ways. In the 5th year of the Determination era, the Restoration School emerged from the shadows, presenting ancient texts to the Emperor. These books were so profound, they sent shockwaves through the scholar world. They bore legendary titles: the Book of Changes, the Tao Te Ching, and the Analects. Then in the 6th year, the Emperor fell gravely ill, leaving the royal physicians helpless. At that critical moment, the Restoration School offered a single pill. The dying Emperor swallowed it, and miraculously, he was restored to full health within days. In the 11th year, the prefect of Jianghuai cracked a massive tomb raiding case, arresting over 100 men. That prefect was none other than Li Fan. He sent an urgent report, galloping 800 miles to the capital, waiting for the Emperor's divine will. A month later, the decree arrived. No executions. They were stripped of status and sent to the capital as slaves. By the 15th year, the Emperor sought immortality with madness in his eyes, commanding 100,000 troops to dig up the earth in search of immortal pills. Tragically, no pills were found, and the Emperor died in regret. However, the craze for excavating ancient tombs had now spread like wildfire across the entire realm. Before his passing, the Emperor passed the throne to Wang Lingya. From the shadows, Li Fan once again held the entire world in the palm of his hand. In the 23rd year, lost history was pieced together from the unearthed tombs. The earliest dynasty, the Kai dynasty, was revealed. Li Fan posted a bounty that shook the heavens. Anyone who found the tomb of the Kai dynasty would be granted land and a noble title. In the 25th year of the Determination era, the lost tomb of Yi Xing, founding emperor of the Kai Empire, was finally unearthed. It took barely a month to breach the main burial chamber. With every obstacle obliterated, Li Fan led the expedition into the darkness. The main corridor stretched for hundreds of meters. The walls were lined with murals so vivid they looked untouched by the ravages of 1,000 years. The main chamber was a world unto itself, 40 meters high and spanning thousands across. The ceiling was a galaxy of faux stars made from luminous pearls, while mountains rose from a sea of mystical clouds below. How these clouds remained frozen in time for millennia was a mystery. Invisible bridges connected the mountain peaks, leaving every soul who walked them trembling in awe. Li Fan could only marvel at the sight. Truly, the work of an immortal. At the highest summit sat a humble thatched cottage, surrounded by desolate fields. But upon closer inspection, the roof was woven from countless strands of gold, fine as human hair. This was undoubtedly Yixing's final resting place. Li Fan commanded, "Open it." As the soldiers threw the wooden doors wide, the sight within struck Li Fan with a jolt of shock. Here lies Yixing, outer disciple of the great Yan sect. The truth dawned on him. This emperor was merely a rejected student, an outer disciple who never grasped true immortality, exiled to this mortal realm by real cultivators. Even in death, he valued his sect identity over his imperial crown. But according to Ku Hong, the sects were annihilated before the Great Migration. Shadows of a deeper conspiracy lingered here. Perhaps Yixing was the agent chosen by the great Yan sect, tasked with overseeing the migration in this very realm. The burning question remained. Could Li Fan find the legendary skyship used in the ancient past? He scoured the main tomb, but found nothing. Undeterred, he ordered the archaeological camp to excavate the entire perimeter. Days later, a report arrived. Grand Preceptor, we found records of a skyship in a nearby grave inventory. But the tomb was raided 1,000 years ago. Fury exploded from Li Fan like a physical blow. Again, always the same dead end. He smashed the table in a blind rage. Every glimmer of hope was just an illusion, like a flower in the mirror, or the moon reflected in water. Amidst the wreckage of his study, Li Fan issued a decree that would shake the empire. Proclaim it to the world: whoever finds a clue to the immortal ship shall be crowned the Marquis of 1,000 households. The 35th year of the Determination era brought a miracle. An immortal tomb was found. Grand Preceptor grave robbers struck a small tomb, and were annihilated by a mysterious force. The casualties are catastrophic. Even our veteran masters can't scratch the surface of the seal. Li Fan eyes narrowed. Bring the mortal dust miasma. Break it open. Buckets of crimson liquid drenched the tomb, and the ancient barrier began to sizzle and shatter. Li Fan pointed into the dust. Excavate with extreme caution. If you see anything resembling a skyship, alert me instantly. Yes, sir. Moments later, a voice cried out. Grand Preceptor, we found it. An object shaped like a vessel. Li Fan didn't wait. He rushed to the site with heart pounding, but when he arrived, his expression darkened. This is the skyship. Resting before him was a tiny wooden boat, no bigger than his palm. This toy-like artifact was the legendary vessel he had sought for decades. Only after deciphering the inscriptions on the tomb walls did Li Fan finally piece together the tragic truth. The tomb belonged to Qian Hong, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. 3 centuries ago, hunted by enemies, he fled into this god-forsaken land where magic dies. In this mana-starved wasteland, spiritual energy was non-existent. His supply of spirit stones dwindled to nothing. Without energy to replenish his core, his cultivation base began to crumble. He gambled on a theory that when mortals were exiled here a millennium ago, perhaps, just perhaps, a skyship had been left behind. For decades he searched like a madman, until finally, he discovered the tomb of Yixing. The skyship was real, but despair crushed him instantly. The energy core matrix was shattered. Lacking the skills of an artificer, he could not repair it. Qian Hong surrendered to his fate, trapped forever in this prison. If a fellow Taoist finds this tomb, I beg of you, return my bones to the world of cultivation. Take my treasures as your reward. Signed, Qian Hong, Li Fan mused. With that barrier, he assumed only a cultivator could breach this place. Now, let's see what inheritance he left behind. Suddenly, a screen flashed before his eyes. System alert. Heaven and Earth wonder detected. The stele of celestial halt. A real heaven and earth wonder. This was the kind of legendary loot you only see in a manhwa recap. So this artifact was the source of the tomb's impregnable defense. Pity. My truth realization shows no reaction to it. I used too much miasma to force my way in. The stele had been corroded into a useless slab of rock. He moved to the next items. In his hands, the lesser truth art, and the Cloud Water Manual. A chill ran down his spine. Status currently being cultivated by another. Someone is using these right now. Is this a trap? Impossible. It's been 3,000 years. Even a Golden Core Master would be dust by now. Why does the system claim they are active, unless these are merely copies of a master archive? After the Great Calamity, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and the Council of 5 Elders rewrote history. They must have compiled the original techniques. They recycle unused skills for new fodder. These manuals have likely passed through 1,000 hands over 3 millennia. Just my rotten luck. Finally, the third treasure, the Great Yan Boat. After drifting through the river of time, it was finally his. The system blared a warning core array critical failure. But Li Fan didn't flinch. Qianhong was helpless because he lacked the knowledge. I can't fix it either, but I know someone who can. 15 years later, year 50 of the Determination era, high in the sky, a storm was brewing. Dao Xuanzi, you've gone too far. Ku Hong, did you think hiding in this mana-dead wasteland would save you? Hand over the technique you stole, or I will erase you from existence. Suddenly, a voice pierced the heavens. Is a mere core formation manual really worth dying for? Dao Xuanzi froze, as if a boss from a leveling manhwa had just appeared. Cao Hong looked down in bewilderment. Both cultivators roared in unison. Who dares speak? Standing below, exuding the arrogance of a king, was Li Fan. Why don't you two descend and have a chat? He raised his wine cup with a fearless smile. Come, drink with me. Centuries ago on his deathbed, Li Fan progenitor uttered a prophecy that would echo through time. 2 strangers from the void abyss shall be the key to our clan's salvation. For 1,000 years, doubt plagued the family. Until today. The prophecy has come to pass. Let the feast begin. Cao Hong eyed the old man suspiciously. And how should we address you, sir? The man bowed with practiced grace. This humble one goes by the name Li Fan. Dao Xuanzi narrowed his eyes in disbelief. You claim your ancestor foresaw our exact arrival a millennium ago. What sort of destiny is this? Instantly the warmth vanished from Li Fan's face, replaced by a chilling seriousness. Do you doubt the heavens? Li Fan asked. Ku Hong shook his head. It is simply unheard of. In a century of traversing the cultivation world, never have we encountered a divination art capable of piercing 1,000 years of time. Li Fan stepped down from the dais. Tell me, have you heard of the Taiyan sect? The name hit Ko Hong like a physical blow. The Taiyan sect. The legendary ancient order of supreme divination. The old man sighed, his eyes drifting to the past. Indeed, my ancestor was a direct disciple of that fallen glory. In his youth, he cared little for martial strength, obsessed instead with the Tao of calculation. It was harmless, until the great cataclysm forced mortals to flee their homes. With merely the meager strength of early qi refining, he could have left alone. But seeing the terror in his kin's eyes, he chose to shoulder the burden, leading the mortal migration himself. And so our lineage has remained trapped here ever since. Dao Xuanzi nodded slowly. A tragic tale. But why detain us? What use are we to you? For endless generations, no cultivator has set foot here. Until you. You are the chosen ones. This is the pivotal moment of our awakening Manhwa tale, our only hope to break these chains. Seeing the murderous intent rising between the 2 cultivators over a mere skill book earlier, Li Fan quickly stepped in to de-escalate the situation. Dao Xuanzi sighed, trying to save face. Laugh if you must, old man. You do not understand the outside world. Cultivation manuals are rarer than dragon scales. Brothers turning against brothers is common survival, Li Fan interrupted. But is it worth your lives? He paused for dramatic effect. What if I told you my ancestor left behind a technique pointing straight to the Golden Core realm? The tension vanished instantly. Golden Core. If such a treasure existed, their petty duel was meaningless. Greed was replaced by anticipation. What is your price? They demanded. Li Fan's voice turned solemn. My ancestor had but one regret: he wished to return his spirit to the Taiyan sect. He left behind the Taiyan arc. Though time has ravaged it, his calculations were absolute. He foresaw that in this era, 2 specific cultivators would arrive. One a master of the sword, the other a genius of artifact refinement. Together, you possess the power to restore the arc and carry us out of this despair. The 2 cultivators exchanged shocked glances. It was terrifyingly accurate. Ku Hong lived for crafting and Dao Xuanzi lived for the blade. The divinations of the Taiyan sect were truly god-tier. Ku Hong murmured, to predict the tapestry of fate with such low cultivation. It defies all logic of this world. Li Fan turned his robe, swirling. Words are wind. Follow me and witness the truth. Dao Xuanzi's voice dropped an octave, dripping with threat. Lead the way, but do not play games with us. You have a Golden Core manual waiting. Is that not enough? Ku Hong chuckled nervously, deciding to stay behind. Fine. I shall wait here. Only Dao Xuanzi followed the old man into the depths. They descended into a hidden cavern. Dao Xuanzi froze, his eyes widening. That energy. An immortal mortal severing barrier. A necessary precaution, Li Fan explained calmly. We are but fragile mortals guarding a dragon's hoard. Behold, the ancestor's legacy. The text on the pedestal shimmered, heavenly mystery, golden chapter. Rank nascent, soul. Dao Xuanzi's breath hitched. This wasn't just a Golden Core manual. It was a legendary nascent soul scripture. Li Fan observed the greed in the cultivator's eyes. I see you understand. I told your companion it was merely for the golden core. If I revealed its true value, well, greed makes monsters of men, does it not? Dao Xuanzi looked at the mortal with newfound respect. You are cautious, old man. Wise. Your secret is safe with me. Ko Hong is a master of crafting. Let him slave away at the Ark. Li Fan laughed softly. Once the repairs are done, this nascent soul manual belongs to you alone. Back in the guest room, Ko Hong's voice projected into Dao Xuanzi's mind via telepathy. Well, was the old fox lying? Is there really a golden core manual? It is really. Dao Xuanzi lied smoothly, hiding the greater treasure. Ku Hong's tone turned sinister. He is just a weak mortal. Why bargain? Let's just slaughter him and take it. Don't be a fool, Dao Xuanzi snapped back telepathically. He may be mortal, but he carries the legacy of the Taiyan sect. You saw his confidence. A man who can predict the future 1,000 years in advance. Do you really think he hasn't prepared a trap for thieves? One wrong move could be our end? Just fix the cursed boat. It's a small price to pay. Why risk death when we can walk away with the prize? Dao Xuanzi smirked internally. If we attack now, the old man might scream out the truth about the nascent soul manual, and then I'd have to share. The next day, the Taiyan Ark was handed over for repairs. Ko Hong ran his hands over the ancient hull. Incredible. This structure, these arrays, the Taiyan sect's craftsmanship is leagues above anything in our current era. Restoring this is not a chore. It is a lesson. My understanding of artifacts will skyrocket. Li Fan bowed humbly. I entrust my clan's fate to your skilled hands. Time passed, and the day of completion arrived. Li Fan hurried to meet the cultivators. Ko Hong wiped sweat from his brow. The energy core and spatial arrays are fully operational. The cleaning formations are active. However, we lacked materials for the combat systems. The defense and attack arrays are barely functional. It will survive the void pressure, but if we encounter hostile cultivators, we will be defenseless. That is acceptable. Li Fan nodded firmly. Once we cross the barrier and return to the cultivation world, my ancestor's token will guide us to safety. Ku Hong pointed to the core. The Ark runs on pure spiritual energy. It has 3 forms. We are critically low on spirit stones. We have just enough fuel to launch in its second form. But it requires a cultivator's mental focus to pilot. Shall I take the helm? Before Ku Hong could finish, Li Fan waved his hand. With a hum of power, the massive Ark instantly shifted, locking into its second form. Ko Hong stared dumbfounded. You... How a mortal manipulating a spiritual artifact without chi? Li Fan laughed heartily. A simple hereditary trick, nothing more. We owe our escape to you. Dao Xuanzi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming. The preparations are complete, Li Fan signaled. Come. 3 days later, the transaction was concluded. The manual was delivered and the cultivators vanished into the horizon. Dao Xuanzi bowed solemnly. Fellow Taoist, our supply of spirit stones is running dangerously low. If we linger in this absolute immortal land, our cultivation base will regress. I must bid you farewell today. Ko Hong laughed with heroic flair. If you make it out alive, come find me at Lingtian City in the Songyun mountain range. As you requested, here's the map to the exit of the Grand Array. I drew it from memory using ink as I had no blank jade slips left. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. With a final nod, they transformed into 2 streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. Ku Hong mused. Li Fan has spirit, I'll give him that. But his end is near. Even if he returns to the cultivation world, he won't survive long. Xuanzi replied, Eternal life is a lie anyway. Didn't we turn on each other just for a chance at it? Ku Hong narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, that secret manual Li Fan handed you, what exactly was it? He smirked mysteriously. Different from the copy you hold, rest assured. Once I, Dao Xuanzi, enter seclusion and break through to the Golden Core realm, I will fulfill the 3 promises I made you. The protective fog of the array hasn't lifted yet. Do you honestly dare to cross it? Ku Hong scoffed. There is nothing under the heavens, I fear. Meanwhile, a solitary vessel appeared at the edge of the eastern abyss. Inside the Taiyan boat, Li Fan calculated the odds. 14 years until the white bones dissolve. But I am already 71. By then, I'll be 85. My body will be too frail to pilot the ship. I have no lingering attachments in this life. Today, I test the might of the absolute immortal array. The ship plunged into the abyss with terrifying speed. Below in the void, thick fog swallowed the hull, blinding him in a sea of white nothingness that felt agonizingly unreal. Bam! The Taiyan boat shuddered violently as if hitting an invisible wall. Li Fan gasped. Is this the legendary astral wind layer? According to Ko Hong, these wind blades could shred a mortal body to ribbons instantly. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would need full spiritual protection to survive. Thank the heavens for the defensive formation. After a grueling half-hour, he carefully steered the Taiyan boat through the storm, only to face a massive sphere of energy looming ahead. Finally, he broke through the Grand Array. Upon reaching the cultivation world, destiny smiled upon him. He found a supreme technique and forged his golden core in a mere 100 years, like the protagonist of a legendary awakening manhwa. His path to power was unstoppable. 1,000 years later, he attained the Tao and ascended, arriving in the immortal realm. Li Fan started as a lowly servant, clawing his way up until he became the immortal emperor ruling over all existence. But he didn't stop there. He shattered the dimensions, ascending to the divine realm. From a humble miner, he cultivated for 10,000 years to become the God King, the strongest entity in the cosmos. Regaining his youth, he trained for another millennium, ascending to the primordial God realm, only to become a gatekeeper at the very bottom again. The grind began anew. Suddenly, Li Fan's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air. Was that all an illusion? The phantom light layer. The ship had turned around. Checking Kohong map, he realized he had already exited the illusion and entered the third zone, the inversion layer. It seemed the Taiyan boat had navigated itself out of the illusion while Li Fan was trapped in the dream. I lost consciousness back there, yet the ship kept moving. Perhaps I don't need to steer manually. I just need to pour energy into the thrusters. A vague sensation pulsed from the vessel, guiding his mind. Trusting the machine, Li Fan accelerated into the unknown. The fourth zone, the flowing fire layer. Just as he suspected, the ship followed its own hidden course, entering the inferno smoothly. Li Fan grinned triumphantly. Of course, this Taiyan boat was designed millennia ago to transport mortals. The creators must have installed a secret path for it to navigate the Grand Array automatically. Realizing the cheat code, he stopped manual steering. He simply acted as the battery, letting the Taiyan boat weave through the danger zones on its own. Flowing fire, mystic ice thunderstorm. These hellscapes should have been fatal, yet the ship dodged every calamity by a hair's breadth. The sixth layer passed without a scratch. Finally, he reached the end, the darkness layer. Kohong had said this place was safe, just an endless void of pitch black. Almost there. The cultivation world is right in front of me. Suddenly, a titanic maw opened in the dark, ready to swallow him whole. Li Fan screamed, "Restore truth!" Back in safety, Li Fan's heart pounded in panic. What the hell was that? Kohong and Xuanzi never mentioned a monster in the darkness layer. Could it be a trap designed specifically to target mortals? I need to wait for the fog to clear and the light at the bottom of the abyss to shine. Even though I failed, this run gave me crucial intel. He chose to keep the Taiyan boat and immediately started his 7th life. In the 4th year of the Ding era, Li Fan led his trusted subordinates to the grave of Qian Hong in secret. This time, he used the immortal mortal miasma bone to corrode the seal, slowly weakening the broken stele of steps until its defenses crumbled. The system pinged energy source detected. Charge, broken stele. Yes. He thought it cost some lifespan, but charge progress is up by 25%. 3 more runs, and I unlock the 2nd tier. Year 5. The call of the Eastern Abyss was irresistible. He found himself standing at the edge once more. Li Fan gazed into the deep silence. The clouds were thinning. If I take the Taiyan boat now, maybe I can make it to the immortal world. I've waited so long. Must I really wait 15 more years? Who cares if Restore Truth isn't fully charged? Cowards never reach the apex. I mapped it out in my last life. Dodge the shadow monster and I'm free of this cage. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the abyss. A blood-red stele materialized. The immortal path is dead. Li Fan gasped, breathless. Why, is it like this? Voices had been whispering in his head, luring him to jump. If not for that golden flash piercing the Grand Array, he would have been meat paste on the canyon floor. 15 years later, year 20, Restore Truth was finally fully charged. Armed with confidence, Li Fan returned to the abyss. He piloted the Taiyan boat flawlessly through the thunderstorm layer and hovered just above the darkness layer. The winds howled. The violent lightning began to fade, suppressed by a strange pressure. Tiny motes of light began to dance in the eternal night. Li Fan strained his eyes, using the last glimmer of light to hunt for the beast lurking in the eternal darkness. But the void remained silent. As the light flickered and died, he hesitated no longer. Pushing the boat of Taiyan to its limit, he dove straight toward the bottom of the void abyss. At that exact moment, the nightmare emerged. A colossal maw tore open the shadows, ready to devour everything. Li Fan's instincts were sharp as a blade. This beast bore a deep malice toward mortals, a guardian tasked with swallowing any soul daring enough to trespass. By a hair's breadth, the boat shot past the closing jaws. He poured every ounce of spiritual energy into the controls, rocketing the boat of Taiyan upward into the thunderstorm layer. But then confusion struck. Why had the predator stopped its pursuit? The beast halted right at the boundary of the darkness. Using the flashing lightning as a strobe light, Li Fan finally caught a clear glimpse of the horror that had been hunting him. Terror gripped his heart. What in the heavens was that? A leviathan? A colossal whale so massive that his boat looked like a speck of dust in comparison. No wonder it sensed him every single time he drew near. Brute force wouldn't work. He needed a new strategy. Fortunately, in this system, Manhwa time was the one resource he had in abundance to experiment with. 15 years flew by in a blur. Li Fan launched countless attempts to breach the dark layer, but every time the whale adapted its speed, increasing with every encounter. Each attempt ended the same way, a desperate struggle for survival, forcing him to retreat in defeat, his spirit battered, but unbroken. Year 35 of the cycle. In the thunderstorm layer, as the white bone mist dissipated, the colossal whale seemed momentarily deceived. It took a split second for it to recognize Li Fan's presence. That split second was his only chance to reach the abyss floor. He gambled everything on this one moment. Engaging maximum velocity, he shot downward like a meteor, aiming to pierce the dark layer before the beast could react. The scenery below blurred into a streak of light. The destination was so close. But then the terrifying roar of the whale shattered his focus. Despair washed over Li Fan. He was too late. The realization system flashed a notification. This simulation had reached its end. He coldly chose to skip the energy recharge acceleration option. His psychological age limit hadn't budged, suggesting he had hit a bottleneck. Thankfully, he still had 748 years of currency to burn. He let out a sigh. Life number 8 began. In the 4th year, Li Fan once again desecrated the tomb of Qianhong. At least this life wasn't a total wash. By the 5th year, the void transformation charge was nearly at 90%. But 90 wasn't enough. He needed perfection. He had no choice but to wait patiently. Year 20. Li Fan returned to the abyss and failed. Year 35. He tried again, and failure greeted him once more. Yet these weren't wasted efforts. His mastery over the boat of Taiyan had become god tier. By year 50, Li Fan stopped blindly charging into the dark layer. His body was aging, his reflexes and spirit dulling. A suicide run now would mean certain death. Instead, he decided to visit 2 old friends, hoping they held the key to this Manhwa recap puzzle. High above, the argument from years past played out again. Dao Xuanzi, don't push me too far. Hearing those words again brought a strange sense of nostalgia to his weary soul. Using the golden core technique as bait, Li Fan lured them to the Grand Preceptor's manor. Once settled, he dropped the question. Have you two ever encountered a monster fitting this description? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Fan unfurled a drawing of the colossal whale. My ancestor warned me on his deathbed, he lied smoothly. If I ever escape this cursed land, most dangers can be ignored. With the Taiyan Sex boat, I am safe. Except for one specific layer. A massive whale lurks there, a predator that requires extreme caution. Ku Hong looked skeptical. A beast of that magnitude in the empty void, I've never laid eyes on such a thing. But Dao Xuanzi hesitated. Unless... Li Fan's eyes lit up. Oh, does the Taoist friend know of this creature? Dao Xuanzi nodded slowly. I saw it recorded in an ancient text. Legend speaks of a primordial sect known as the Beast-Taming Gate. They lacked profound cultivation techniques, relying solely on a single skill, the beast-taming art. They enslaved the mutant beasts of heaven and earth, turning them into engines of war. Among their most famous conquests was a creature that perfectly matches your description. Cao Hong snapped his fingers. Now that you mention it, I remember too. It's called the realm-rending whale. Li Fan leaned in, urgency in his voice. Do you know how to evade it? The two shook their heads. We only know fragments. Such beasts vanished from the cultivation world millennia ago. We know nothing of its habits or weaknesses. Li Fan sank into thought. In the end, I must face this nightmare alone. He handed the technique to Dao Xuanzi, bid them farewell, and ended the simulation. 9th life. Li Fan broke into Qianhong tomb, again hoping to absorb the broken stele for energy. Alas, the system Manhwa interface remained silent. Years passed, 20, 35, 50. He tested the abyss relentlessly, only to fail every time. By year 65, Li Fan was 85 years old. A flickering candle in the wind. He was simply too old. He could no longer match the whale in wits or strength. Accepting his fate, he let go of the controls, allowing the boat of Taiyan to drift aimlessly, sinking slowly into the void abyss. The wind layer, illusion layer, inversion layer. The boat drifted silently past the torrent ice and thunderstorm layers. Finally, it entered the dark layer. And miraculously, it kept going. Li Fan's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? Why hadn't the realm-rending whale appeared? He was almost at the bottom. Now! He seized the opportunity, pouring all remaining energy into a desperate dash. Instantly, the realm-rending whale detected the sudden movement and roared in pursuit. Li Fan cursed his own eagerness. But then the epiphany struck like lightning. The realm-rending whale was blind to objects moving at a constant speed. To cross the great formation of absolute immortality, one simply had to let go and drift. Ha ha ha. The final chain binding him to this prison had finally been shattered. The whale snapped its jaws at empty space it had missed. Amidst Li Fan's triumphant laughter and the beast's furious roars, The boat of Taiyan tore through the rift between worlds, hurtling toward the true realm of cultivation. The universe blurred around him. It felt as if he had traversed 1,000,000,000 worlds in a single heartbeat. The cosmic pressure crushed him, blood streaming from his eyes and nose, but he didn't care. He looked back at the great formation of absolute immortality, his vision expanding to infinity. And there, etched into his soul forever, was a sight of absolute horror. The realm-rending wail emerged from the gloom. But it wasn't alone. Not one, but hundreds of thousands of them. A legion of leviathans surrounding the prison, tearing open countless black voids in the fabric of nothingness. As his perspective zoomed out, the vast universe appeared riddled with black holes. From one of these dark pits, his tiny boat shot upward, breaking into a world of majestic mountains and radiant sunlight. Li Fan, his body broken and bleeding, whispered, "Is this the true awakening Manhwa world?" His vision faded, but a smile touched his lips. To see this paradise before death. This life was not lived in vain. The realization system chimed, simulation concluded. Li Fan stood bathed in the holy light of the system, laughing with the arrogance of a man who had conquered destiny itself. 9 cycles of reincarnation. 5 long, agonizing years. I finally stand before the gates of immortality like the protagonist of a system Manhwa. Li Fan stroked his chin, weighing the options. Speed was tempting, but when he saw the fragmented stele on the list, hesitation crept in. But instincts took over. He pressed the button. A gamble, perhaps, but he decided to keep the mysterious broken tablet. It was the perfect chance to test his theory. The 10th life begins now. Standing before the cave, he realized this was a true leveling Manhwa grind. 20 years of waiting lay ahead. Year 3. He arrived at the tomb of Qianhong. No need for protection. He pulled the fragmented stele directly from the Huanzhen system. Li Fan watched in shock. The ancient artifact he brought from his past life began to dissolve like ice under a scorching sun. The energy rushed into the tomb's original stele, making the formation stronger than ever. It was a fusion of power, projecting energy from one reality to another, just as he suspected. A true heaven and earth wonder is unique in this universe. Li Fan rubbed his chin, his mind racing. 2 identical wonders cannot coexist. If he used Huanzhen to create a copy, fate itself would force them to merge into one supreme object. He placed his hand on the tomb's crack. After ordering his subordinates to weaken the barrier, he entered. The interior was unchanged, but the stele was now pristine. He reached out, sensing the energy pulsing from the stone. His internal monologue kicked in. Huanzhen still couldn't absorb it. The stele needed to be even more complete to generate the energy required. He stored the artifact in the Taiyan boat. It would be his trump card for the immortal realm. Year 20. The energy was nearly full. Time to purge the corrupt officials and seize their hoarded wealth. He stripped the wicked landlords of generations of gold and jewels. In his vision, coins floated in the air, currency for the next world. Even immortals need money. A magnificent golden vessel manifested, leaving the mortals below in absolute awe. When the officials protested his demand for supplies, Li Fan didn't argue. He simply parked the massive Taiyan boat directly over the royal palace. Witnessing this divine miracle, the arrogant court instantly changed their tune, scrambling to help him gather resources. The docks bustled with activity. With the help of the terrified officials, the Taiyan boat was fully loaded. It rose from the deep pit, ready to launch. Everything was ready. The mortal coil held him no longer. Taking the helm, he steered the ship above the void abyss. He expanded his mind, letting the vessel tear through the cosmos. Hours passed, but it felt like crossing centuries. The ship pierced the dimensional barrier, soaring over a vast unknown ocean. The wait was over. He had finally crossed over, welcome to the immortal severing realm. But as the fog cleared, Li Fan froze. Why did it look like this? This location was completely wrong. He checked the map of the 9 provinces. This ocean shouldn't exist. "Guess I'll just wing it," he muttered. The real question was whether the spirit stones would last until he found civilization. Twilight descended. Picking a direction at random, he flew onward, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of life. The endless sea mocked him. 7 days and nights passed without a soul. Then a vessel appeared, just as his own engine began to sputter. Desperation was setting in when he spotted a silhouette on the water. Li Fan peered through his spyglass, and his heart sank. It was a total disaster zone. Countless people were clinging to debris. It wasn't just a ship. It was a wreck. Something had torn a massive hole in the hull, and it was going down fast. 2/3 were already underwater. Panic reigned. Then a voice pierced the chaos. "Don't be afraid, I signaled the immortal master. He's coming." Li Fan froze. An immortal master. He needed to be invisible. He quickly stored the Taiyan boat dove into the ocean and swam toward the victims, gasping for air as he blended in. He put on his best acting performance, flailing like a dying man. "Save us, immortal master," he cried, joining the chorus of despair. Suddenly a figure descended from the heavens, hovering with godlike arrogance. "Shauns." "Silence, Dia." The voice boomed. Li Fan looked up. The figure's face was shrouded in mist, unreadable. The ocean instantly fell deathly quiet. The pressure was immense. The moment the entity appeared, the waves stopped moving and Li Fan realized he couldn't even speak. The Immortal Master raised a hand. Magic surged and the sinking ship began to rise from the depths. Li Fan's jaw dropped. With a single finger, the cultivator lifted thousands of tons of steel and wood as if it were a toy. The gaping hole in the hull repaired itself in the blink of an eye. With a wave, the drowning victims were tossed back onto the deck. The master roared, "Who signaled me?" A man in green robes knelt trembling. It was this lowly one, Su Changyu. The immortal's voice was ice cold. "You know the rules. We are here. This has nothing to do with me. I never saw you and I don't know who you are." "Clear." Su Changyu bowed lower. "This lowly one understands." The master waved his hand, casting an illusion, and vanished, leaving the ship propelling forward. Whatever spell was cast, the ship now tore through the waves at breakneck speed. The survivors sat in stunned silence. A heavy, eerie dread filled the air. No one dared to breathe as night fell over the ocean. Half a day passed. Finally, lights twinkled on the horizon. A bustling island appeared, its harbor filled with hundreds of majestic ships. Civilization at last. The vessel bypassed the main harbor, slipping like a ghost into a hidden tunnel behind the island's blind spot. Silent as the grave, they drifted through the waterway into a natural cavern. Waiting in the gloom were figures cloaked in black, ushering them through a labyrinth of secret passages. Once the boat docked, a new squad of enforcers took over. The passengers were herded off the deck, flanked by silent guards who watched their every move. The black-clad sentinels ignored the so-called Immortal Master among them, driving the group like cattle into a massive, cold, great hall. One guard barked out orders, his voice echoing, "Rest here tonight, rations are in the corner. Tomorrow the system will process your new identities." With that cold command, the guards vanished into the shadows, leaving the refugees to their anxious murmurs. A man with a ponytail broke the heavy silence. "What rotten luck a sea kraken attack. We started with 100 souls, and now barely half remain." A chubby youth in green sighed. "My father is insane, forcing me into this awakening Manhwa world. Cultivation is boring. I miss the music and dancers back home." The ponytail noble nodded in agreement. "I am the son of the Genin King. I've tasted every luxury known to man. What does this hellhole have to offer?" Changyu stepped forward, his aura commanding. "It is too late for regrets. Do you know the fortune our families paid to smuggle us here? Stop your whining." His eyes burned with ambition. "If we succeed in this leveling Manhwa reality and become immortals, we can return and bring our entire clans to glory." Listening from the shadows, Li Fan analyzed the situation. "They are just like me. Mortals exiled from the land of spiritlessness." His gaze sharpened as he calculated. "Yet these smugglers have a mature route. They know exactly how to bridge the gap between the mortal and cultivation worlds." Suddenly a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. A noble in yellow smirked. "You look unfamiliar." A merchant, a disgraced official from the Dali dynasty. Li Fan didn't speak. He moved with lightning speed, striking the hand away with bone-crushing force that sent the man stumbling back. Li Fan's eyes radiated a killing intent that froze the noble's blood. The man stammered, Forgive me." The chubby youth shivered. That gaze, it's like staring at death. Li Fan's aura was undeniable, the heavy presence of a ruler who had stood at the peak of power for decades. Dawn broke over the refuge. A guide entered, his expression grim. "Time to get your citizenship for Liuli Island. Once registered, you belong to the system." He lowered his voice to a hiss. "Keep your mouths shut if you want to keep your heads. Your cover story: refugees from Dayu Island fleeing a natural catastrophe. If anyone asks, stick to the script." Silence filled the room. In this world, obedience meant survival. They followed the guide through a hidden passage, emerging from the damp darkness into the blinding light of the surface. The city was alive, a bustling metropolis where spiritual energy flowed. Locals barely glanced at the refugees, a common sight in this chaotic era. Winding through the district's complex streets, they finally stopped before an imposing estate that reeked of authority. After a brief exchange with the gatekeeper, the path was cleared. The doors creaked open. They were ushered into a crowded courtyard, moving through the side entrance into the heart of the registration center. Over 100 souls waited in clusters. Zhao, a man with calculating eyes, strode forward. More rats from the disaster seeking shelter. Zhao's eyes gleamed with greed as he turned to the guide. "Sun Zhang, tell me these refugees have deep pockets." Sun Zhang smirked, slipping a heavy gold ingot into the steward's hand. "Former tycoons from Dayu Island, the best of the best." He feigned sorrow. Alas, without an immortal's protection, their wealth washed away. Now they seek the safety of Liuli. The steward's grip tightened on the gold. The calamity was merciless. Even our Liuli Island felt the tremors. 200 islands erased from the map. Countless mortals drowned in the abyss. A tragedy for the ages. He adopted a pious tone. "Thank the Immortal Master's benevolence for your lives. When the rewards come down, your Tianbao Pavilion will get its share. I will report your diligence to the Island Master." The bureaucratic machine whirred to life, processing the refugees one by one until it was Li Fan's turn. Zhao's gaze lingered on Li Fan, sensing something different about this elder. Name, Li Fan. Step forward. Drop a specific essence of blood here. Li Fan bit his finger, letting a crimson drop fall onto the mystic parchment. The paper devoured the blood instantly. Guard this spirit talisman with your life, Zhao warned. It is your proof of existence here. Food work inspections, you need this for everything. Lose it and you are a ghost. Sun Zhang watched, puzzled. Why is the steward so polite to this old man? By nightfall, the system Manhwa bureaucracy was complete, and everyone held their new identities. Leaving the registration hall, they didn't return to the cave, but were led to the spring courtyard within a private estate. Sun Zhang cut to the chase. Citizenship secured. Now honor your debt. Chang Yu didn't hesitate, pulling a scroll from his robes. He bit his thumb, signing his name in blood. The parchment dissolved into golden particles, sealing the pact with the heavens. The 3-life soul contract, Chang Yu declared. Once we are truly established, I will fulfill the final oath as promised. Sun Zhang rubbed his temples. Dealing with you lot is a headache. If not for the immortal master, Tianbao Pavilion would never take such a risk. He waved a hand dismissively. With your ID, you get shelter and rations for a year. Don't starve. Chang Yu's eyes burned with the question they all held. Forget the food. Tell us, how do we begin our path to immortality? Sun Zhang grinned. Listen well. You are mortals dragging yourselves back from the land of exile. The concentration of miasma in your bodies is toxic and far beyond normal limits. If you want to cultivate purging, this poison is your only option. The man asked desperately. We already know that much, but how do we cure the miasma? Li Fan watched from the shadows, his eyes sharp and calculating. Sun Zhang fielded the question calmly. There are several ways to purify the body. The first method is using the spirit pool located right here on the island. Soaking in the spirit pool for 1 day and night will wash away all impurities. He stroked his chin, feigning hesitation. But the cost of opening the pool is astronomical. Even with the wealth of Glazed Island, it only opens once every 3 years. The last opening was a year ago, which means you have a 2-year wait ahead of you. Sun Zhang broke down the harsh reality. Furthermore, the spots are limited, and the competition is brutal. You are outsiders with no foundation. How could you possibly compete with the locals? Chang Yu grimaced in frustration. Then what about the other methods? Sun Zhang replied. You can cultivate the mystic yellow heart mantra combined with specific diet and drugs to slowly alter your constitution. This method takes years, but it is safe. You can buy the mantra and medicine at any pharmacy on the island. Hearing this, Chang Yu shouted in panic. 5 or 6 years. We don't have that kind of time. Is there nothing else? Sun Zhang's expression turned grim as he whispered the third option. Become a test subject. The man froze in his tracks. A test subject? Sun Zhang nodded with a chilling calmness. Exactly. Horrifying images flashed through their minds as he explained. Some immortal masters have a twisted fascination with mortal miasma. Every year they select volunteers from the refugees for their experiments. Even Sun Zhang looked terrified as he spoke. The immortals use special techniques to extract the miasma for research. It only takes a few months to completely drain the impurities. Visions of subjects screaming in absolute agony filled the air, but the process is excruciating. It is a fate worse than death. Most subjects go insane from the pain long before the extraction is finished. Chang Yu's face went pale. Is there really no other way? Suddenly the image of a powerful being floating in the sky appeared. Sun Zhang continued rambling on. Rumor has it that direct descendants of immortals can use heavenly treasures to rebuild their bodies, instantly purging miasma and boosting their talent like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. That kind of treatment is beyond the imagination of commoners. Even the master of Glazed Island doesn't have that privilege. Finally, he held his head in exhaustion. That is all I know. If you truly want to cultivate, think carefully in the coming days. He turned to leave. I know your journey from exile was hard, and you all crave the Tao. Everyone starts with that hunger. He muttered as he walked past the crowd of hopeless faces. But immortal cultivation is too difficult. Even if you purge the miasma, those who can actually sense spiritual energy are 1 in a million. Why ask for trouble? Being immortal isn't so bad. Sun Zhang kept preaching. Instead of suffering for a dream, just enjoy your life and live in the moment. Hearing those words, Chang Yu clenched his fists in silent rage. After Sun Zhang left, the crowd dispersed. Li Fan asked around and found free lodging. He presented his token and was immediately guided to the residential area in the north of Glazed Island. The two of them arrived at a district that was clean but suffocatingly gloomy. The area was packed with houses. Most were just single rooms, but they came with high walls and small courtyards. It wasn't terrible. The guide handed over the key and pointed. Row 6, house number 7. The old man stepped inside. The interior was sparse, containing only a bed and a table. But Li Fan decided to accept it. Whatever. He threw himself onto the bed. At least the living situation is settled thanks to the token from those exiles. He rubbed his temples, thinking back to Chang Yu. It was a pity. Aside from Chang Yu, the rest were unambitious fools who would never achieve greatness. In his mind, a detailed plan began to form. First priority, purge the miasma. Spots in the spirit pool were precious, but he possessed countless treasures from the Taiyan boat. Securing a spot would be easy with his wealth. He stared blankly at the ceiling. But that would be too flashy. A wise man never reveals his true wealth. He had no power base on this island. Flaunting money now would only paint a target on his back. He had to be calculating. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoed from the door. Li Fan called out, "Who is it?" A large silhouette appeared outside. "It is me." Li Fan sat up, already drawing his sword and channeling his mana. Once prepared, he cautiously went to open the door. The man in the yellow shirt from earlier shoved the door open. "You aren't actually one of the exiles from our group, are you?" Li Fan feigned surprise. "What?" The young man scowled. "Who are you really? Why did you sneak onto Glazed Island?" Li Fan's expression darkened, his eyes turning cold. "How did you figure out I wasn't from the land of exile?" Flash back to noon. When Li Fan surfaced from the water, this young man had noticed something. He recounted the moment. "When we fell into the water, I saw a figure rising from the bottom of the ocean. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." The man in yellow pointed an accusing finger at Li Fan. "But then I thought about it. You were never in the group that left the exile world." Li Fan turned his back, his face hidden in shadow. "You are sharper than you look." The man beamed with pride at his own deduction. "Of course. Aside from me, those idiots didn't realize a stranger had infiltrated our ranks." Li Fan kept talking to distract him, his hand tightening around his sword as he inched closer. "So truly, no one else discovered this secret?" The man answered with absolute confidence. "Obviously, those fools can't compare to me." In a split second, a blade pierced through the young man's chest. He collapsed to the floor under Li Fan's terrifying gaze. Li Fan sheathed his sword with a burst of energy. "You truly didn't know your own limits." He analyzed the situation. This guy relied on a little bit of cleverness to uncover a secret and immediately rushed over to use it for blackmail. Li Fan calmly wiped the blood from the floor. "You didn't stop to think that you all faked refugee identities to get citizenship too. You got a little status and started acting like locals." As he cleaned images of the immortal masters, and Sun Jiang flashed through his mind. The immortals didn't show their faces, and Sun Jiang was extremely cautious at the Tianbao Tower to hide the exile's origins. No one would dare launch a public investigation. Feeling the power surging in his hand, Li Fan calculated his next move. "Even if they trace the fat guy to my door without a body, I just have to deny everything. No one can touch me." As expected, aside from Su Changyu dropping a casual question, nobody cared. That fat guy vanished, and the world moved on without a blink. I spent days gathering intel and plotting how to launder the treasure from the Taiyan boat. Slowly, the full picture of Glazed Island formed in my mind. The map revealed this region as the vast Pine Cloud Sea. The Pine Cloud Sea is boundless. Glazed Island sits in its southern central region, earning its name from the delicious glazed fish that swarm these waters. Watch as the carp channels energy into the pill. While mortals crave its meat, this leveling manhwa reveals a deeper secret. Immortals prize the glazed pearl occasionally found within the fish's body for alchemy. That is why the island's immortal masters demand their annual tax in these precious pearls. My plan began to take shape. Deep-sea fishing is a coveted profession here. The rule is absolute: hand over 70% of the catch to the authorities, and you keep the remaining 30% to sell. Just days ago, a fleet returned not only with a massive haul of fish, but with a legendary windfall. They stumbled upon a sunken vessel. To everyone's shock, that wreck held over a dozen chests of treasure. Those sailors struck gold a fortune that would make anyone drool. The salvage laws mirror the fishing rules: keep 30, surrender 70. The docks exploded with excitement, even drawing out Qian, the head of finance, for an inspection. If I can secure a solo voyage, laundering the wealth I took from the Taiyan boat will be child's play. The challenge lies in securing that independent sailing permit. Everyone wants in, but my intel revealed the true bottleneck of this system: Manhwa. 3 great clans dominate under the island master, the Zhao and Chen families. Zhao manages personnel, Qian controls finance, and Zhou handles security. However, Qian holds the iron grip on sailing permits. The other 2 stewards have long tried to intervene, but Qian keeps them in check, throwing them only scraps. Li Fan rubbed his chin, calculating his next move to gain citizenship. Zhao treated me differently than the rest. There is a hidden variable there. I decided I must pay him a visit, the next morning at the Tianbao Pavilion. I quickly realized a lowly figure like me cannot simply walk in and demand an audience with Zhao. I tried to play the connection card with Sun Jiang, only to be blocked by a stone-faced guard. He sneered, "You think you can just demand to see the Elder Scram?" I was kicked to the curb. But as Li Fan walked away, he analyzed the situation. Tianbao Pavilion is a business. They wouldn't normally drive away a potential customer so aggressively. Moreover, the guards didn't even report my arrival. It was as if they had orders to bar me specifically. They knew exactly who I was. Li Fan frowned. Had a catastrophic event occurred in the Li world to make Sun Jiang turn his back on us so abruptly? A gloomy vision of Su Changyu surfaced. After some digging, the truth of this manhwa recap came to light. The ponytailed youth revealed the tragic reality. To purge the impurities from his body, Su Changyu agreed to become a test subject. Before leaving, he signed his name on the final deed sealing his fate. The youth sighed heavily. With that, the 3 contracts were fulfilled and dissipated. The Li world and Tianbao Pavilion have severed all ties forever. Li Fan feigned enlightenment. So that explains the cold shoulder. I never expected Su Changyu to be so ruthless with his own destiny. Suddenly the youth shouted. I told him not to rush, but he wouldn't listen. His voice dropped to a whisper. If not for his sister's grave illness, Su Changyu wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Looking at the young man's grief, Li Fan searched his memories, recalling the atmosphere of that specific night. Sun Jiang might be avoiding me, but I don't give up that easily. Li Fan analyzed the elder's character, recalling the comfort Sun Jiang offered Su Changyu. He isn't a villain. He simply maintains the cold detachment of a cultivator towards the mortals of the immortal severed land. Once again, Li Fan stood before the pavilion. Better to deal with a known devil than a stranger. The moment the guard saw me, he exploded. You again, brat, do you have a death wish? Li Fan laughed fearlessly, projecting his voice for the crowd. I came to discuss a lucrative deal with Tianbao Pavilion. Is chasing away customers your way of doing business? The crowd began to whisper, questioning the pavilion's honor. The guard froze, outplayed. Moments later, the doors opened for Li Fan. A maid served tea in the guest hall. I took a sip, calm as a still lake, ignoring the tension. Exquisite tea. Li Fan smiled. Suddenly, Sun Jiang emerged. The Great Yu Flame Dragon Tea. Only a dozen grew near the underwater volcano of Great Yu Island. Since the island's destruction, this tea is effectively extinct. He walked closer, eyeing me with suspicion. Sun Jiang's expression was stern. The Li world matter is settled. We have no ties. Why are you here? Li Fan met his gaze. Sun Jiang misunderstands. I am truly here for business, Sun Jiang scoffed. Business, a mortal like you. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Sun Jiang pulled out a chair and sat. Speak. What business? Li Fan cut to the chase. Is Tianbao Pavilion interested in securing a sea voyage permit? Every trip yields a boatload of glazed fish and treasures. To say the pavilion isn't interested would be a lie. Sun Jiang frowned, his aura threatening. Chen grips those permits tight. Even Zhao only gets scraps. You think a newcomer like you can snatch meat from a tiger's mouth? Li Fan tilted his head, confident. If I can get an audience with Zhao, I have a way to persuade him. Sun Jiang listened in silence, his expression hardening. Suddenly a sultry voice echoed. Fine. Letting him meet Zhao is trivial. A woman of overwhelming charm appeared. But if he fails, chop him up and feed him to the fish. Sun Jiang bowed deeply. Greetings, shopkeeper. Li Fan matched the gesture, bowing to the deadly beauty sitting across from him. I offer my gratitude in advance, shopkeeper. She propped her chin up, feigning innocence, but her sharp eyes gauged his confidence. He didn't look like a man selling empty dreams. My word has always been worth its weight in gold, Li Fan declared with absolute conviction. A light chuckle escaped her lips. If you truly succeed, the Heaven Treasure Pavilion will claim its rightful tribute. Deal. He accepted without hesitation. By the island's ironclad laws, 30% of every sea voyage's haul must be surrendered. I want none of that 30%. Give half to Zhao and the rest to your pavilion. Confusion clouded her gaze. Strange. Why endure such hellish labor if not for profit? Li Fan's gaze sharpened. I demand only one thing, a slot in the purifying spirit pool every 3 years. Shock paralyzed both Sun Jiang and the shopkeeper. Then she burst into uncontrollable laughter, wiping a tear. Please, uncle. With your advanced age, you still dream of walking the path of an awakening Manhwa immortal. Her laughter echoed in the silence, mocking his ambition. Yet Li Fan remained an unmoving mountain. To seek eternal life, I would die without a shred of regret. The gravity of his words silenced her instantly. She clutched her chest, her expression shifting from mockery to respect. Very well. I accept your terms. As she escorted him out, her tone turned professional. I will send word once the date is set. Li Fan bowed slightly. Then, it is settled. Turning to leave, he added, I reside at number 7 Lutong outside the city. Find me there. As his silhouette vanished, Sun Jiang whispered nervously, Shopkeeper, the slot for the purifying spirit pool. She cut him off, her eyes cold and calculating. The battle for the purifying spirit pool is indeed a bloodbath every year. But do not underestimate the might of our Heaven Treasure Pavilion. Her smile bloomed, deadly and beautiful. If his fleet brings profits rivaling the cost of a slot, then we have struck a legendary bargain. Suddenly her expression darkened into a terrifying glare. Sun Jiang flinched, blindsided. What is it? She shuddered, feigning fear. That man's eyes, they held a monster. Meanwhile, Li Fan stopped at an apothecary, purchasing the dark yellow calming mantra and herbs to aid his cultivation. Even if the plan succeeds, the pool won't open for 2 years, he mused. I cannot wait idly. I must begin my cultivation immediately. Perhaps my potential is heaven-defying. Maybe I won't even need 2 years to purge this cursed miasma from my body. Back home, he sat in lotus position on the porch, immersing himself in training while awaiting Zhao. But before he could even meet the man, a tragedy struck like a bolt from the blue. A pile of shattered bones lay upon a wooden board. Su Changyu was dead. The sight sent tremors of horror through both the old man and the ponytailed youth. What returned wasn't a man, but a twisted lump of flesh and agony. It bore no human shape, a nightmare made real. The meat pulsed and shrank before their eyes, a gruesome display of cultivation gone wrong. Under a weeping gray sky, the 2 survivors stood silently before a fresh grave, the rain washing away their tears. We Outworlders have nothing, not even coins for a proper burial, Li Fan thought. They wanted to burn him like trash, but I couldn't allow it. I spent my last savings to give Su Changyu a resting place. The weeping boy was Xiaoheng, once a noble prince of the Zhenin realm. He wailed in despair. Yet Li Fan felt only a cold hollowness. No tears, just a heavy sigh for the cruelty of fate. Li Fan analyzed the fallen man in his mind. Su Changyu. He was charismatic, socially adept, and his will was forged of iron. He wasn't a peerless prodigy, but he was far from a useless fool. Of all us migrants, I bet on him to rise above the rest. He tilted his head to the gloomy heavens. And yet a man like that couldn't even survive the first step, defeated by the mere miasma cleansing. He perished in silence. The path to immortality is truly paved with corpses. Back in his quarters, Li Fan pushed his body to the brink, the calming mantra proving to be a brutal master. Reality crashed down upon him. I must face the truth. I possess no legendary talent. I am ordinary. Others grasp the basics in a fortnight. I have struggled for a month with 0 progress. He became a hermit, obsessively grinding his skill day and night. Normally, one's spirit clarifies and mind sharpens within weeks. Yet here I am, a month later, feeling absolutely nothing. A stagnant pond. When a shadowed messenger finally arrived, Li Fan didn't flinch. He treated the summon not as a surprise, but as another daily quest to be completed. Another half-month drifted by before the call from the Heaven Treasure Pavilion finally came. The gears of fate began to turn. Li Fan followed the guide to a secluded courtyard. There sat the imposing Zhao. Li Fan knelt, his voice steady. Zhao. It has been an eternity. Zhao tilted his head, eyes narrowing like a predator. I hear you demand command of a fleet. Your appetite is voracious for a nobody. What backs up such arrogance? Li Fan met the gaze without flinching. A fleet exists for one purpose: profit. Tell me, manager, is the gold from catching glazed fish truly satisfying? Compare that to salvaging ancient relics from the abyss. Which weighs heavier in your pocket? Zhao snapped around, intrigued. Sunken treasure dwarfs 1,000 fishing trips. But miracles are rare, Zhao scoffed. I've ruled this island for decades, and such windfalls are scarce. Luck is not a strategy. Li Fan didn't blink. If I take the helm, I don't rely on luck. I guarantee a hull full of treasure upon every return. Zhao's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, piercing through Li Fan's soul. The power faded, and he stroked his beard, stunned. He is not lying. Li Fan pressed his advantage. I speak only the truth. But tell me, manager, how did you discern my honesty so easily? I possess the Dharma eyes from birth, Zhao revealed, tapping his temple. I see the aura of truth. Just now a gentle white light enveloped you. You harbor no deceit, only pure intent. Li Fan hid his shock. A visual prowess of that caliber, Mayo. His mind raced back to the day of his registration. That explains why you treated me differently from the other cattle, Li Fan realized. Zhao's face relaxed into a grin. Indeed. I saw an aura of extraordinary wealth surrounding you. But beneath that wealth, I saw blood. Rivers of it staining your hands. You are a predator in sheep's clothing. That is why I showed you respect. A wise man plants seeds of friendship with a tiger. Li Fan stepped closer. Then you knew from the start that Sun Zhong's words that day were false. Zhao shrugged, indifferent. Truth lies. Does it matter? With the immortal masters guarding this island, order is absolute. As long as you remain a pawn, you will survive. The ethereal projection of the immortal master faded into the air. Zhao's eyes darkened with deep thought as he spoke. Besides, taking in refugees is the immortal master's divine command. Sun Zhong brought so many lost souls to Glass Island. How could I possibly make things difficult for him? Hearing this, Li Fan clasped his hands in a respectful salute. I understand now. He seized the moment. Since you see my words are true, Zhao, have you considered my request for a position on the fleet? The steward sat down, his aura calm but imposing. You are a newcomer with no foundation here. If I hand the fleet to you now, it will breed resentment among the crew. He stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Let us do this instead. On the next voyage, you will join the crew. If you can truly secure treasures from the deep every single time, then the sailors will have no choice but to submit to your skill. Only then can you legitimately take command of the fleet. It was a fair test. Li Fan accepted. Zhao is wise. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was stunned by the news. What, he actually persuaded the stubborn steward? Sun Zhang nodded gravely. He did. The shopkeeper narrowed her eyes, her mind racing. Could it be? He isn't bluffing. Is he truly certain he can acquire the resources? Sun Zhang muttered. I don't know what backing he has. The shopkeeper's expression turned serious. She made a bold gamble. Give him the deed to the empty estate on East Street. Sun Zhang jumped, visibly rattled. Huh. He waved his hands frantically. Shopkeeper, we paid a fortune for that house to bribe the head steward. How can we just toss it to him? Shouldn't we at least wait until he succeeds in getting the fleet before offering such a gift? But she stood firm, arms crossed, eyes looking toward the future. Do it. If we wait until he succeeds, a mere house won't be enough to buy a connection with a man like that. Sun Zhang delivered the land deed to my hands. Naturally, I didn't refuse. I moved into the small courtyard on East Street that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, this environment was paradise. I politely declined the maid sent by the Heaven's Treasure Pavilion and began my life of solitude. I waited quietly for the fleet's departure. I thought it would be soon, but fate is fickle. A catastrophe struck, pushing the day of sailing into the unknown distance. The wind disaster had arrived. Panic swept the streets. People screamed, fleeing for their lives. Run. The disaster is here, Immortal Master, save us, Mother. Where are you? The wind disaster. Li Fan was meditating when his eyes snapped open. He bolted from his room, sensing the atmospheric shift. Outside, the world was ending. Waves and gales smashed into the island, tearing buildings apart. A booming voice descended from the heavens. The Great Island Protection Array is open. Do not fear, stay indoors. No one leaves. The commoners fell to their knees, kowtowing in gratitude. Compassionate Immortal. Li Fan looked up, analyzing the situation. A massive barrier of azure light swirled above runes, flickering with mystic power. The howling wind, sounding like wailing ghosts, was completely silenced by the dome of light. Even the rain was severed from this space. He observed closely. Outside was a chaotic apocalypse. Inside was tranquil silence. So this is the power of a cultivator. Li Fan's eyes widened, brows knitting together. Bolts of lightning hammered the shield from the heavens. The impact was so heavy that Li Fan collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. That was heavenly thunder. Even the aftershocks passing through the array carried such devastating power. Li Fan propped himself up, gazing at the sky. Wait, there's more. Outside, lightning continued to rain down while the ocean surged like a primordial beast. The island became a singularity, attracting the fury of both thunder and sea. Li Fan stood up, disbelief etched on his face. Is my second life going to end here? Fortunately, the great array was sturdier than expected. It held the line. Time lost meaning until the waves finally calmed. The wind disaster arrived quickly, but left slowly. In the darkness of the storm, days and nights blurred. I sensed about 3 days had passed before the disaster retreated. Locals said this was merely a small-scale event. 15 years ago, a disaster struck with triple the power. The array nearly shattered, then forcing the Immortal to shrink the protection zone to survive. After that storm, Glass Island was reduced to 1/3 of its size. It took over a decade of absorbing refugees to recover its vitality. So this is a wind disaster. The power of heaven and earth was truly terrifying. Days later, every household on Glass Island received a command: inspect the integrity of the Great Island Protection Array. The method was simple, yet critical. The Glass Manor distributed spirit talismans. Hang one in your home. If red light seeped out, the barrier was breached. A phantom projection appeared, giving orders. The array has 367,800 nodes. Ensure every single one is intact. The steward attached the talisman high on the wall. It radiated a brilliant green light. Under the Immortals' will, and for their own survival, all work on the island ceased. Fixing the array was the only priority. Usually the Immortal Master would handle repairs, but rumor had it that the spirit stones powering the core were nearly exhausted. The Immortal Master had returned to Myriad Immortal Island to replenish them. The array ran a self-diagnostic cycle. 360 flashes of the talisman formed a small cycle. 360 small cycles formed a great cycle. If no red light appeared during a great cycle, the array was secure. Li Fan watched the talisman, lost in thought. An array this massive yet so intricate. The skill required to construct it is beyond imagination. 5 days later, the entire island exhaled in relief. The array was undamaged. With the Immortal Master's return, the people finally felt safe again. Life on Glass Island slowly returned to normal. Over the next few months, refugees from other islands drifted in, survivors seeking sanctuary. These lucky few were just a fraction. Most of the inhabitants on their home islands had perished in the recent wind disaster. The Pine Cloud Sea was boundless and cruel. Countless islands dotted the waters, but only those with special resources earned the protection of an immortal. I didn't waste these months. I cultivated the dark yellow heart mantra daily. Finally, a harvest. My physiological and psychological limits increased. In this leveling Manhwa world, even a small gain was exhilarating. Another month passed. Finally, I received the news I'd been waiting for from Zhao. The storms of the Pine Cloud Sea had fully dispersed. The fleet was ready. In 3 days, we would meet at the Glass Island harbor. Li Fan stood on the dock, gazing up at the colossal vessel. So this is the Kangyuan, the ship Zhao assigned to me. As he stepped aboard, the grumbling of 2 crewmates drifted to his ears. Who knows what madness has gripped the island master, demanding some sort of impossible trial. If our haul is the lowest this time, we'll be marked as total failures. If they strip our sailing rights, how are we supposed to survive in this unforgiving world? The other man sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Don't remind me. It's all because of that cursed storm. Rumor has it the grand defensive array on the southern Coral Island shattered completely. The entire island was razed to the ground. Now the tribute taxes they owed have been dumped right onto our Luli Island's shoulders. Everyone is tearing their hair out in panic. What kind of mess is this? How will we even survive next month? They say it's temporary. As long as we cover the deficit, we might just live to see another day. Suddenly a towering figure stomped over his voice, booming like thunder. Look at you spineless cowards. Why not focus on the bright side? Zhang Haoba crossed his arms, tilting his head with a wolfish grin. Doesn't the top-ranked ship get a massive reward? The profit share has been boosted from 30 to 50%. The crewmen slumped over, their spirits crushed. Boss, stop dreaming. We know where we stand. You know our fishing skills better than anyone. We barely scrape by with the minimum quota every single time. A miracle isn't coming. The way I see it, this is our final voyage. Maybe we shouldn't even go back. Let's just turn rogue and live as free-spirited pirates. Wouldn't that be the life? Zhang Haoba lips curled into a mysterious smile. Relax. We have a master on board this time. He suddenly gestured toward Li Fan. I guarantee we'll return with our holds bursting with treasure. The crew eyed Li Fan with open skepticism. Him look at that pale skin. Has he ever even seen the ocean? Haoba roared, cutting off their mockery before it could escalate. You blind fools! Can't you recognize a hidden dragon when you see one? This is a great talent, specially invited by Zhao. He'll be taking command of this ship soon, so show some respect. Instant outrage erupted among the men. Boss, you've captained the Kangyuan for nearly a decade. How can you just hand it over to some stranger? Exactly. My life belongs to you, boss. If he wants to kick you out, Liu San is the first to say hell no. Haoba didn't argue, merely lowering his head to hide a cold, calculating sneer. The mob's anger boiled over their shouts, turning violent. Let's toss him overboard to feed the fish. Accidents happen at sea all the time, don't they? No one would know. Only then did Haoba raise his hands, feigning a peacemaker's stance while enjoying the chaos. Easy now. Everyone calm down. I know you all respect me, Zhang Haoba. But the Kangyuan belongs to Zhao. We're just selling our lives to him. As he spoke, the crew's eyes burned red with indignation, ready to mutiny for their captain. If Zhao wants to replace me, my hands are tied. Li Fan watched the performance, scoffing internally. What a theatrical little show. He's playing them like a fiddle. Li Fan stepped forward, his voice steady and commanding. If you don't trust me, do you also doubt Zhao's vision? I promised him that every voyage would yield treasures. I will not let you down. The crew exchanged glances, their resolve wavering under his confidence. Could this kid actually have some skill? Is he the real deal? Maybe. Zhao has eagle eyes. He's never picked a dud before. Haoba, who was gloating moments ago, was now trembling with suppressed fury as the tide turned. He suddenly bellowed, losing his cool. Treasure every single time, bullshit, I don't buy it. You're just riding on connections to steal my captaincy. Do you think I'm stupid? Haoba spun around, pointing skyward as he shouted, Fine, you said it yourself. Let's see how you handle the open ocean. Set sail. The Kangyuan surged forward without a breeze leaving the harbor. It didn't rely on wind or muscle, but on a micro-array formation powered by Spirit Stone's classic technology for this kind of Manhwa recap setting. The ship was equipped with a spirit guide. Whenever Liuli fish were detected in the surrounding waters, it would pulse with a mystical signal. But the ocean is vast, and the spirit guide's range is pitifully short. That is where a seasoned crew's experience becomes vital for survival. Yet even with experience, violent storms and shifting migration patterns turn the hunt into searching for a needle in a haystack. It all comes down to dumb luck, and the Kangyuan's luck was abysmal. Over half a month had passed, and aside from a few common fish and some worthless sea ore, they had nothing. The crew was despondent, and even Zhang Haoba was sweating. The punishment for last place was no joke. Haoba crossed his arms, glaring at the sky. We have to return within the month. Is this trash really all we managed to scrape together? At this rate, we really will be dead last. Ancestors, please grant us a miracle. Spotting Li Fan emerging from the cabin, he sneered. Well, look who it is. Finally decided to grace us with your presence. If you didn't grab food every day, I would have thought you died in there. Li Fan ignored the jab, cutting straight to business. Prepare a small boat. I've spotted treasure. The entire crew froze, their jaws dropping in unison. What? Haoba pointed a trembling finger right in Li Fan's face. You have got to be kidding me. Li Fan remained unfazed. Hurry. Get the boat ready. I see true treasures shimmering in the deep, waiting to be claimed. Li Fan lowered his voice, acting grave. The opportunity is fleeting. The aura is fading. I'm losing the coordinates. Panic seized Haoba. He barked orders immediately. Move! Get the boat in the water, now! The crew scrambled. Yes, sir. As Li Fan settled into the skiff, he issued a command. Do not follow me. Wait for my signal. The crew blinked in confusion. But why? Gripping the oars, he replied coolly. You're all too loud. You'll disrupt my spiritual vision. The crew stood there dumbfounded by his arrogance. A lackey whispered to Haoba, Boss, what if he's trying to escape? Haoba slapped him down. Don't be an idiot. This is the open ocean and he has no supplies. Where would he run? 2 hours later, under the pitch-black sky, a signal flare pierced the darkness, the call to action. When the ship arrived, Li Fan pointed into the abyss. The treasure lies beneath. Haoba spun around, screaming, Dive, drop the nets, go! Yes, sir! After a frantic struggle, Haoba stood panting, sweat dripping from his face as he stared at the hull. 16 chests of gold and precious artifacts. A crewmate rushed over, ecstatic. Boss Li Fan wasn't lying. He actually filled our cargo hold. It's a miracle. Haoba stared blankly at the glittering gold. It's real. That bastard actually found sunken treasure in this vast ocean. What kind of broken ability is this? He must be an awakener. A being with special powers like Zhao. Haoba cursed himself internally. Zhang Haoba, you fool. You stumbled into a real-life awakening Manhwa plot and treated a dragon like a common thief. Panic seized him as he rushed to the rail, eyes locking onto Li Fan. He thought, no, I have to apologize immediately, or I'm finished. Li Fan soared over the waves, landing on the deck with the grace of a master. Before he could even settle, Zhang Haoba was bowing a desperate apology on his lips as he ushered the VIP to his quarters. The Shangyuan merchant ship abandoned the hunt. With a hold full of treasure, the bow swung sharply toward the glazed island. With a fortune on board, safety was paramount. Captain Zhang barked his orders. Do not dock yet, we hold the line here. Liu San dive into the shadows of the deep. Swim ahead and alert Zhao, tell him to send his personal guard for the Count. Unless fate plays a cruel joke, we've secured a legendary haul. By the laws of the sea, 50% is ours. But I won't trust these outsiders to count it. 1 coin missing and heads will roll. The crew roared in agreement, eyes burning with greed and relief. Losing even a single copper would feel like a dagger to the heart. The ship finally docked, but the usual inspectors were blocked by Zhang's men. The port officials shouted, Zhang Haoba, what is the meaning of this? Why block us? A rival captain sneered, eyeing the ship's waterline. Look at that draft, came back empty-handed, did you? Looks like your career is finished? Captain, the crew bristled with rage, ready to brawl. What did you say? But Zhang held them back. Silence. Lions do not concern themselves with the barking of dogs. From the shadows, Li Fan observed. Zhang Haoba was competent, a decent leader in the system Manhwa world. But his common bloodline would forever be a chain around his neck. Suddenly, Zhao arrived with his elite guard. 16 heavy chests were hauled onto the deck, the wood groaning under the weight. The port exploded into chaos. The news of the Shangyuan's god-tier harvest swept through Glazed Island like a storm. Sun Jiang burst into the room, gasping for air. Shopkeeper, emergency. She didn't look up from her ledger. Spit it out. Why the panic? He wheezed. The Shangyuan. 16 chests of treasure. She remained unmoved. Is that all? Why the fear? Whatever wealth flows onto this island eventually finds its way into the coffers of our heavenly treasure pavilion. Suddenly her eyes narrowed. Wait. The Shangyuan isn't that where Li Fan is? Sun Jiang nodded vigorously. Exactly. He convinced Zhao with absolute certainty. He claimed if they sailed, treasure was guaranteed. It's terrifying. His instincts rival the great shopkeeper of our heavenly treasure pavilion herself. Her voice dropped icy and sharp. Arrange a banquet. I want him here. And have the listening rain pavilion cleaned. Deliver the deed to him immediately. Sun Jiang bowed low. At once, she tapped her chin, thoughts racing. Could he possess the legendary psychic treasure physique? A body that resonates with the heartbeat of the world's rarest artifacts? My sister Yin Yueting, the great shopkeeper, possesses that very gift. It was that heaven-defying power that allowed her to build this empire from nothing. And now, has another awakened one appeared on my doorstep. Meanwhile, Zhao smirked, impressed. You're no ordinary man. To pull 16 chests from the abyss on your first voyage. You have truly shocked me. Li Fan remained calm. A bountiful harvest, yes, but fortune is fickle. Who can guarantee the sea will be so kind again? True, but this single haul buys you power. I'm authorizing a private fleet under your command. Li Fan bowed. My thanks, Zhao. The steward's eyes sharpened. I hear you've schemed this hard for a single purpose, a spot in the spirit cleansing pool. Precisely. Gold turns to dust in a century. Only by seeking the Tao and attaining immortality can this life have meaning. Zhao sighed, stroking his beard. To seek the heavens at your age. I envy your spirit. Decades ago, when I was your age, I saved an immortal master. He offered to take me on the path of cultivation, but I hesitated. I thought I was too old, that success was impossible. Now the impurities in my body are too deep. The pain of cleansing would destroy me. Regret is a bitter pill, my friend. Among the thousands of mortals on Glazed Island, your drive is unique. It's like the prologue of a leveling manhwa. Li Fan bowed again. You flatter me. But regarding the spirit cleansing pool, Zhao hesitated. That is out of my hands. The Immortal Master controls the ceremony. 1 year before the opening, a list of required materials is released. Your contribution determines your spot. It is a game of resources. But fear not. With the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's reach, few can compete with your resource-gathering skills. Li Fan fell silent, calculating his next move. Back at his courtyard, Sun Jiang was already waiting like a loyal dog. My shopkeeper requests your presence. Li Fan accepted the meeting, but rejected the deed to the Listening Rain Pavilion. He walked with the swagger of a man who knows his worth. Dressed in silks that cost more than a ship, the shopkeeper approached. Yin Yuzhen, shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Li Fan introduced himself stoically. Li Fan, she laughed, a sound like silver bells. Ha, uncle, you're a man of few words. He shrugged. Just a boring mortal. Her smile turned predatory. A mortal or a possessor of the psychic treasure physique? Li Fan feigned ignorance perfectly. Psychic what now? She leaned in. Then how did you find the treasure in the endless ocean? He didn't even blink. Gut feeling. She pouted. Liar. But seeing his blank face, she sighed and explained the lore, sounding like a tutorial in an awakening manhwa. Li Fan's eyes lit up with fake realization. So your sister has this power. How old is she? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago, and where is she now? She blinked, taken aback. Why the interrogation? Are you our long-lost father? She scanned his face. No. You don't look the part. Just curious, he replied. She waved it off. Fine. Curiosity about your own kind, I get it. Her expression softened into melancholy. We came from the northern Night Mist Island. Our parents died in a catastrophe, leaving my sister and me to survive against the world. The manager's eyes glazed over as she drifted into the past. Back then, my sister and I were nothing but beggars surviving on scraps. But she had a gift. She could sniff out treasure in the unlikeliest of places. Because of her golden eye, we rose from the mud. She built the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion from nothing, turning us into legends. A shadow of grief crossed the manager's face. It's been years since I saw her. Li Fan leaned in, his voice low. Where did she go? She looked away, haunted by the memory. 3 years ago, a passing immortal master spotted her and took her away. Her voice trembled. She wrote it first, told us she was safe. Then the letters just stopped. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing a plot twist. Taken by an immortal, isn't that the dream, to cultivate and ascend? No. She whispered, terror edging her voice. Her letters contained a secret code only we understood. She was screaming for help, telling me she was in mortal danger. She said if the letters stopped, she was likely doomed. She begged me not to look for her. Li Fan rubbed his chin. Do you think her special constitution invited a curse? The manager shook her head. She's mortal. Her sensory gift is priceless to us commoners, but to a high-tier cultivator. To them, our treasures are nothing but scrap metal. She frowned deep in thought. Other immortals noticed her before, but they always dismissed her talent as trivial. I still don't know why that specific immortal took her. Her expression hardened into resolve. She may be gone, but I won't let the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion crumble. It's her legacy. Her shoulders slumped. But I don't have her divine intuition. I made bad calls, bought fakes. I lost a fortune. Since she vanished, business has been in freefall. I was breaking down. She gritted her teeth. The pavilion elders, those vultures, started turning on me. They wanted to bring in outsiders, kick me out, and carve up the assets. The only reason they haven't struck yet is fear of the immortal who took my sister. That's why I fled here to Glass Island. I claimed it was for market expansion, but really, I was just buying time to breathe. I planned to hide and rebuild my strength for revenge. But then I met you. She looked at him with desperate hope. A psychic treasure body on this remote island. With your help, I can rule the pavilion again. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively. I have zero interest in your business empire. My only goal is the Tao of immortality. He shot her a sharp look. You aren't trying to back out of our deal, are you? You promised me a spot in the spirit cleansing pond if I secured that boat fleet. The manager puffed out her chest. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion always honors its debts. What was promised shall be delivered. Li Fan caught the hesitation in her eyes. But... She smirked, her demeanor shifting. Old man getting in is the easy part. Surviving it. That's another story. Purging mortal toxins from the body is agonizing. Only half survive the process. And with your advanced age, the failure rate is basically guaranteed. You aren't young anymore. Can you guarantee success? You only get one shot in this life. Fail, and you can say goodbye to cultivation forever. Li Fan's gaze remained steel-hard. Even a 1% chance is enough for me. The manager smiled softly, nodding as if she expected that answer. I thought so. In my sister's final letter, she sent one last gift, a legendary pill called the Dust-Severing Pill. According to her note, this pill drastically boosts the survival rate of the cleansing. Combined with the spirit pond, even an old man like you would have a high chance of awakening. Li Fan remained skeptical. If this pill is such a cheat item, why haven't you swallowed it yourself? She sighed, looking at the sky. Not everyone wants to be a god old man. My dream is commerce, to protect what my sister built. Li Fan nodded respectfully. Everyone has their own Tao. Her face lit up. So do we have a deal? Li Fan turned to leave his coat swishing. Let me think. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Fine. I'll be waiting for your good news, she called out. Once he was gone, she clenched her fist, praying. Please, don't let me be wrong about him. Li Fan spent the next few days gathering intel. The legend of the dust-severing pill was real. 3 days later, he returned to accept the quest in this Manhwa recap. They hammered out the details. Before the spirit pond opened, Li Fan had to stockpile treasures for the pavilion. In exchange, he'd get the pill and the entry pass. As a sign of good faith, she slammed the deed to the Listening Gloom Pavilion on the table. Li Fan didn't hesitate. He snatched it up and tucked it into his robe. And so Li Fan moved into his new base. The Listening Gloom Pavilion was in the heart of Glass Island, a hidden sanctuary of silence amidst the chaotic market. Over the next year, Li Fan became a legend. He led 3 expeditions, returning each time with ships so heavy with gold and artifacts that the entire island shook. He easily won the bet regarding the boat fleet. Now, whenever the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion set sail, Li Fan was the commander on deck. Under his watch, profits exploded, doubling the previous year's earnings. Li Fan wasn't just an ally anymore. He was a god in the eyes of the staff, but he never neglected his true purpose. Every spare second was spent in bitter cultivation. Finally, his hard work triggered a massive breakthrough. The recharge rate of his true realization cheat system had spiked previously. It was a slow grind, 20 years to hit 100%. Li Fan crunched the numbers. He'd been in this cultivation world for over a year. By the old rules, his progress bar should be at 6 or 7%. But when he checked the interface, it was sitting at a shocking 15%. The energy absorption speed had nearly doubled. Aside from the mystic yellow calming mantra, nothing else had changed. It was the only explanation this mantra was passively buffing his cheat system's recharge rate. And it wasn't just the energy bar. His biological limits and mental processing speed were leveling up alongside it. Time dissolved in a blur of training. Suddenly, only 1 year remained before the spirit cleansing pond opened. The manager rushed in, beaming. Old man, the tribute list for the Immortals is out. Li Fan scanned the scroll. Most of this is standard loot. Wait. He pointed to an entry. Star Sea Quicksand. I've never heard of this material. That's the key item for this cycle. He realized, eyes narrowing. The manager shrugged. I'm clueless too. We'll have to buy intel from the Thousand Flower Merchant Guild. Li Fan sighed, shaking his head. Those bloodsuckers prepare the treasury. We're about to bleed money for this information. Li Fan's resolve hardened into steel. He would secure the Starfall Sand no matter the cost. The very foundation of his spiritual pool depended on it. The Manhwa Chamber was no local guild they hailed from a mysterious continent 10,000 miles away. Rumors whispered that a powerful immortal master backed their trade, granting them safe passage across the endless treacherous seas to reach this isolated glass island. Yin Yuzhen laid out the timeline with businesslike precision. We have 1 year to prepare. The Wanhua merchant fleet will pass through the Cloud Sea in 3 months. I can secure a meeting then. But Li Fan shook his head, his expression grim. We cannot place all our hopes in a single basket. In this world, reliance on others is a gamble we cannot afford. Refugees from every corner of the Cloud Sea have flooded Glass Island this past year. Someone among them must know the truth of the Starfall Sand. We must also watch the other factions like hawks. The formula for the cleansing spirit pool had been made public, and the news spread like wildfire across Glass Island. Even commoners who cared little for cultivation knew that every major power was hunting for the item known as Starfall Sand. Just then, Xiao Hung arrived unannounced at the listening manor. Li Fan poured a cup of tea, his eyes sharp. What brings you here, young brother? Xiao Hung smirked. I hear you're also hunting for the Starfall Sand, Li Fan. Li Fan nodded slowly. Indeed. My years are many, and my path to power relies entirely on the cleansing spirit pool. But how do you know of this material? Xiao Heng smiled, a glint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back when the immortal master descended upon the great Li dynasty, he promised to take us to the cultivation world if we gathered specific tributes. Starfall Sand was on that list. Li Fan frowned. Strange. I recall no such thing. Xiao Heng scratched his head. The public proclamation was censored. The royal families of Great Li kept the full list to themselves to secure their spots. The task assigned to my father, the king of Zhennan, was to find this very Starfall Sand. Li Fan extended his hand immediately. Deal. What is your price? Xiao Heng's gaze turned somber. You paid for Jiang Yu's burial when no one else would. You showed me kindness. Living in the slums of Glass Island has been a harsh awakening. I don't have your strength or cunning, Li Fan. I'm just trying to survive in the poverty district. Li Fan cut him off gently. Say no more. I understand the struggle. If you provide the clue, I will grant any request within my power. Xiao Heng clasped his hands, bowing deeply. Then I thank you in advance, brother. Truth be told, the item isn't rare. The immortal master simply used a fancy name to confuse mortals. In this leveling Manhwa reality, Starfall Sand is nothing more than meteorites from the sky. Li Fan stroked his beard, his mind racing. Starfall Sand is just meteorites. Is it truly that simple? Are there no special requirements? Sharp as ever, Xiao Heng nodded. He leaned in to whisper the specifications. Appearance matters. Pitted surfaces are rejected. And the weight. Each piece must exceed 50 grams. Li Fan committed every detail to memory. A moment later, a satisfied smile broke across his face. Done. Now tell me, what does the young brother desire? Xiao Heng scratched his cheek sheepishly. I just want a decent roof over my head and a job that doesn't break my back. And well, maybe a few servants to handle the cleaning. Li Fan burst into laughter. The son of a king, and that is all you ask. I can offer you much more. My word carries weight at the Heaven Treasure Tower. But Xiao Heng shook his head. I know my limits. Good food and a warm bed are enough. I am content. Too much wealth only invites jealousy and disaster. I won't tempt fate. After a few more pleasantries, Xiao Heng took his leave. Li Fan asked about his future plans. You struggled so hard to reach the cultivation world. Will you not walk the path of immortality? Xiao Heng waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I have no interest in becoming a god. That cultivation manual just puts me to sleep. After seeing Xiao Heng off, Li Fan headed straight for the Heaven Treasure Tower. Yin Yuzhen listened to the intel skepticism clouding her face. Starfall Sand is just rocks. That's simple. Li Fan nodded. Likely true, but we must verify. You said the Manhwa merchant representative arrives soon, correct? We will test the truth with him. Yin Yuzhen nodded, impressed. A sound plan. If we can save money, all the better. Li Fan's expression darkened with calculation. Regardless, we must quietly acquire the correct meteorites first. Right now, few know the secret, but secrets in this world have a short lifespan. Furthermore, we will buy them alongside other junk materials to mask our intent. Release fake rumors about Starfall Sand to muddy the waters. Yin Yuzhen looked at him with sheer admiration. Uncle, you are terrifying. I thought you were just a physical cultivator, but your mind is your true weapon. She tilted her head. What did you do before all this? Li Fan gave a vague shrug. Just a humble teacher. Yin Yuzhen puffed out her cheeks. I don't believe you for a second. Li Fan turned to leave. The execution is in your hands. I must focus on my cultivation. Do not disturb me unless the sky is falling, and don't forget our promise to Xiao Heng. Yin Yuzhen clenched her fists, staring at her own hands. Great fortune. Again, how is even a small favor for Xiao Heng considered great fortune? Is my divination art broken? Though she lacked the ability to sense treasure like her sister, she had always possessed an uncanny intuition for danger. Ever since meeting Li Fan, every divination regarding him screamed great fortune. Before meeting him, she had never seen such a consistent streak of destiny. She didn't know how high he would climb in this awakening Manhwa world, but she trusted her gut. She would bet everything on him. Under her command, the Heaven Treasure Tower flooded the market with disinformation. Other factions, sensing a trap, chose to wait and watch from the sidelines. But one greedy faction thought, buy first, think later. Even if it's fake, we can resell to the rumors. Seeing this, the other powers panicked and joined the buying frenzy. Overnight prices on Glass Island skyrocketed into madness. Li Fan, the architect of this chaos, sat peacefully in his manor, focused solely on his training. 3 months later, Yin Yuzhen finally secured contact with the Manhwa representative. That morning, she and Li Fan took a small boat from the Heaven Treasure Tower. They traveled 10 miles north, reaching the designated rendezvous point. Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun, a flying ship broke through the clouds. A booming laugh echoed from the heavens. Ha ha ha, Manager Yu, it has been too long. The airship hovered above them before gently descending to the water's surface. Yin Yuzhen glanced at Li Fan, expecting shock. Humph. Everyone is stunned by their first flying ship. But seeing his calm, unimpressed face, she felt a twinge of annoyance. What, not even a flinch? The merchant representative Walker Wu stepped down with a beaming smile. Manager Yu. She returned the greeting. Walker Wu, has it truly been 3 years? He extended a hand. Time flies like an arrow. Allow me to introduce the esteemed elder of our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Manager Yin Yuzhen announced, her voice filled with respect. The old man clasped his hands in a traditional greeting. An honor. Ambassador Wu bowed, but his tone was grave. Let us inspect the merchandise immediately. After all, I fear this may be our final meeting. Yuzhen froze. What did that mean? Had a calamity occurred? The ambassador shrugged, his expression heavy. Even I remain in the dark. A sudden decree arrived from headquarters just days ago, taking us all by surprise. Every agent within the Pine Cloud Sea must cease operations instantly. We are to return to the mainland without delay. Had we not made a prior oath, I would already be gone. We must conclude this transaction now. Yuzhen's heart sank. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion only thrived on Glass Island because the colossal 10,000 Flowers chamber stood behind them. If their backer vanished from the Pine Cloud Sea, what fate awaited her business ruin seemed inevitable. Why didn't my danger intuition warn me? Her mind raced in panic. Seeing her tremble in silence, Ambassador Wu frowned. Manager Yin. She snapped back to reality. Forgive me, my mind wandered. She forced a smile to hide her anxiety. Please, follow me. Leading the way into the hold, Li Fan guided the ambassador toward their inventory. Li Fan recited the manifest with calm authority. 16 pairs of green jade, 23 coral pieces, 46 night luminary pearls, and 3 measures of star-sea quicksand. The ambassador stopped dead. What did you say? Show me. He lifted a single grain of the star-sea quicksand. His eyes widened in shock. A mere speck weighed at least 50 grams. In his palm it felt impossibly dense. He gently placed the meteorite back, his hands trembling slightly. Excellent. Truly excellent. Manager Yin Fortune smiles upon you to acquire such a rarity. Li Fan and Yuzhen exchanged a knowing glance. The intel was flawless. They had hooked the big fish. Delighted with the transaction and knowing this was their final farewell, Ambassador Wu extended a rare invitation. Please join me aboard the Chamber's flagship as my honored guests. After a lavish banquet, he led them to his personal vault. These are curiosities I've collected across the seas, he boasted. Some are priceless cities in a box, others rare oddities with unknown uses. If anything catches your eye, consider it a parting gift. Choose freely. Yuzhen's eyes sparkled like stars. Heavens with my danger. Intuition guiding me, I'm like a starving mouse falling into a rice bin. Li Fan suppressed a sigh. Mortal trinkets. Worthless. But seeing her excitement, he decided to play along. Very well. The ambassador smiled. You have the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. She crouched by a pile of jewels. Uncle Li, look at this jade bracelet, isn't it exquisite? Li Fan nodded politely. The craftsmanship is adequate. After 300 years of reincarnation loops, mortal riches meant nothing to him. If it wasn't related to awakening Manhwa powers or cultivation, it was trash. Suddenly, his expression froze. A jolt of shock hit him. System alert. A holographic screen flashed before his eyes. Detectable energy source found. Heaven and Earth. Wonder the Ocean Pearl. Initiate absorption. Li Fan was thunderstruck. A Heaven and Earth wonder. And it's still in its gestation phase. It hasn't even fully formed yet. Calm down, he commanded himself. I cannot reveal its value. He feigned indifference, browsing random trinkets, refusing to even glance at the Ocean Pearl until the very last second. Yuzhen hugged a scroll, looking at him with concern. Uncle, aren't you going to choose anything? The ambassador is rarely this generous. Miss this chance and you'll regret it. Ambassador Wu walked over, clapping Li Fan on the shoulder. Manager Yin is right. Entering a treasure mountain and leaving empty-handed, that would be an insult to my hospitality. Li Fan bowed slightly. If you insist, I shall follow your advice. I will take these 2. The ambassador laughed heartily. The elder has sharp eyes. That jade statue comes from a primitive tribe in the desolate north. It was worshipped for millennia. It possesses a mystical ability to calm the mind and strengthen the body. Li Fan casually lifted the dull sphere. And this one? The ambassador blinked, unimpressed. That just a bauble I bought from a fisherman on Floating Cloud Island. Li Fan concealed a smirk. The trade concluded, the chamber got their goods. Yuzhen got gold. But the real prize was in his pocket. On the return voyage, despite her massive profit, Yuzhen looked defeated. Li Fan observed her gloom. "Are you worried about the future of the pavilion?" She slumped. "Exactly. Without the chamber, we've lost our lifeline to the outside world. Why would they abandon the Pine Cloud Sea so suddenly?" He gazed at the approaching island. "When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a path. Do not fret." Upon landing, he immediately retreated to his listening tower. Alone, Li Fan inspected the orb. "I only went to verify the meteorite sand. To think I'd stumble upon this a true windfall. But what makes this system-flagged item so special, Ocean Pearl? Does it literally contain an entire ocean within its shell?" Suddenly, a frantic knocking shattered the silence. Li Fan's eyes narrowed. "It's not even dawn. Who dares disturb me?" Killer intent flared. He drew a dagger, voice cold as ice. "Who's there?" A familiar, panicked voice replied. "Li Fan, it's me." Recognizing Xiao Hung, Li Fan unbolted the door. "Get in, talk." The young man stumbled inside, unable to wait. "Disaster, Li Fan. Our secret is out. Someone leaked that we illegally crossed over from the mortal realm." Xiao Heng gasped for air. "I don't know the source, but the whole island is buzzing. They know we aren't natives of this cultivation world. They know the pavilion smuggled us. Rumor has it the Immortal Master is furious and demands a purge." Li Fan stroked his beard, his mind calculating rapidly. After a pause, he spoke calmly. "Relax. This is not a catastrophe." Xiao Hung stared at him, bewildered. "How can you say that? Think, boy. If that immortal truly wanted us dead, our heads would already be rolling on the floor. Why would they let rumors spread long enough for us to hear them? This isn't about us. The enemy is targeting the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Without wasting another second, Li Fan strode out to confront the crisis. At the pavilion, Yuzhen nodded grimly. "It's a pressure tactic. The island's factions figured out we forged the Star Sea quicksand rumors. Jealousy breeds enemies. They claim we smuggle mortals to ruin our reputation." Li Fan's eyes glinted with a plan. "The solution is simple. They don't want justice. They want a slice of the pie. We just need to feed them. Since we hold the upper hand and have gathered enough resources, sacrificing a small portion is a strategic move. Let the dogs fight over the scraps. They will surely tear each other apart before long." 3 days later, the Sky Treasure Pavilion encountered the ruling force of Glazed Island. Terms were set. The pavilion agreed to hand over a portion of the Starsea quicksand, but demanded materials of equal value in exchange. Furthermore, the distribution of the quicksand was left entirely to the local families. However, one condition was non-negotiable: a guaranteed spot in the body-cleansing spirit pool for the pavilion. Negotiations concluded swiftly. After paying a price of several dozen meteor stones, the Sky Treasure Pavilion successfully extricated itself from the vortex of conflict. Xiao Heng couldn't stop praising him. "Li Fan, you're truly incredible." As for the gossip about their sea crossing, it vanished without a trace within a single day. Time flowed like water, and the day of the spirit pool's opening finally arrived. Wu Zhen looked at him, urgency and excitement burning in her eyes. "Uncle, take this dust-severing pill quick." Li Fan had waited an eternity for this moment. Today, he would purge his mortal filth and officially step onto the path of cultivation. Swallowing the pill Wu Zhen provided and following expert guidance, Li Fan stepped into the great formation at the center of Glazed Island. A total of 13 people entered the circle. Aside from him, every single one was a teenager. In the blink of an eye, the world around them warped. The noisy market dissolved, replaced instantly by the silence of deep mountains. Ancient trees towered around them, and distant peaks rose like jagged teeth against the horizon. Looking up, the summit was lost in a thick shroud of mist. The group began their ascent up the stone steps. 2 hours passed without rest. These youths possessed extraordinary constitutions, not even breaking a sweat. Li Fan, however, was a different story. Age had taken its toll. Gasping for air like a dying fish, he barely managed to keep from being left behind. Another hour passed before they finally conquered the summit. The peak was merely a small plot of land, barely enough room for them to stand without crowding. This mountain stood supreme above all others. Surrounding them was a boundless sea of clouds, boiling and churning with the wind, revealing lower peaks like isolated islands in a white ocean. Seeing everyone assembled, an immortal master descended. This was the guardian of Glazed Island, Master Ha. The group chanted in unison, "Greetings, immortal master." The scenery was breathtaking, truly worthy of a holy land. It was a spectacle none had ever witnessed, making their blood boil with anticipation. Master Ha walked to the edge, gazing at the sky as he reminisced. "When I first came to Glazed Island, this mountain was merely a stump buried beneath the sea of clouds. Did you know that mountains in this world are like people? They grow taller over time." A young boy gasped. "Is that really true? Are these great peaks actually living beings?" Master Ha looked into the distance, preaching the Tao. "Some mountains look tall, but their destiny is spent. They will never rise another inch. Others may seem like mere mounds of dirt today, but possess infinite potential. Who knows if in 1,000 years they might become pillars, holding up the heavens, just like this Shaowei mountain beneath our feet. Decades ago it was insignificant. Now it looks down upon the lesser peaks. Of course, most are like those mountains drowning under the clouds, destined to be background scenery, forever looking up at the peaks above. He paused, his voice heavy with meaning. If mountains are so, are humans any different? Today, you are fortunate enough to enter the spirit pool to wash away your mortal dust. But can you truly step onto the immortal path? Do you have the hope to grasp the great Tao of immortality? Your future achievements depend entirely on your own fortune. Regardless of what comes next, give everything you have today. Go now. Suddenly, a curious boy asked, Master Ha, where is the body-cleansing spirit pool? Without a word, he pointed toward the horizon. Right there. Another boy scoffed. Is the master joking with us? Master Ha simply sighed and gently circulated his energy. Instantly, a terrifying pressure descended. Before the others could react, wails of agony filled the air. Master, spare us, we dare not question you again. Master Ha's eyes were sharp as blades. Let this be your first lesson on the path of cultivation. Having sharp eyes is crucial. Weigh carefully what should be said and what must remain unspoken. Do not wait until your body perishes and your Tao crumbles to regret not listening to me today. Among them, only Li Fan remained standing tall. With that, he stepped off the cliff, placing his foot onto the empty air as if it were solid ground. Li Fan stepped out his feet, treading lightly on the void. He walked with leisurely grace, yet a terrifying aura began to radiate from him. Li Fan continued forward, leaving behind the youths who were bowing in fear. He Zheng Hao silently appraised him. His mental state is superb. It is a pity his age is so advanced. Thinking this, he watched Li Fan figure soar into the sky. He turned back to the trembling group. He has already entered the spirit pool. The earlier you enter, the more spiritual liquid you claim. Go. The crowd obeyed, shouting, yes, before rushing into the sea of clouds. The white clouds swirled around Li Fan, condensing into a milky spiritual liquid that cocooned him. Instead of suffocating, he felt an immense warmth and comfort. It was like returning to the mother's womb. Li Fan's mind began to drift into total relaxation. But then the warmth turned to scorching heat, and the heat turned to boiling fury. Boiling turned to a blazing inferno. A thermal current hot as magma rampaged through his body, tearing, destroying, and gouging out every inch of his nerves. This agony was far beyond what a mortal could endure. Instinctively, Li Fan wanted to summon Huan Zhen to reset everything in this awakening Manhwa scenario. But even as his body felt torn asunder, he roared with determination. 300 years of desperate searching. Was it not all for this very moment? No matter what, I will never give up. I will cultivate. I want eternal life. The pain was like 1,000 knives dismembering his soul and grinding it into dust. His consciousness began to fade. Even at this critical juncture, the obsession in his heart kept Li Fan from activating his cheat. Survival instinct completely took over his conscious mind. The black-yellow heart-clearing mantra began to operate at that exact moment. His consciousness found an anchor and began to solidify and grow even while in a trance-like state. He became like a reef in the ocean, standing firm no matter how violently the waves crashed against him. Time flew by. 3 days later, He Jinghao stood on the cliff gazing into the spirit pool. He mused, of the 12 who entered, 11 have emerged. 4 succeeded, 7 failed. Now only 1 person remains inside. The older a mortal gets, the deeper the curse of mortality bites. The filth of the mundane world fuses with their very marrow, becoming inseparable from their soul. The spiritual cleansing pool works through total annihilation. It shatters the body to purge the miasma, then rebuilds it with regenerative force. The agony is beyond human comprehension, leaving even he, Zheng Hao, in awe. To endure such destruction for 3 whole days at his age, his willpower is nothing short of terrifying. If he survives this awakening Manhwa ritual, reaching the Foundation Establishment realm will be child's play. He might even touch the legendary Golden Core realm. Time flowed like water, and just like that, another 3 days vanished. Anxiety gnawed at Zheng Hao. If not for the steady rhythm of the old man's life force, he would have smashed through the barriers to see what the hell was happening inside. Yet 3 more days passed in silence. He Zheng Hao unease grew into dread. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. This pool was a masterpiece of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. It shouldn't be malfunctioning. But could a mere mortal truly endure the cleansing for this long? A shadow of regret crossed He Zheng Hao's face. 9 days. The spirit materials fueling the formation were running on fumes. If the array failed now, well, that was just the kid's bad luck. It had nothing to do with He Zheng Hao. Still, with a will of steel like that, if he succeeds, he muttered to himself. Forget it, I'll gamble on him. This Manhwa recap might just turn into the origin story of a monster. Zheng Hao waved his hand, sacrificing a portion of his own power reserve. I was saving this for myself, kid. You better not make me regret this investment. 2 more days passed. Finally, the array sealing Li Fan flashed with blinding light before fading away. After 11 days of torture, Li Fan emerged exhausted, but reborn. Zheng Hao welcomed him with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, young friend. You have shed your mortal coil and grasped the hope of immortality." Li Fan blinked, confused. Why was this exalted immortal acting so friendly? Zheng Hao laughed. "You have no idea, do you? You were in that trance for 11 days. The array's original fuel burned out long ago. I had to dip into my own pockets to keep the formation running for you." Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes went wide. "What did you say?" Zheng Hao nodded. "Surprising, right? Let me tell you 3 days ago." But Li Fan wasn't listening. His eyes were glued to the translucent blue screen floating before him. He couldn't believe it. His physiological lifespan had smashed past the 100-year limit. It was like the stats screen of a leveling manhwa where his psychological age had doubled to over 2,000 years. While the cultivator rambled on, Li Fan was lost in the system logs. Why had the mysterious yellow calming mantra evolved into the mysterious yellow heart-refining mantra? Now wasn't the time to analyze it. He'd study the changes later. Li Fan bowed deeply. "Thank you, immortal master. Li Fan will never forget this grace. I swear to repay you in the future." Zheng Hao waved it off. "No need for such words. The path of immortality is treacherous. I only did what I could to smooth the road for you." Zheng Hao handed him a manual. "Now that the filth is gone, you must sense the heaven and earth qi, guide it into your body. If you can condense even a single thread of spiritual energy, you will officially enter the qi refining realm. This 5-spirit sensing method is the ultimate guide compiled by generations of masters. Study it with your life, and take this dust cleansing charm. You must keep it on you at all times before you successfully channel qi." Zheng Hao's expression turned serious. "You still dwell in the mortal realm. Prolonged contact with ordinary humans will inevitably corrupt your body with miasma again. This charm will shield you from that pollution, but its power is finite. It will only hold out for about 5 years. Once you break through to the qi refining stage, find me. I will take you to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance headquarters here in the Cloud Pine Sea, the 10,000 Immortals Island." Clutching his treasures, Li Fan descended the mountain. Zheng Hao had drilled every detail of the qi guiding process into his head. After watching Li Fan disappear into the distance, Zheng Hao sighed. This mountain's potential is tapped out. It is time to find a new peak. Zheng Hao shot into the sky. His cultivation technique was the unique sitting mountain art. Its greatest power lay in the principle of reaping without sowing. He would choose a spirit mountain sit at its peak and circulate his energy. Over a few years, his aura would fuse perfectly with the land itself. As the mountain rose in power, so did he. But there was another secret. Helping others like his investment in Li Fan also fed the technique. If Li Fan managed to reach the qi refining stage, the karmic feedback would surge back to Zheng Hao, boosting his own cultivation base. It wasn't stealing power. It was the ancient principle: when one attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The more he invested, the greater the harvest. That was why he was so generous to promising juniors. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and gold as Li Fan finally returned home. Back at the Ting Yu Pavilion, Li Fan made sure he was unseen. He immediately sat down to test the mysterious yellow heart-refining mantra. The difference was night and day. The original calming mantra required half an hour of meditation just to settle his turbulent thoughts. But this new heart-refining mantra, in a mere heartbeat, Li Fan's mind became as clear and still as a polished mirror. Not only that, he could feel his spiritual strength growing, swelling with power every single minute he maintained the technique. Li Fan fell into deep thought. Why did the mantra mutate inside him into this god-tier ability? Celestial laws usually clash. So does this heart-refining mantra even count as a standard cultivation method? He was just one step away from becoming a true immortal, and now he had this cheat-like ability in his arsenal. This felt like a classic system manhwa start. Li Fan was floating on Cloud 9. But a few days later, a letter arrived that brought him back to Earth. Xiaoheng had already succeeded in guiding qi and was waiting at 10,000 Immortals Island. Xiaoheng's request in the letter was laughably simple. "I just want a decent house and a job where I don't have to sweat too much." The absurdity of it made Li Fan gasp. "What the hell?" Xiaoheng wrote plainly. "I have absolutely zero interest in cultivating immortality." Li Fan frowned, completely baffled. The memories were fresh. It hadn't been long since Xiaoheng had purged the miasma from his body. And yet he had instantly broken through to the qi refining stage. Li Fan read the letter over and over, refusing to accept this reality. It turned out that after Li Fan comforted him that day, Xiaoheng had been paralyzed by fear. When he closed his eyes, he saw a nightmare. An immortal descending from the heavens, slaughtering every living soul in the lie world. Desperate for a peaceful slumber and driven by the hunger to become an immortal, he dedicated his soul to cultivating the mystic yellow heart mantra. The results were shocking. In less than 1 month, he purged every ounce of poisonous miasma from his body, and after a single deep sleep, he successfully guided qi into his core. But his newfound strength was terrifying. A simple, playful embrace nearly crushed his maid's bones, confirming that he had crossed the line. Mortal and immortal were now worlds apart. Meanwhile, outside the spirit pool, He Jung-hao ran into Xiaoheng, and a wave of bitter regret instantly washed over the elder. I wasted my precious resources building a bond with that old man, he thought, gritting his teeth. I should have saved them for this kid. His talent is 100 times more terrifying. Convinced that Xiaoheng was a diamond in the rough, He Jung-hao led him away. But not before Xiaoheng left a heartfelt letter. Brother, I only survived today because of your protection. I hear you've cleansed the toxins. I'll go ahead and wait for your magnificent arrival at 10,000 Immortals Island. When we meet again, I will brave 10,000 deaths to serve you. As Li Fan read the letter, cold sweat poured down his face like rain. Was this the legendary, heaven-defying prodigy? Without any external help, Xiaoheng had accidentally broken through to the Qi condensation realm on his own. Li Fan gazed at the spirit sphere in his hand and smirked. So, what if he's a genius? In this system Manhwa, my weapon is the truth, the power to reset my life infinitely. With the truth in hand, I can crush any so-called prodigy. With his confidence restored, he dove back into the ancient texts. The priority was to master Qi condensation using the 5 spirits sensing method, gifted by He Jung-hao. The book revealed the cruel history of spiritual roots. It spoke of the standard 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the mutated variants like thunder, wind, and darkness. Spiritual roots were a lottery won at birth. Only those blessed by the heavens could sense the laws of the universe and ascend to godhood. But mortals were as numerous as grains of sand, while those with roots were rare gems. For most, immortality was a desperate dream forever out of reach. It was a cruel injustice until an ancient immortal descended, pitying the hopeless masses and teaching them a forbidden path to longevity. The immortal declared, "If I want to be a god, I beg no one. If heaven refuses, I take it by force." This path was a rebellion against the very laws of nature. The book slipped from Li Fan's trembling fingers and hit the floor with a thud. It was a terrifying realization, like a twist in a dark awakening manhwa. The method of cultivation in this world was completely twisted compared to his expectations. No wonder everything felt so wrong since he met the cultivators here. The heavenly Tao of this world harbored a deep malice toward cultivators. Laws clashed and fallen masters exploded into phenomena that lit up the sky for thousands of miles. Even the mortal barrier acted like a poison to them, and the grotesque anomalies inside mortal bodies proved that the world rejected their existence. Li Fan's face went dark as he muttered the creed. Defy the laws of heaven and earth to prove eternal life. He turned to the section on the 5 spirits method. Since mortals couldn't naturally absorb qi, they had to nurture their own 5 spirits, forcibly plunder the world's energy, and refine it to break through. These 5 spirits were actually the 5 primal human emotions: greed, fear, wrath, hatred, and ego. Emotions that were inexhaustible and hidden deep within the soul. This technique used those raw emotions as fuel, burning them in the dantian to cultivate the artificial root of heaven and earth. Once this root was formed, it acted as a bridge, allowing the cultivator to violently tear spiritual energy from the atmosphere and claim it as their own. A genius could form this root in a single day and night, stepping instantly onto the path of immortality. Even a talentless dullard could grind for 10 years to achieve it. Yet 3 years had passed, and Li Fan had failed to gather a single wisp of qi. The 5 spirits method required intense emotions as fuel to forge the root. But because he practiced the heart-cleansing mantra, his emotions were suppressed. He was too calm. Realizing stagnation was death, he decided to leave his seclusion. As Li Fan strolled to clear his mind, a voice called out from behind. "Elder Li." It was Zhang Haoba bowing with a respectful smile. "It's been too long." Li Fan recognized the rugged face. "It has been years. How have you been holding up lately?" Zhang Haoba scratched his head, grinning. "Thanks to you, our fleet has been hauling in a fortune. Your legendary reputation brings tons of young blood to our crew, and our status on the island has skyrocketed." But then Zhang Haoba's expression darkened. "However, my brothers and I are planning to leave Glass Island." Li Fan frowned. "Business is good. Why run away now?" Zhang Haoba dropped his voice, hiding nothing. "To be honest, Elder, the sea has been acting strangely. We've seen things. Lately, every time we cast a net, we pull up thousands of pounds of fish. 9 out of 10 casts are overflowing. And it's every species mixed together, as if all the creatures of the deep are fleeing from something terrifying. Also, the reefs around the island. They're rising. I know the tides change every year, but this water level drop is unnatural. The boys are spooked, and frankly so am I." Zhang Haoba's face turned pale as he continued. "And the scariest part, for 3 years there hasn't been a single storm. Not just here, but in the entire Pine Cloud Sea." Li Fan narrowed his eyes. "The storms vanished." Zhang Haoba nodded gravely. "Since the day I was born, the storms never stopped. Usually a dozen a year. But now, silence. Some fools cheer and say it's the blessing of the immortals, but my crew knows better." He furrowed his brow. "This silence is wrong. It feels like the calm before a catastrophic event. Li Fan tried to reassure him. We have the island protection array and He Jung-hao guarding us. We can handle trouble. Leaving your home is a heavy choice. Think it over carefully. Jiang Hao sighed. You're right, Elder. We will discuss it one more time. The brief conversation ended, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind as Li Fan returned to his cultivation, unaware of the shadow looming over them. Another year dissolved into history. Yin Yuzhen, having amassed terrifying power, finally returned to Night Blue Island in a blaze of glory to reclaim her rightful seat as the grand shopkeeper of the Heaven Treasure Pavilion. With Night Blue Island pacified under her iron will, she sent word of her triumph. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng frequently sent messengers his concern for Li Fan never wavering. Li Fan growth was nothing short of monstrous, already reaching the mid-stage of qi condensation. As for Zhang Haoba, he chose the path of the wanderer, leaving the Pine Cloud Sea with the Merchant Union brothers, while Li Fan remained patiently honing his blade in silence. Then, the moment of destiny arrived. A strand of pure spiritual energy from the very roots of the world surged directly into his dantian. It spread like wildfire. In his 7th year within this cultivation world, Li Fan finally shattered the barrier to the qi condensation realm. The moment he crossed that threshold, a legendary transformation began. The spiritual energy roared through his veins, silently purging the decay of age and rewriting his very biology. Decades dissolved from his face. His wrinkles vanished, replaced by skin as resilient as jade. He had achieved true rejuvenation. Li Fan could now command the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shaping it to his will. With this breakthrough, his mortality was rewritten, his lifespan extended to a staggering 199 years. This is the ultimate goal of a leveling manhwa, to defy death itself. The system identified him simply Li Fan. Yet the 5-spirit sensing technique hinted at a dark truth. While his life far exceeded immortals, it was still heavily suppressed compared to the godlike cultivators of the ancient era. Without hesitation, he summoned the heavenly secret jade scroll from the Taiyan sphere. A nascent soul rank technique with 0 current practitioners, a lost art waiting to be rediscovered. Now that he was a true cultivator, Li Fan's hunger for knowledge was insatiable. He pushed his senses into the jade scroll. In a split second, a tsunami of ancient runes and images crashed into his consciousness, forcibly carving their secrets into his mind. His temples throbbed, but Li Fan's spiritual accumulation was far superior to a normal rookie. He absorbed the shockwave and grasped the essence. This was the supreme inheritance of the ancient heavenly secret sect. The sect believed that the universe itself was alive. Every object, every element possessed a consciousness hidden from the naked eye. Just as a human emits murderous intent before a kill, the heavens and earth leak invisible signals, qi mechanisms before a cataclysm. When the heavens emit killing intent, stars fall and life withers. When the earth emits killing intent, oceans boil and dragons rise from the chaos. By capturing and refining these cosmic signals, one could return to the origin of all things. This golden scroll was the key to weaponizing the very breath of the universe. Once mastered, not only could he borrow the universe's wrath to obliterate enemies, but he could also decode these signals to predict the future with terrifying accuracy. The will of the heavens is vast beyond measure. Even a fraction of a percent of its power outweighs the combined strength of 100,000 cultivators. He stared at the technique, his mind racing. This art was god tier, but the path was treacherous. To nurture killing intent within one's own soul, using the vibrancy of spring to mask death. To expose one's fragile mind to the overwhelming consciousness of the world was a recipe for self-destruction. One slip and his soul would be erased. Li Fan fell into deep thought. Theoretically, the peak of this art meant merging with the universe, becoming the Tao itself. Tragically, even the ancient sect masters stalled at the nascent soul stage, unable to handle the infinite truth. Li Fan stared at the spiritual sphere, a confident smirk curving his lips. With the real capability resetting his mistakes, the risks of this awakening manhwa technique meant nothing to him. However, choosing a main path could wait. Now that he had awakened his power, it was time to see what the 10,000 Immortals Island truly looked like. Without delay, he approached He Jung-hao. The guardian spoke calmly, his back turned. The spiritual energy on the island shifted. I knew the moment you ascended. It took time, but you crossed the line. He Jung-hao turned, his gaze piercing. You're here to depart for the 10,000 Immortals Island, aren't you? Li Fan bowed respectfully. Correct. My ties to the mortal world are severed. I am ready. Hearing this, He Jung-hao warped instantly to Li Fan's side, hand on his shoulder. Good. Then we leave now. In a heartbeat, gravity lost its hold and they shot into the heavens. He Jung-hao channeled his spirit energy, commanding the sky itself. A pillar of light erupted. With a wave of his hand, he tore the firmament open, a massive force slicing the blue sky in two. The energy beam pierced the horizon, driving straight into the sun. The celestial body groaned and split apart, revealing a swirling vortex of energy at its core. Li Fan's eyes widened in shock. Impossible, did the sun just crack open? Move. He Zhenghao commanded, dragging Li Fan into the solar core. Moments later, they stepped out of the blinding light into a new world. Before them stood a titan, a colossal statue surrounded by thousands of smaller effigies bowing in eternal reverence. He Zhenghao gazed up at the stone giant, his voice filled with solemnity. This is the Dharma Transmission Square, built to honor the Immortal Venerable's first teaching. Every stronghold of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance possesses such a monument. Flight is restricted here, but remember the golden rule: never ascend higher than the statue. Do so, and the Grand Array will identify you as a threat. It doesn't matter if you're a nascent Soul Grandmaster, you will be obliterated instantly. So unless you have a death wish, keep your feet on the ground. As they walked, He Zhenghao whispered the survival laws of the island. Li Fan etched every word into his heart. In this Manhwa recap, ignorance meant death. They passed through a living tunnel of woven vines, emerging into a serene emerald forest, where an ancient towering mirror dominated the clearing. Behold the sky, profound mirror, He Zhenghao announced. The surface rippled as cultivators stepped out from the glass, while others vanished into its depths, traversing unknown distances in a blink. He Zhenghao expression darkened. Legend says before the Immortal Venerable descended, this was merely a common mirror. But after reflecting the divine form of the Venerable during his sermon, it gained consciousness. It began to learn, evolving from a mundane object into a supreme heavenly spirit treasure. It now manages the entire alliance, and listen closely, it holds grudges. Watch your tongue. With that ominous warning, he grabbed Li Fan and plunged into the glass. The world dissolved. They stood in a private dimension, an endless void where darkness and nothingness reigned supreme. He Zhenghao addressed the empty darkness, his voice echoing. New recruit present. He is here to officially join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. A voice from the depths of the mirror resonated, cold and ancient. Entry-level Qi refining cultivator detected. Medium merit recorded. 50 contribution points awarded. Current balance, 920 points. Having settled everything, He Zhenghao prepared to depart. Since you have arrived safely, Li Fan, my mind is at ease. If you have questions, ask the Tianshuan mirror directly. I have duties guarding the island and cannot linger. Li Fan bowed respectfully. My gratitude, senior. The divine artifact's voice thundered once more. Spirit consciousness fluctuation detected. Independent dimension generated. Cultivator, state your true name. Li Fan replied concisely. Li Fan. The mirror processed the data instantly. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a newcomer benefit, you are freely granted 20 contribution points. These points are your lifeline. You may exchange them for spirit stones, cultivation manuals, and magical treasures. To earn them, you must submit resources, complete missions, or trade with others. Furthermore, if you encounter obstacles beyond your strength, you may spend points to issue a bounty. Your current total is 20 points. As a new initiate of the Wanxian Alliance, you are granted sanctuary within the Tianshuan Mirror for 30 days. Once that time expires, you must pay points to continue your residence. The cost of living is 10 points for every 30 days. Naturally, you may also choose to spend points to purchase your own immortal cave upon the Wanxian Island. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of Li Fan's lips. He looked the artifact dead in the eye. If I cannot survive here, can I choose to defect and join the Five Olds Association? The question made even the mechanical voice of the mirror pause. It resumed with a heavier tone. The law is absolute. Once you join the Wanxian Alliance, you cannot join the Five Olds Association. The reverse is also true. Violation results in joint execution by both factions. There is no escape. Li Fan countered smoothly. Wait. I never verbally agreed to join your alliance, did I? The mirror's reply was immediate. The moment you stepped into the Tianshuan mirror and left your spirit imprint, your voluntary join was sealed. Li Fan pressed on. Then can I choose to sever ties with the alliance, refuse the association, and walk the path of a rogue cultivator? The voice droned. Permissible. However, if you choose to leave, all assets obtained within the alliance will be forcibly stripped from your soul. Please choose wisely. Satisfied with the interrogation, Li Fan nodded. I have no further questions for now. The Tianshuan mirror acknowledged. Understood, cultivator. Call upon me whenever new questions arise or access the database directly through your spirit consciousness. Taking the mirror at its word, Li Fan realized this spatial dimension bent to his will. With a thought, the void twisted and shifted, transforming into a humble ancient chamber. The decor was identical to the Grand Preceptor's estate. Every item, every shadow was a perfect replica of his memories. Li Fan silently marveled. This Tianshuan mirror is truly a heaven-defying artifact. Through his earlier questions, he had grasped the brutal reality of this place. Everything, techniques, materials, power, could be bought. But the simplest Qi refining manual cost 1,000 contribution points. He opened the mission board. Early stage tasks offered a measly 5 or 10 points. Li Fan sighed at the grind ahead. Even in the immortal world, poverty is the ultimate enemy. The mirror interrupted his thoughts. New transmission received. Please verify. Li Fan frowned. I just arrived on Wanxian Island. Who could possibly be looking for me? A hologram materialized, revealing a familiar face. Li Fan, you finally made it. It was Xiaoheng. I received your care back on Liuli Island and left without saying goodbye. The guilt has weighed on me. Li Fan watched the projection. It really was Xiaoheng, the young prodigy. Xiaoheng continued earnestly. Cultivation techniques are rare treasures in this world. Newcomers often grind for 1 or 2 years just to afford a basic manual. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I was in the same boat, but fortune favored me. I broke through to the late stage a year ago, and now I have reached perfection. I am heading to the central Cloud Sea, to the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. I must find a heaven and earth treasure to build my Tao foundation. It will be a dangerous journey. I may not return for years. Wanxian Island sits in the Tung Cloud Sea, where water qi is abundant. Water attribute arts are strongest here. Before I leave, I have transferred a technique to you. Li Fan, cultivate diligently. Do not leave the safety of the island until you break through to the middle stage. When I return, we shall drink to our reunion. Li Fan looked down at the little divination water art in his hand. A gentle smile touched his lips. That stupid kid, Li Fan mused. His cultivation realm far surpasses mine, yet he still honors the debts of the past. His character is truly rare in this cutthroat world. Aside from the water art, he also left me the Grand Origin True Scripture. Quan Hong once said this technique allows one to disperse their cultivation at will without damaging their foundation. I will master the water art first, to blend in, then find an excuse to leave the island before practicing the True Scripture. The high-level cultivators might not notice an ant like me, but caution is the way of survival. While my free trial in the Tianshuan mirror lasts, I must master this water art. As he began, Li Fan discovered the true cheat code of the mirror. By spending contribution points, one could activate Assist Mode. In this mode, the spiritual energy density skyrocketed. It was several times more potent than the outside world, rivaling the most legendary grotto heavens. Simultaneously, the mirror granted the enlightened state. His comprehension sharpened, making the most complex techniques feel as simple as breathing. This super cultivation state gave Li Fan an illusion of godhood. He was a genius. It was sheer ecstasy, a feeling he never wanted to leave. When he finally snapped out of the trance, the withdrawal was jarring. The speed in assist mode was 30 times faster than his solitary efforts. The gap was devastating. He desperately wanted to buy another day, but with only 10 points left, he forced himself to stop. Exhaustion was written all over Li Fan's face, but his eyes burned with a predator's greed. This treasure. One day it will be mine. With that resolve, he dove back into training. But not yet. I am too weak. The mirror is the foundation of the alliance. It is not something I can touch. I need points. I need power. Now I understand why the mirror offers this assist mode. Once a cultivator tastes the speed of this system, Manhwa cheat, they can never return to mediocrity. Rather than wasting years in bitter solitude, they will slave away for points just to feel that power again. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance. They truly know how to squeeze a cultivator dry. Sure, contribution points are necessary, but compared to grinding missions, I need a shortcut. If I retrieve the heavenly treasure from the Taiyan orb that fragmented Steely, I could swap it for a massive amount of points. After the reset using Return to Truth, the Steely will come back, but my cultivation base will remain. Li Fan scanned the mission board, his mind racing with calculations. But first, I need a legitimate reason to leave the 10,000 Immortals Island before I can access the Taiyan orb safely. Every inch of this island is likely under the surveillance of the Heavenly Mystery Mirror. If I attract the gaze of a supreme being, I'm dead. Rumor has it the Return to Truth technique can turn reality into nothingness, but it requires my conscious will. If a high-level cultivator locks down my soul before I can react, it's game over. No matter the potential gain, caution is my absolute Tao. Suddenly, Li Fan paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His eyes locked onto a specific request on the board. It was a mission regarding glazed beads. A faint smile played on his lips. The Alchemy Hall needed someone to travel to Glazed Island and harvest at least 20 beads. The reward scales with quality and quantity. For someone in my position, this mission isn't just good. It's destiny. To keep the Taiyan orb hidden, he spent 5 contribution points on the lowest grade storage ring available. Then, spending 1 more point, he activated the teleportation array to Glazed Island. Upon arriving at the Glazed Manor, he was greeted by Qian, the man in charge of the island's finances. Qian offered a small pouch with a trembling hand. Reporting to the Immortal Master, the island only has 23 glazed beads remaining. This is everything we've managed to gather recently. If you need more, I'm afraid you'll have to wait another 6 months to a year. Li Fan took the pouch, feigning shock. Oh, did something happen? Qian bowed his head, his voice filled with dread. I dare not hide it from you. Due to overfishing, the glazed fish schools are dwindling rapidly. We need to let nature recover before we can harvest again. Li Fan silently absorbed the energy from the beads into his system. I understand the situation. Back in the privacy of the listening rain pavilion, he summoned the Taiyan orb. Swiftly, he transferred the gold, silver, and the fragmented stele into his new storage ring. With the evidence hidden, he headed back to the teleportation array, ready to return to the main island. Suddenly a voice cut through the air from behind. "Little friend, please hold on a moment." It was He Zhenghao. He smiled warmly. "No need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask, would you be interested in a job as an island guardian? Of course not here on Glazed Island, but on Taiyan Island to the west. The current guardian there is a close friend of mine. He's hit a bottleneck in his cultivation and wants to travel to find a breakthrough, but he can't leave his post unmanned. He asked me for a recommendation, and seeing you here, I thought you might be the right fit." Li Fan pondered the offer. "To guard an island usually requires one to be at the foundation establishment stage. I am merely at the early qi condensation stage. Is that really acceptable?" He Zhenghao waved his hand dismissively. "It's not an official appointment. My friend is issuing a personal commission for you to temporarily take his place. Besides, Tai'an isn't a massive territory. It has a grand defensive formation. A qi condensation cultivator is more than enough to keep watch for a while. And naturally, as the middleman, I'll take a small cut of the reward." Li Fan cut to the chase. "During this temporary post, how long can I be away from the island? The defensive array cycles every 5 days. If you need to leave, just ensure you return within that window. However, you can't leave more than 3 times a year. But here's the kicker. After receiving your yearly contribution points, you can use the Heavenly Mystery Mirror to assist your cultivation for 5 days. Those 5 days are worth half a year of bitter training." Li Fan's eyes lit up. "Done. I accept the offer. But first, I must return to the 10,000 Immortals Island to turn in my current mission." He Zhenghao nodded. "Naturally, you go ahead. Once things are prepared on Taiyan Island in a few days, I'll come find you." Parting ways, Li Fan returned to the main base and submitted the glazed beads to the Heavenly Mystery Mirror. Current total contribution points 26. Because the quality of the beads varied, his final payout was 21 points. Then came the real business. He pulled the gold, silver, and the fragmented stele from his ring. Exchange for points. Moments later, the mirror displayed the verdict. The precious metals netted 235 points, but the damaged fragmented stele was worth a staggering 1,968 points. He had become rich overnight, yet Li Fan didn't rush to spend his newfound wealth. Instead, he asked the Heavenly Mystery Mirror a crucial question. "Are there any major calamities predicted for the Kongyun Sea in the near future?" The space hummed with silence. Finally, the mirror responded. "Cultivator, be at ease. Current fluctuations are natural phenomena. According to calculations, no major disasters will descend for the next 10 years. "Good," Li Fan muttered. "Now show me all information regarding the glazed pill." The interface shimmered with data. Glazed pill. A common elixir aiding the transition from qi condensation to foundation establishment. Upon consumption, the mind becomes clear as glass, granting an effect similar to sudden enlightenment. It accelerates cultivation speed and comprehension. Crucially, its effects stack with the cultivation assistance provided by the Heavenly Mystery Mirror, highly coveted by cultivators. Current market price fluctuates around 5 or 6 contribution points. Current price, 6 points. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. The glazed fish are extinct. The supply chain is broken. In a Manhwa recap like this, that means only one thing: the price is about to skyrocket. He didn't hesitate. He dropped 2,100 points and bought 350 pills in one go. Then Li Fan smiled cunningly. "Oh right, I just remembered something. The glazed fish schools have mysteriously vanished from Glazed Island." The mirror processed the intel. "Vital intelligence confirmed. Reward 1 contribution point." Li Fan stared in disbelief. 1 point. Is this system Manhwa really that stingy? Or does it know I'm hoarding the supply? It only gave me a single point. Does this Heavenly Mystery Mirror actually possess its own consciousness? However, once the intel was in the system, the market reacted with terrifying speed. The price of glazed pills began to climb instantly. It jumped from 6 points to 9. The sudden spike caught the attention of every cultivator, even those who didn't know the news yet. Word of the glazed fish extinction spread like wildfire. The panic buying began. The price surged again, hitting a terrifying 12 points per pill in the blink of an eye. 12 points. Li Fan knew not to be too greedy. To cash out quickly, he chose to sell directly back to the Heavenly Mystery Mirror. The mirror bought back his 350 pills at a high price of 10 points each, plus 3,500 points. Li Fan smirked. Greed kills, but smart trading. That's just good business. By this point, his total contribution points had soared to 3,629. The market price of the glazed glass pills skyrocketed, fueled by mass hysteria that stripped cultivators of their logic. The masses wailed in despair, realizing no pill was worth such a fortune. Once the panic subsided, the market corrected itself, stabilizing at a reasonable 8 points per pill. Seizing the moment, Li Fan swept up 100 glazed glass pills for his own use. Thanks to his market manipulation in this system Manhwa scenario, his net contribution actually rose by 600 points. Along with the pills, he secured a treasure trove of knowledge, formation dissertations, ballistics for beginners, basic chi refining, and treasure maps of the cultivation world. Whether he needed them immediately or not, he hoarded them all. Body-protecting robes, aura concealment, talismans, primary compound arrays, and standard alchemy sets he bought out the store. His spatial ring filled to the brim as his contribution points plummeted, dropping all the way down to 346. Shopping complete, Li Fan swallowed a glazed glass pill and activated the cultivation simulation model. He began channeling the little Yan water art, and immediately water attribute spiritual energy flooded the room. For the first time, he truly understood the terrifying speed of a genius. In just 5 days, Li Fan smashed through the bottleneck to the peak of the mid-chi refining stage. It was effortless, natural, and utterly addictive. Just as he stabilized his foundation, a visitation request from He Junghao chimed in. Li Fan quickly equipped the aura concealment talisman before granting access. He Junghao wasted no time. "I've smoothed things over with the Taiyan Island Guardian. I'll take you to him now. Just accept the commission. Wear this and keep your mouth shut during the meeting. Let me do the talking." He handed over a talisman, and Li Fan's eyes widened in surprise as he inspected it. Shock flashed through his mind. It was a false might talisman. If he hadn't just purchased one himself, he might have been completely oblivious to its function. Unlike the concealment charm, this talisman did the exact opposite. It projected the false aura of a high-realm cultivator. He Junghao wanted him to pose as a foundation establishment expert. After all, claiming a mere chi-refining cultivator could guard an entire island would be a laughingstock. The scheme was clear: have Li Fan impersonate a master to accept the Taiyan Guardian commission, allowing He Junghao to pocket the massive difference in pay. The wage gap between a foundation establishment expert and a chi-refining grunt was astronomical. This man was scheming and powerful, definitely not someone to trust blindly. With no other option, Li Fan equipped the false might talisman, and accepted the visitation request from the Taiyan Guardian Chu Qinggang. Chu Qinggang looked at Li Fan with satisfaction, and issued the targeted commission directly to He Junghao. The job guard Taiyan Island, while Chu sought his fortune abroad for a salary of 800 contribution points a year. He Junghao accepted the official quest, then immediately turned around and issued a subquest to Li Fan. Fortunately, He Junghao wasn't too greedy with the cut, so Li Fan grudgingly accepted. Chu Qinggang tossed a jade token to He Junghao and departed in a hurry. "This is the Taiyan Island command token. It controls the Grand Defensive Formation. Guard it with your life, little friend. Do not lose it." Li Fan took the token and followed He Junghao to the island's core. Unlike the towering peaks of Glazed Island, this place looked like a bustling mortal city. As they landed, Li Fan's eyes narrowed. The city was populated, but the inhabitants radiated a chilling, deathly yin energy. They watched a burly man rowing a boat with unnatural vigor. He Junghao smirked. "These people are the local specialty Taiyan fruits. Yes, these humans are the fruits themselves. Born within the illusion of the formation, they work, love, marry, and age, living out entire life cycles in ignorance. Consuming a ripe Taiyan fruit grants 5 years of lifespan to cultivators under the foundation establishment stage. However, the effect only works for the first fruit consumed each day. The annual tribute quota is 30 fruits. Anything beyond that is yours to keep a perk of the job. On average, you'll pocket about 2 fruits a year. In the Sky Mysterious Mirror Market, a single Taiyan fruit sells for 90 to 100 contribution points. So your compensation for this manhwa recap-worthy assignment is actually quite lucrative." Li Fan bowed respectfully. "I must thank Senior for this opportunity." Internally, however, he scoffed. The old fox was still skimming a massive cut. He Junghao waved his hand. "Think nothing of it. You hail from my jurisdiction. Helping you is my duty. Besides," his eyes sharpened, "you've already broken through to the mid-key refining stage." Li Fan didn't flinch. "Yes, I have a close friendship with Xiaoheng. Before he left, he gifted me a water attribute cultivation technique. It suits my constitution perfectly, allowing for rapid progress." Hearing this, He Junghao burst into meaningful laughter. "You are cautious, little friend, even wearing an aura concealment talisman. If my own technique wasn't special, I might have been fooled. Prudence is a virtue in this world. I just didn't expect you to have such a deep connection with Xiaoheng that he would entrust you with a technique. Xiaoheng is a monstrous talent. He's approaching foundation establishment in just a few years. His future holds the golden core, perhaps even the legendary nascent soul stage. Being in his good graces is a massive stroke of luck for you." Li Fan nodded humbly. "Meeting you was also my good fortune, Senior." He Junghao grinned. "Well said. Look, a fruit has just ripened. Let me demonstrate the harvest." They stepped into the illusion and witnessed a scene straight out of a nightmare. A family wept in agony, their faces twisted with grief around a male corpse that had already begun to rot. Li Fan approached, detecting a bizarre, sweet fragrance rising from the putrefying flesh. This was the ripe fruit. He Zhenghao stepped forward, his finger glowing as he tapped the corpse's forehead. Instantly, the body levitated, contorting and condensing into a blood-red fruit hovering in midair. The grieving family was bathed in a strange green light, snapping them out of their trance with confused expressions. Li Fan watched them wander off, whispering, "What a grotesque harvest." He Zhenghao plucked the fruit. "You've never tasted one, have you? Go ahead, try it." Li Fan stared at the crimson orb. It seemed to pulse, whispering to his instincts. The aroma grew intoxicating, triggering a primal, ravenous hunger deep within his gut. Unable to resist, he devoured the Taiyan fruit in a single bite. The gnawing hunger vanished instantly, replaced by the satisfaction of a royal feast. He checked his return to truth interface. Incredible, his physiological lifespan limit had jumped by 50 years. Li Fan exhaled sharply. This longevity treasure is extraordinary, though its form before ripening is disturbing. He Zhenghao chuckled darkly. The Taiyan fruit is formed from the essence of human lives. Naturally, it looks like a human. Suddenly, all color drained from his face. "That thing I just ate, was it human?" His companion's voice cut in sternly. "Taiyan is a fruit type. It is emphatically not a person. To understand why, we must trace back the bloodline of Taiyan. 500 years ago, this was just an ordinary island. But then one fateful day, reality itself warped. That's Taiyan Island, right? Come to think of it, we haven't seen anyone sail out from there in ages. Strange, isn't it?" Mortals from the surrounding isles noticed the eerie silence. Driven by fatal curiosity, a few brave souls steered their boats toward Taiyan to investigate, but it was a one-way trip into the abyss. No one returned. Sensing the growing darkness, the locals rushed to report the anomaly to the island guardian of that era. The guardian was a golden core master, a powerhouse of his time. Yet even with his immense strength, what he witnessed on Taiyan Island plunged him into absolute terror. Every single mortal had vanished into thin air. In their place, the bustling city had been devoured by a primordial forest that sprouted overnight. Hanging from the twisted branches were fruits shaped exactly like human heads. When the wind whispered through the leaves, the faces on the fruits would curl into bone-chilling smiles. Once the Golden Core Guardian recovered from the shock, he descended to search the city. Not a single survivor remained. The entire population had been transmuted into these grotesque, human-faced fruits. But what caused this demonic transformation, even the Golden Core Master was baffled. Helpless, he could only escalate the horror to the higher authorities. The Wangxian Alliance dispatched investigators, but their findings remained a sealed secret. Eventually, the demon trees were felled, and Taiyan Island was terraformed back to its original state. The Alliance established a great array to seal the area, and appointed guardians to harvest the crop. Those human-shaped fruits continued to grow within the barrier, as if the tragedy never happened. Li Fan wiped his mouth, a complex expression on his face. "So, in essence, this Taiyan fruit really is people." He Zhenghao immediately countered. "How can you call that a person? They possess no soul, no consciousness. They merely exist on instinct. At most, they are just lingering obsessions of what used to be human." Li Fan's eyes narrowed dangerously. The line between man and resource was too thin. But whether Taiyan fruits were human or not became irrelevant once cultivators discovered they could extend life. Forget a fruit that looks like a human. In this ruthless world, if eating a real person granted immortality, they wouldn't escape the dinner plate either. From that day forward, Li Fan took up the mantle of the Taiyan Island Guardian. Truth be told, it was a dangerously comfortable job. He poured all his time into cultivation. After mastering the basics, Li Fan decided to tackle the legendary Celestial Mystery Jade chapter. The ancient technique from the Celestial Mystery sect was notoriously cryptic. It was leagues apart from the little water art he practiced before, like comparing a bicycle to a fighter jet. And so, an entire year drifted by. Li Fan's comprehension of the Celestial Mystery Jade chapter had barely scratched the surface. Since his main technique was stagnant, he returned to Wangxian Island. He claimed his 800 contribution points for guarding the post, and exchanged them for late-stage qi refining materials. After 5 days of intense training assisted by the Sky Profound Mirror, he felt it. The breakthrough to the late stage of qi refining was finally within his grasp. Still holding his guardian post, Li Fan returned to Taiyan Island. But as he meditated, he hit an invisible wall. Heaven's shackle. That means I'm just one step away from the late stage. The ancient texts were clear. This wasn't a wall you could break with brute force. Like a plot twist in a leveling manhwa, he needed a specific karmic trigger to shatter this bottleneck. This barrier was a curse from the heavens themselves, designed to halt a cultivator's ascent. That is why they named it the Heaven's Shackle. Li Fan knew better than to force destiny. He temporarily paused his practice of the little water art. He shifted his focus back to the Celestial Mystery Jade chapter. Having grasped the basics, he could now attempt the second layer. According to the scrolls, success would grant him the divine ability of insight. Immersed in his bitter training, another year melted away. Progress on the Jade chapter was agonizingly slow. The technique required a deep connection with the heavenly Tao, and the ancient texts were practically riddles. Li Fan returned to Wangxian Island to cash in his salary. This time he bought the cultivation notes of ancient masters. He activated the simulation mode in the Sky Profound Mirror to decode the wisdom of the past. Comparing the notes with his year of struggle, everything clicked. It was a moment of enlightenment. The mysteries that had plagued him were suddenly crystal clear. The puzzle was solved. Li Fan rushed back to Tian Island and entered seclusion immediately. This session was different. The obscure passages now flowed like water in his mind. Cultivation became effortless. Li Fan consciousness drifted into the void, losing all track of time and space, until that day arrived. A golden mist materialized within his energy center. The second layer of the celestial mystery. Jade Chapter was finally mastered. His eyes snapped open, blazing with light. Now that I wield the power of insight, let me see the true face of this world's energy. Instantly, the sky above him tore open into a vortex of pitch-black death energy. Li Fan froze in horror. What the hell is this? It was noon yet. Tian Island was suffocating under an aura as dark as the deepest hell. Determination hardened his gaze. He tried again, straining his vision, but the result was the same. The sky remained a canvas of absolute death. Why? Li Fan questioned the void. He cast a water mirror spell, projecting his view forward. But when he looked into the reflection, shock paralyzed him. How is this possible? Is the Jade Chapter technique malfunctioning? I'm inside the island's protective array in the heart of the Wangxian Alliance's territory. Who has the power to generate this much death energy around me? He slammed onto the ground. Real or fake, I can't take the risk. I need to retreat to Wangxian Island immediately. He rushed to the teleportation array, but to his dismay, the ancient runes remained dead and silent. Li Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. Why now? He grabbed the communication talisman Jung Hao had given him and shouted, Senior, he, do you copy? Static silence. No response. The realization hit him like a truck. This was no accident. A catastrophic event was unfolding. Staying on Tian Island was a death sentence. Wangxian Island is the only sanctuary left. Flying there manually will take 2 to 3 months. Thank God I stocked up on spirit stones. But then Li Fan froze mid-step, a chill running down his spine. Wait. The sea looks calm, but outside the protective array, the air is thick with the scent of slaughter. Stepping outside the island's protective barrier meant instant death. There was simply no escape. I had been in closed-door cultivation for far too long, completely cut off from the outside world. Time to get answers from the locals. Li Fan flashed directly to the island lord's estate. The moment Tian saw him, the man crumbled to the floor in terror. Mercy, great immortal. Please show mercy and save us. Li Fan. Voice turned ice cold. Speak. What exactly has happened here? Tears streamed down the old man's face as he clasped his trembling hands. My lord, this world. It's become a living hell. The heavens haven't granted us a drop of rain in over 6 months. Our water reserves have run dry and the granaries are empty. If this continues, everyone will starve to death. Li Fan eyes widened. 6 months without rain. A chill ran down his spine. This wasn't just bad luck. A catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions was looming. The lord continued his wailing. The coastal waters are barren, stripped of all life. Every fleet we sent into the deep sea vanished. Not a single soul returned. Rage flared in Li Fan's eyes like wildfire. Everyone is on the brink of starvation. So why do you look so well-fed and healthy? I already sensed the stockpile in your private kitchen. Do you have any last words? The man stammered, begging for his miserable life. But Li Fan wasted no breath. With a casual wave of his hand, he obliterated the corrupt lord in a single heartbeat. He projected his voice, the sound booming like thunder across the estate. Listen closely, all estate managers. Your island lord has been executed. Gather before me immediately. Moments later, the officials arrived, shaking like leaves in a storm. Amidst their pathetic sobbing, Li Fan finally pieced together the nightmare that had unfolded during his seclusion. The calamity began a year ago. The relentless drought slowly drained the island's lifeblood. At first, they survived on coastal fishing, but as the heat intensified, the waters turned into a dead zone. And those who ventured into the open ocean, they were swallowed by the abyss, never to be seen again. Tian Island had fallen into a devastating famine. In just 1 month, a third of the population had perished. The level of suffering was beyond comprehension. Li Fan mind raced. If I had delayed my awakening even a little longer, there wouldn't be a single living soul left to greet me. I cannot simply stand by and watch them die. Fortunately, when I left the Great Xuan Empire, I stocked the Taiyan Ark to the brim. Thanks to the preservation arrays inside, the provisions were as fresh as the day they were stored. Li Fan unleashed the stockpile, raining down salvation upon the desperate mortals. Seeing the immortal bring food from the heavens, the people fell to their knees. They kowtowed violently, worshipping him as their savior. With the population so drastically reduced, the supplies from the Taiyan Ark would be enough to keep the survivors alive for several months. Half a month passed. Using his knowledge of system Manhwa mechanics and basic arrays, Li Fan constructed a formation to purify seawater. With fresh water and food restored, life slowly began to return to the islanders. Having personally crafted a functioning formation, he had finally taken his first real step onto the path of the Array Master. But a new crisis emerged. The island's protective barrier was degrading at a terrifying rate. Outside, the spiritual energy had gone berserk. Stepping into that chaotic storm meant certain death for a cultivator. If I stay here, the barrier will fail, and I will die. Li Fan gazed up at the sky. Is this the killing intent of the heavens themselves? The situation was critical. There was nowhere left to hide. The mortals were stable, so my duty as guardian is fulfilled. I'm not resigned to this fate, but I have no other choice. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Wait. That chaotic energy outside, it doesn't seem to target mortals. The fishermen didn't die from spiritual pressure. They died from thirst, heat, and starvation. He looked down at the ancient tome in his hand, the Grand Origin True Scripture. A risky plan formed in his mind. What if I dissolve my cultivation base? What if I temporarily revert to being a mortal? I can pilot the Taiyan Ark to reach the 10,000 Immortals Island, to find life in the midst of death. Li Fan analyzed his status. He was currently cultivating two techniques: the Little Divination Water Art and the ancient Heavenly Secret Gold Chapter. One was a new way, the other an old way. The new way focuses on plundering heaven and earth. That is why the world rejects it. These layers of death traps, they are designed specifically to target awakening Manhwa cultivators who follow the new way. What if I scatter the new way cultivation but keep the old way? Would the heavens' killing intent lessen? He began to circulate the technique. The elemental energy of the water art slowly dissipated. It didn't vanish, but transformed into a mass of pure, unblemished energy stored within his dantian. The water art was completely dissolved. Surprisingly, Li Fan felt no pain or discomfort. The Grand Origin True Scripture was truly miraculous. He could feel the killing intent from the outside world fading. However, the Heavenly Secret Gold Chapter still relied on plundering energy. The heavens' malice lingered. Going out now would still be suicide. He gritted his teeth. He had to go all in. Another surge of power filled his dantian. Two distinct energies born from different arts now swirled together. Against all logic, they fused perfectly without any conflict. His cultivation aura vanished completely. He was now, for all intents and purposes, a mortal. According to the scripture, this stored energy would remain stable for 100 years. It didn't matter. Once I reach the 10,000 Immortals Island, I can use a leveling Manhwa system to regain my strength in no time. Li Fan steered the Taiyan Ark out of the crumbling protective barrier. The world outside was an inferno. Violent, scorching energy painted the entire horizon in an ominous crimson red. But he was just a mortal now. The berserk spiritual storm swept over him but found no target to attack. He pushed the Ark to full speed. Along the way, he passed countless islands, all silent graveyards. Not a trace of life remained. 3 grueling months later, he arrived at the coordinates. Li Fan checked the map again, and again. He couldn't believe his eyes. The massive 10,000 Immortals Island was gone, erased from existence. In its place lay a colossal empty black void in the ocean. The sea poured endlessly into the abyss. But before the water could even touch the darkness, it evaporated instantly. The heat rising from the pit was so intense it twisted reality itself. A heavy silence fell over him. An entire island obliterated. What kind of god-tier power could achieve this? Was this the ultimate wrath of the heavenly Tao? This place used to be the hub of the cultivation world. Thousands of statues, millions of disciples. The legendary array capable of slaughtering nascent soul masters. In the face of true catastrophe, cultivators are no different from insects. Just ants to be crushed. I have to get out of here. I need to escape this cursed sea and reach the mainland. He flew blindly, his mind in chaos. Suddenly, bang. The Taiyan Ark slammed into an invisible barrier. Thank the gods for the defensive arrays, or the ship would have shattered into dust. The violent collision shook him to his core, and though his injuries were minor, the shockwave forced a cold clarity into his mind. Aboard the Taiyan boat, Li Fan gazed at the distant horizon. The continent was so close, yet an invisible barrier rose up, a wall of despair separating the Pine Cloud Sea from the mainland. Easy to enter, impossible to leave, he scoffed bitterly. It seems I really have become a fish trapped in a barrel. Before triggering his system reset, Li Fan needed answers. He navigated the Pine Cloud Sea, stopping at Night Blue Island, where Yin Yuzhen once lived. But like the others, silence reigned. Not a single soul survived. He arrived at Glazed Island next. He Zheng Hao was missing in action, leaving behind only a graveyard of bones. Death had claimed this place entirely. Every island he visited had transformed into a forbidden zone of death. The few cultivators lucky enough to survive had their minds shattered, reduced to raving lunatics. They fled from him screaming of ghosts, yet fate somehow guided Li Fan back to Taiyan Island. Here for the first time he felt the faint, warm pulse of life. Perhaps these were the last remnants of humanity in the Pine Cloud Sea. Blissfully ignorant, they had no idea that the world beyond their shores had already ended. Their faces beamed with the joy of survival. Truly, ignorance is a blessing. Suddenly, a chant drifted through the air. Great immortal savior of the suffering, please protect us. Bless us with fair weather and a bountiful harvest every year, Savior immortal, protect us. He paused. When had the villagers built a temple in his honor? They worshipped a statue of him as their savior immortal. Fine, he thought. I will protect them for as long as my strength allows. But shielding mortals when the heavens themselves radiated killing intent, that was a task defying the very laws of nature. The true nightmare was only beginning. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years passed without a single drop of rain. The ocean receded, leaving the island stranded, and even with a raise to purify water, thirst began to claw at their throats. He was helpless. When the world itself decides to undergo a cataclysm, who is Li Fan to command the heavens? The only silver lining. Since most cultivators in the Pine Cloud Sea had already perished, the heavens' murderous intent toward immortals began to fade. Seizing this chance, he power-leveled to the mid-stage of chi condensation, grinding like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Li Fan made a vow. I will stand guard until the bitter end, and only reset my save point when all hope is lost. Wait. Why was there a thread of pure white hidden within the black aura of death? A curious thought struck him. Where is this life force coming from? Pushing his deduction technique to the limit, he traced the villagers' vitality. It wasn't coming from him, but from a forgotten artifact resting on his very person. Unlike a decade ago, the object now glowed a brilliant azure. The air around it was heavy with moisture, as if an entire ocean was sealed within its core. Li Fan's eyes narrowed. When one ocean dies, another is born. A revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. He piloted the Taiyan boat 10,000 meters into the sky to witness the truth. Below, the Pine Cloud Sea was vanishing, exposing the jagged reefs of the abyss. The ocean floor was revealing its true face, a colossal mountain range. The islands were never islands at all. They were the peaks of submerged giants. He recalled Ko Hong's parting words. After you escape, find me at Rising Sky City in the Pine Cloud Mountains. Li Fan covered his face, manic laughter bubbling up from his throat. Pine Cloud Sea, Pine Cloud Mountain. His laughter echoed. It was the same place all along. In his past life, when he broke through the immortal severing formation, he saw endless mountains. But in this current timeline, when he first arrived in the cultivation world, he was greeted by a boundless ocean. He had assumed the teleportation coordinates were just different. Only now, watching the birth of the Azure Sea Pearl and the death of the ocean, did he understand. The destination beyond the array never changed. It was merely a matter of time. In his previous life, he arrived at year 65. In this life, he entered at year 20. A 45-year difference turned the ocean into a mountain range. Li Fan sighed. If only he had connected the dots sooner. The anomalies Zhang Haoba warned of, the discrepancies between the two timelines. He could have predicted this cataclysm. But now that he knew the Pine Cloud Sea was destined to become the Pine Cloud Mountains, he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. In the 50th year, Hongjun and Dao Xuanzi would invade the Great Xuan Empire, claiming to come from the Wolf Mountains. By then, this drought would be history. The Dead Sea would transform into a lush mountain range. It was currently year 34. Victory was close. Waiting in despair is torture. But knowing the deadline changed everything. This endless drought suddenly didn't seem so terrifying. Composing himself, he returned to Taiyan Island. His voice boomed across the land, delivering a divine decree. This disaster too shall pass. The villagers wept with joy, their will to survive reignited by the immortal's promise. Meanwhile, Li Fan entered seclusion, clutching the Azure Sea Pearl. Is there truly a spark of life inside? He probed it with his spiritual sense, but the energy vanished in a blink. Accessing this power wouldn't be simple. Without the heaven-profound mirror to assist him, he was flying blind. He tried everything, infusing spiritual energy, nurturing it with his mind, even brute force. He even attempted the blood refinement technique, but the Azure Sea Pearl remained dormant. The boundless oceanic energy within refused to answer his call. Just as he was about to give up, Li Fan recalled a secret method from the Heavenly Secret Jade Ring Golden Chapter, a technique specifically for sensing the aura of heaven and earth treasures. He activated the divine deduction ability, peering deep into the pearl's core. A deep azure light swirled within ancient abyssal and teeming with life. Small as it was, the pearl held a terrifyingly complex power. Without his specialized vision, its dormant state would have fooled anyone. Li Fan immersed himself in the pearl's aura. Suddenly, his physical form seemed to dissolve into nothingness. In a flash, his consciousness ascended to the 9 heavens. He looked down with a god's perspective as a supreme will descended, sentencing the ocean to death. Heaven births and heaven destroys, this is the Tao. The sky demanded the sea burn, and though the ocean was powerless, it refused to yield. One sea died, so another could be born. A wave of exhaustion slammed into him, tearing Li Fan from the vision. He gasped, his mind reeling before he could even process the cosmic truths he had just witnessed. His legs gave out, and he collapsed, unable to support his own weight. In mere seconds, silver consumed Li Fan hair, and deep wrinkles carved his face, the terrifying price of synchronizing his chi with the ocean pearl. He summoned the Return to Truth interface, a classic move in this system Manhwa, and a cold gasp of horror escaped his throat. Host Li Fan. His biological age had vaulted from 54 to 89. 35 years of his life vanished in the blink of an eye. Now he understood why the ancient heavenly secret sect had so few disciples. Touching the ocean's will was essentially burning one's own lifespan as fuel. If his body hadn't screamed in alarm due to the rapid drain, his soul would have been completely assimilated by the vast ocean will. Could he even activate Return to Truth again? Unlikely. He realized with a sinking heart that his cultivation method was completely wrong. You cannot control a heavenly artifact with human concepts of time. The ocean's eternity is not for mortals to grasp. But how in the world could he master it? A full day passed with zero progress. Li Fan couldn't crack the code of the ocean pearl, and the heat outside intensified, baking the world alive. It seemed the heavens wanted to purify the Cloud Sea region completely. The mortals on the island were too weak to even pray. Extinction was imminent before the drought even ended. Panic began to cloud his judgment, breeding inner demons. To survive, Li Fan instinctively triggered the black-yellow heart cleansing mantra. It had been ages since he actively practiced this mantra. It offered no combat power, so he had neglected it, letting it run passively in the background. But now, as the mantra cycled, his fear, anxiety, and haste dissolved, transformed into pure nutrients to strengthen his Tao heart. Tranquility returned to his soul, and in that absolute silence, he sensed it, the path to conquering the ocean pearl. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of chi refining for years, his cultivation stagnant. But finally, amidst this crisis, destiny unlocked a door. The key was to merge his consciousness directly with the artifact. It was a gamble with death, but high risk brings high rewards. Li Fan activated both the heart-cleansing mantra and the golden chapter simultaneously to anchor his soul. This dual-layer defense would protect him from assimilation. His mind drifted, expanding, until he wasn't just a man, he became the boundless ocean itself. He watched the world accelerate. The sun and moon danced, stars shifted, and clouds vanished in a blur of hyperspeed time before his eyes. A single thought spanned centuries. An ancient primordial aura began to invade his consciousness, rewriting his very being. Suddenly, a cool energy, refreshing as a mountain spring, washed over him, scrubbing away the scars of time and restoring his sanity. His lifespan was still burning at a terrifying rate, but his human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, were fading into divine indifference. Li Fan could now wield a fraction of the ocean pearl's power. His consciousness was amplified thousands of times, his spiritual sense exploding outward to cover the entire Taiyan island. He didn't stop there. His awareness rippled out like a sonar, expanding rapidly. Every dead island in the vicinity appeared in his mind's eye. He saw dormant volcanoes roaring back to life under the drought's influence, and he spotted a few terrified cultivators hiding in the cracks of the Cloud Sea. The apocalypse had stripped away all disguises, revealing secrets usually hidden by the mists of the Cloud Sea. But these trivialities meant nothing to him. He retracted his divine sense, channeling the ocean pearl. He sucked the remaining moisture from the atmosphere of the Cloud Sea and gathered it directly over Taiyan Island. For the survivors, it was a miracle. The first heavy rain in ages washed over them, and they wept tears of joy as salvation fell from the sky. The downpour lasted an hour. He established a new law: every half-month he would summon rain. He had become the invisible guardian god of this island. Task complete, he dissolved his mind into the ocean, observing the flow of chi and the will of the heavens in silence. 1 year. 2 years. Time lost all meaning to Li Fan. As he watched the sky, his enlightenment deepened with every passing season. After years of accumulation, Li Fan thought the realm's killing intent had faded. But he was wrong. The heavens' malice hadn't decreased, it was waiting. Cultivators steal from nature, therefore nature wants them dead. The heavens were plotting an execution, though they would not strike directly. Instead, the laws of the world birthed physical avatars, the spirits of heaven and earth. Their sole mission to slaughter all cultivators who defied the natural order. As he gazed upon the concept of these spirits, forbidden knowledge flooded Li Fan's mind, a twist worthy of a top-tier awakening manhwa. These spirits had no ego. They were robotic enforcers of the law, butchering immortals as easily as a butcher slaughters chickens. For a cultivator meeting, one of these spirits was a guaranteed game over. Escape was impossible. Death was certain. However, being incarnations of the great Tao, these spirits also represented the ultimate treasure. Since they were formed of pure law, if a cultivator could consume one, they would instantly ascend to the legendary Tao integration realm, regardless of their previous level. A demonic whisper echoed in his soul. Eat it. ascend instantly, become a god. At that moment, the spirit red flame locked eyes with him. The water inside the ocean pearl boiled instantly. Li Fan snapped his vision back, suppressing the searing heat and frantically chanting the heart mantra to crush the rising greed. He was lucky. He had severed the connection just in time. To the red flame, Li Fan was likely just a formless ocean current not worth killing. It turned its gaze away. As it continued its rampage through the cloud sea, Li Fan's soul was torn apart. Logic screamed, run. But his desire screamed, devour. The ultimate internal battle had begun. Li Fan could only grit his teeth, channeling the mysterious yellow heart mantra to shield his fragile Tao heart. It felt like an eternity before the chaotic storm of desire finally began to subside. Terror gripped him. He dared not steal another glance at the secrets of heaven. To witness such cosmic truth and retain his sanity was already a miracle of this manhwa recap. Just as his consciousness sought to leave the azure ocean pearl and reclaim his physical vessel, a devastating realization struck him. His soul had merged with the pearl for too long, far surpassing the limits of a chi-refining cultivator. His physical body's lifespan had completely burned out. If not for the spiritual tether binding his consciousness to the azure ocean pearl, he would have perished from old age long ago. It seemed his cultivation journey in this life had reached its finale. Yet while Li Fan felt a trace of pity, he held absolutely no regrets. He had witnessed the cataclysm of the Pine Cloud Sea and beheld the crimson flame spirit of heaven and earth. The insights he gained were nothing short of legendary. Even if the simulation ended now, he could accept it. However, he wasn't ready to fade away just yet. Since he was here, he would squeeze every drop of value from this existence. Since his soul was trapped within the pearl anyway, why not seize this chance to observe the flow of heaven and earth once more? As long as he didn't seek death by probing the spirit, observing the energy flow should be safe. Li Fan siphoned a sliver of pure energy from the pearl, wrapping it around his physical shell to prevent it from decaying into dust. Now his consciousness was like water without a source, slowly evaporating within the pearl. By his calculations, he could hold on for another 10-odd years at most. But if he utilized this remaining time wisely, who knows what other forbidden knowledge he might acquire. He watched the chi of the world flow, observed the rise and fall of celestial stars. As the last remnants of life faded from the Pine Cloud Sea, he felt the terrifying, indifferent killing intent of the universe. Just like that, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the 40th year, the Pine Cloud Sea had completely dried up, transforming into a desolate wasteland of death. Only Tai'an Island remained, sheltering a few lucky mortal survivors under Li Fan protection. The crimson figure that had dominated the sky finally vanished. Its mission complete, the entity dissolved into nothingness. Yet in this vast cultivation world, who could say it wouldn't rise again to wreak havoc another day? Watching the crimson flame fade, Li Fan allowed his mind to sink deep into the azure ocean pearl once more. As time marched on, Li Fan consciousness grew weaker, stripping away his ability to think. He became a silent spectator, viewing the world through the pearl's omniscient lens. 2 years after the crimson flame vanished, cultivators in green Taoist robes arrived. With their incantations, a torrential rain finally blessed the parched earth. More cultivators descended, their azure lights blooming over the dry seabed. Green shoots, the symbol of life, pierced through the scarred earth. The wind carried seeds of hope, and within a single year the barren land was once again teeming with vibrant vitality. The Pine Cloud Sea had transformed into the Pine Cloud mountain range, with a majestic city erected upon its peaks. In the 48th year, a familiar Foundation establishment cultivator returned. He came from what was once Glazed Island. His expression was desolate as his divine sense swept the area. Li Fan instantly recognized him. It was Zhang Haoba, the man who had fled the sea decades ago due to an ominous gut feeling. 20 years later, he had somehow defied the odds to become a Foundation establishment expert. Scenes of this lifetime flashed rapidly through Li Fan's mind. His consciousness was on the brink of dissipation, snapping back into his physical body for one final moment. Years of observing the heaven and earth had dissolved the mental bottlenecks holding him back. Spiritual energy surged into him like a tsunami. In a split second, his cultivation base shattered its limits, breaking through to the late chi refining stage. As his body turned to ash, he thought, this leveling manhwa simulation is over. Returning to reality, he smirked. He kept his cultivation gains, and now knew the azure ocean pearl was waiting on Glazed Island. Following his command, 2 familiar spiritual energies materialized in his dantian. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation descended upon his real body. Moments later, spiritual power flooded out like a bursting dam, refining his physique and elevating Li Fan cultivation realm instantly. The immortal mortal miasma vanished like smoke, a purification far more thorough than his previous life's cleansing formation. Li Fan fell into deep thought. That fluctuation was the will of heaven, the power of natural law. Having observed the world's mechanics for over a decade through the pearl, he recognized it immediately. If the miasma was heaven's will to separate mortals from immortals, then that fluctuation was the exact opposite force. Li Fan analyzed silently. The miasma that plagued the cultivation world for a millennium had vanished so easily. The truth realization system was truly beyond comprehension. The path to immortality was treacherous. In this system, Manhwa world cultivators fought against heaven and earth, and the air itself was thick with hidden murderous intent. He thought of Su Changyu, a man of extraordinary mind and dedication to the Tao. Everyone thought he would rise, yet he perished in mere days. Conversely, the mediocre Xiao Heng possessed hidden talent, grasping hope for foundation establishment in just a few years. Even He Zhenghao believed he would achieve the golden core. But who could have predicted that heaven had already laid a trap? Every living soul in the Pine Cloud Sea, regardless of their momentary success, was doomed. Cultivator or mortal death was preordained. Only that humble fisherman Zhang Haoba escaped the calamity and found a miraculous path to power. Fate was cruel and invisible. When the heavens want a cultivator dead, they won't even feel the blade coming. That was why the sky mysterious mirror failed to predict the disaster. The mirror remained silent because the heavenly secrets were shrouded. A mysterious voice had claimed no major disasters would occur for 10 years. Li Fan frowned. If that were true, why did the Wanhua Merchant Guild seem to know beforehand, ordering a complete withdrawal from the Pine Cloud Sea? And why did they fail to warn the Wangxian Alliance, watching coldly as countless souls perished? There was a conspiracy here, and in this awakening Manhwa life, he swore to uncover the truth. The cultivation world was a slaughterhouse. Until his realization energy recharged, he wouldn't recklessly step out. Thankfully, with the heart mantra, his recharge speed had skyrocketed. This time, his return to the cultivation world would likely be over a decade earlier than in his previous life. I recall a cataclysmic event that will rock the Kongyun Sea in the next decade. In this life, armed with prophetic foresight, I can seize the advantage early. The scene shifts to the rugged Jieli Mountain. Xiao Heng clawed his way up the slope, gasping for air. Wang Xuanba pleaded, "Xiao Heng, give it a rest. We've been marching for half a day. My legs are about to give out." He added nervously, "Besides, ferocious tigers and beasts roam these parts." "It's too dangerous to stop here," Xiao Heng countered. "I know a secluded cave not far ahead. If you're truly spent, we can hole up there." The boy hesitated. "Xiao Heng, do immortals really exist in this mountain?" Xiao Heng's eyes burned with conviction. "Absolutely. I saw one with my own eyes." Wang Xuanba sighed, recounting the obsession. "Since last year, you've been the same. Every spare moment you dive into Jieli Mountain. Who knows how many trips you've made? And yet not a single immortal found. Take my advice, give up this fantasy. Seeking the Tao is a fool's errand. You're better off training martial arts with me." Xiao Heng whipped his head around, fury flashing. "Wang Xuanba, why are you nagging like my mother? If you're going to spout nonsense, go back down the mountain yourself." Suddenly his face drained of color. "Xiao Heng, look out!" Wang Xuanba's voice cracked in terror. In a split second, he launched himself into the air. Boom! Wang Xuanba drove a powerful fist right into the giant python's body. Xiao Heng didn't hesitate, clenching his fists to join the fray. They unleashed a flurry of strikes, but the beast was overwhelming. With a single thrash of its massive body, they were sent flying. Wang Xuanba was hurled a tremendous distance away. He screamed in panic, "Wang Xuanba!" But there was no time to mourn. Xiao Heng battled the python alone, but the beast ruthlessly used its massive length to counterattack. He tried desperately to pry the monster's jaws apart, but a brutal tail whip sent him skidding back. Xiao Heng gasped for breath, his stamina draining rapidly. As the beast loomed over him, he gritted his teeth, struggling for survival like in an awakening manhwa. "Damn it! Is this where we die?" His mind flashed back to that fateful evening, the silhouette of a peerless immortal walking on air. That vision sparked an obsession. Countless times I ventured into the deep wilderness solely to find that immortal and beg to be his disciple. Who could have guessed, instead of finding the immortal, I'm about to become snake food? Suddenly the sky darkened. A massive flock of birds descended, going absolutely berserk and attacking the python. Xiao Heng watched in bewilderment. What is happening? Why is the forest turning against the snake? Could this be the art of an immortal? He looked up with hope blazing in his eyes. "Immortal Master, is that you?" He cried out to the heavens. High above the immortal, Li Fan observed silently. "Not a bad kid. His aptitude is unique, and his heart for the Tao is steadfast. A pity I haven't established my own footing yet. How could I teach you? I'll have to wait for the right moment to grant you a stroke of destiny." It wasn't in vain that he spent 9 years mastering the formless killing intent. In this life, Li Fan had already reached the late Qi refining stage. To avoid the corruption of the mortal world, he chose to seclude himself in Jieli Mountain. Since this land lacked spiritual energy, Li Fan spent his time comprehending the mechanics of heaven and earth he had witnessed in his past life. 9 years of day and night meditation finally paid off. He had grasped the essence and derived the terrifying, formless killing intent. Once unleashed, the formless killing intent disguises itself as the wrath of the heavens within a specific range. Once locked on, Li Fan doesn't even need to lift a finger. The target is doomed by the environment itself. The will of heaven and earth commands the beasts. Thus, countless creatures were driven by an endless killing intent toward that white python. That urge would only vanish with the snake's death. It is falsifying the mandate of heaven. That is the brilliance of this technique. Not only is the power devastating, but the method is ghostly and impossible to trace. The formless killing intent acts like a natural disaster, a pure manifestation of will and rules. Ordinary cultivators can't detect it. Li Fan checked his progress like a gamer in a leveling manhwa. The charging progress is at 99%. It is time to step into the immortal cultivation world. Beneath the waves, a glowing vessel moved silently. Seeing the emerald Kongyun Sea again, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. It truly felt like a lifetime ago. As the owner of the mysterious tablet, he scattered Qianhong ashes into the sea, fulfilling the man's dying wish from this life. A mysterious voice echoed. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Qianhong. Cultivated for 265 years. Achieved his Dao Foundation using the Mystic Spirit Mushroom. Wandered for 3,670 years. Now his soul returns to his homeland, his Dao returns to the heavens. As the phenomenon faded, Li Fan felt an indescribable shift within himself, though the details remained elusive. He couldn't pinpoint the change, so he decided to shelf the thought for now, burying it deep in his mind. Checking his coordinates, Li Fan decided to head for Liuli Island. He deactivated the Taiyan orb and chose to fly on the wind instead. He planned to play the role of a rogue cultivator from the Kongyun Sea, someone who luckily stumbled into the late Qi refining stage, and now sought to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Using the Taiyan orb would be too flashy for a humble rogue, so he chose a slower flight speed. It was sluggish, but Li Fan was in no rush. Suddenly his expression shifted drastically. What the hell is this? A chilling killing intent locked onto him. The aura was immense at least. Foundation Establishment stage. He's closing in too fast, I have to use the orb. A beam of light tore through the sky, chasing him down. Li Fan fled desperately. Damn it, I've pushed the Taiyan orb to max velocity, but he's still closing the gap. He had no choice. He activated the formless killing intent. Dark ominous energy exploded from Li Fan's body. His vision blurred and vertigo hit him like a hammer. He gritted his teeth against the pain. The moment I released the intent, it felt like 1,000 eyes were staring at me. Is this the price of using a technique beyond my level? Did the will of heaven detect my fraud? Luckily, I'm only jumping one major realm, so the backlash is manageable. The heavens merely glanced at me before looking away. If I had tried this with a bigger gap, the tribulation lightning would have erased me instantly. The effect was immediate. A massive vortex materialized in the sky, swirling violently directly in the enemy's path, rapidly evolving into a catastrophic storm. The tempest roared with azure light, taking the form of a colossal dragon screaming as it crashed down upon his pursuer. The enemy struck with the force of a hurricane, catching him completely off guard. Li Fan tried to seize the moment to escape, but his opponent was a predator closing the distance with terrifying speed and overwhelming bloodlust. Suddenly the ocean erupted. A colossal shark leaped from the depths, swallowing the target whole in a single catastrophic bite. Flames exploded into the sky. The assailant burst from the shark's mouth, charging at Li Fan with renewed fury. Thunder crashed down from the heavens as Li Fan desperately flew toward the sanctuary of the Glazed Island's protective array. If he could just reach He Zhenghao for assistance, Li Fan knew he might still have a chance to survive this nightmare. The pursuer roared like a maniac, shaking the very air. He Zhenghao, are you really not going to help me kill this little thief? He Zhenghao, look at what you've become. Li Fan jolted awake at the sound of that name. He Zhenghao. He calmly commanded the interface. Reality restoration skill activated. End this system Manhwa simulation. Back in the real world, Li Fan gasped for air, his heart pounding. That was the shortest life he had experienced since unlocking the reality restoration cheat. He never expected to be hunted down for no reason the moment he stepped into the cultivation world. What was worse, the killer was from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. He had traveled thousands of miles specifically to slaughter Li Fan. But why would the Alliance want him dead? It happened shortly after he entered the cultivation realm. Currently, the Pine Cloud Sea was under the Alliance's jurisdiction. Clearly, they had a method to track his exact location. But where was the leak? Li Fan meticulously checked every item in his inventory, eliminating possibilities one by one. Finally, his eyes locked on the culprit, the Little Evolution water art. In this timeline, Li Fan had no connection to the Alliance yet. The only link was this cultivation technique he had inherited from them in a previous life. The Little Evolution water art must have been under their constant surveillance. When they realized the technique hadn't been exchanged but a new practitioner appeared, they knew the manual had been leaked. He didn't hesitate for a second. He circulated the supreme primordial true scripture, ruthlessly dissolving the late-stage Qi refining cultivation he had gained from the water art. Anchor point 50. Li Fan returned to the cultivation world once more. His theory was correct. Without the water art, no Alliance executioner came for his head as he drifted toward Glazed Island. As he flew near the waters of Glazed Island, a fragmented memory flashed through Li Fan's mind. He paused, his gaze piercing through the deep blue waves. Far below the surface, a school of glazed fish was dragging human corpses from all over the ocean, offering them as tribute to a massive golden glazed fish. The golden glazed fish swayed its bloated, grotesque body, waiting for its meal. One by one, it swallowed the human remains whole. After chewing them up and spitting out the bones, the beast actually looked dissatisfied with the quality of the meat. Li Fan watched the monster, his eyes burning with intensity. The formless, murderous intent skill activated instantly. Countless ordinary glazed fish went into a frenzy, swarming and attacking their golden leader. The golden glazed fish vanished beneath the chaotic swarm, and soon golden blood dyed the ocean's surface. Once the beast was dead, Li Fan retrieved the massive glazed pearl from its corpse. It wasn't a legendary heavenly treasure, but keeping it close provided effects similar to a glazed pill. This was no ordinary item. Li Fan stashed it away with a satisfied smirk and soared into the sky above Glazed Island. He hovered in mid-air, deliberately releasing his spiritual aura. He Zhenghao voice boomed, "Which Taoist friend has come to visit my Glazed Island?" Li Fan smiled warmly and replied, "Greetings, Taoist he." Li Fan began his performance. "I am Li Fan, a rogue cultivator from the Pine Cloud Sea. Reaching late-stage qi refining was incredibly difficult, and I know Foundation establishment is hopeless for a rogue like me. I wish to join the Alliance to obtain a proper technique. I heard you are warm-hearted and love helping others, so I came specifically to ask for your recommendation. Once this is done, I Li Fan will definitely repay your kindness." He Zhenghao replied with arrogant pride, "What are you saying? We cultivators know how hard the path is. Helping each other is only natural. Don't worry. Leave your admission to the Alliance to me." Li Fan bowed slightly. "Your reputation as the He Zhenghao is truly well-deserved. I am in awe." He Zhenghao paused and thought, "When did I get the nickname He Zhenghao?" But he liked it. It sounded intimate and would help with his sitting mountain art cultivation if the name spread. He Zhenghao took the lead to process the paperwork. Li Fan stood in the sky above Glazed Island waiting for him to return from the 10,000 Immortals Island. According to He Zhenghao, any cultivator above late-stage qi refining who approached without permission would be instantly annihilated by the Grand Protective Array. He Zhenghao returned with the item. "I did not fail my mission. Taoist friend, just leave a trace of your aura on this spiritual pass." Li Fan took it, sensing the power within. "This will do. Once you officially join the Alliance, remember to return this pass. Do not lose it. Otherwise, you'll have to pay a heavy fine in contribution points." He Zhenghao then led Li Fan into the sky mysterious mirror on the main island. "This is the late-stage rogue cultivator I mentioned." A mysterious mechanical voice echoed through the hall, referring a late-stage qi refining cultivator with D-grade aptitude. Reward 300 contribution points. Current total 1,340 points. He Zhenghao turned around. "If I may ask, how old are you this year?" Li Fan replied casually, "Probably 29. He Zhenghao was stunned. "Late-stage qi refining at 29 is a rogue. Your talent is rarely seen in this life. Newcomers always face challenges. If you have questions, ask me. I will tell you everything I know." Li Fan nodded. "Many thanks, Taoist friend." He continued, "If you run into trouble you can't solve, come to me. He Zhenghao may only be at mid-stage Foundation establishment, but I have connections and some face within the Alliance." After giving a few more instructions, He Zhenghao left, his face beaming with excitement. Li Fan analyzed the situation. "The treatment this time is far better than my previous life. Most cultivators are loners. Someone like He Zhenghao is rare. He's being too enthusiastic for someone with just decent talent." The mysterious voice spoke again. "Spirit consciousness fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. As a welfare bonus, you receive 100 contribution points. You may use points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magic treasures, and more." The sky mysterious mirror began listing the categories. Although familiar, Li Fan listened intently, comparing it to his past life. He noticed a change. Upon reaching late-stage qi, refining the cost to activate the cultivation assist mode had tripled, jumping from 10 to 30 points a day. Repeating his previous actions, Li Fan bought a storage ring. He went outside to transfer his gold jewels and the stone tablet fragment into his new inventory. Returning to the mirror dimension, he checked his status. 2,831 contribution points. A golden tower treasure could be exchanged for 863 points, while the damaged heaven and earth artifact listed nearby was worth 1,968. Next, he retrieved the linglong glazed bead he had harvested from the carcass of the giant glazed fish. The appraiser noted, "This linglong glazed bead can be exchanged for 850 contribution points." Li Fan fell into deep contemplation. This bead was essentially a weakened infinite-use version of the glazed pill, an item one might find in a high-tier system Manhwa. Although its potency was slightly lower, its value lay in its durability. It would never run out. Knowing it would be vital for his future cultivation, he decided to keep it. Hungry for more points, he began scanning the bounty missions posted by other cultivators in the myriad profound mirror. His eyes scanned the list with lightning speed. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a specific mission, and his spiritual sense rippled with recognition. He pulled up the mission details. He had seen this target before within the chaotic memories of the Ocean Pearl. Without hesitation, Li Fan accepted the quest. He spoke into the array. I have intelligence to offer. In the stormy seas northwest of Pine Cloud, about 200 miles west of Zangya Island. I have witnessed this specific coral growing on the seabed there. However, be warned, a sea snake guards the coral. Its exact cultivation level is unknown, but even from a distance, I felt a suffocating pressure that screamed of fatal danger. Li Fan fabricated a source for the intel and submitted the mission. With the terrifying efficiency of the Myriad Immortals Island, the veracity of his information was verified in moments. In just half a day, the reward was transferred. Li Fan had secured his payment with ease, yet something strange lingered. The bounty for the blue blood coral wasn't taken down, it remained active. It seemed Chen needed a massive quantity of this material, though what kind of alchemy he was concocting remained a mystery. Suppressing the curiosity that bubbled up in his chest, Li Fan shifted his focus. He turned his attention to the most dazzling legendary mission on the bounty board. 2 simple lines of text devoid of any description. But the reward, 100,000 contribution points, was enough to make any cultivator's soul tremble with greed. The tragedy was that this bounty had been hanging there for over a decade. Let alone completing it, no one even knew what the Cloudwater blueprint actually was. The person who posted it was equally enigmatic, never revealing their face or offering a single word of explanation. It was a silent message to the world. Those who know. Those who don't are useless. In the current Pine Cloud Sea, the location of the Cloudwater blueprint was a riddle no one could solve. Except for him. Li Fan was the sole keeper of a secret from the timeline of the past. To find it, one must go to the center of the Pine Cloud Sea, to the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, and seek the artifact that grants the Tao Foundation the Cloudwater blueprint. The reason this secret remained buried was simple. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had not yet emerged into the world. In his previous life, it was Xiao Heng's final message that sparked his interest in the palace. He had etched this upcoming earth-shattering event into his memory. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace stood alone in the ocean, rumored to be the strongest sect of the ancient era. But when the great calamity of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the palace turned on one another. It was a massacre where no one was spared. The few lucky survivors activated the Grand Guardian formation, sealing the sect off from the world completely. For thousands of years, the palace remained hidden under the veil of arrays in the Central Sea. It wouldn't be until 11 years from now that the formation would finally crumble, and the ancient ruins would reveal themselves once more. But choosing isolation didn't save them from destruction. When the cultivators of the Pine Cloud Sea finally breached the ruins, they found not a treasure trove, but a desolate wasteland filled with eldritch horrors. The first wave of explorers numbered over 100, mostly Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators. They expected a standard ruin, but the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was a nightmare zone. Caught off guard, they were slaughtered. Less than 1/10 of them made it out alive. Among the survivors was a man named Xikong Yi. He was a mere late-stage Qi refiner, indistinguishable from the mob. Everyone assumed he had simply been lucky to escape with his life. No one could have guessed that this nobody Xikong Yi was the one who retrieved the Cloudwater blueprint and claimed the 100,000-point bounty. After claiming his astronomical reward, Xikong Yi used a long-range teleportation array to flee the Pine Cloud Sea, instantly vanishing from the eyes of the envious masses. From that day on, Xikong Yi was never seen again. Li Fan recalled the events of his past life and made a decision. He needed to understand the nature of the horrors inside that ruin. He decided to purchase a survival guide for sect ruins. In the current cultivation world, explorable ruins were divided into 2 distinct categories. The first were standard ruins. The second were ruins plagued by anomalies. In standard ruins, one only needed to watch out for traps and guardian arrays. But in places where anomalies existed, caution wasn't enough, paranoia was a requirement. These anomalies were bizarre phenomena that defied all logic and reason. They didn't belong to this world, operating solely on their own twisted set of rules. The rules of these anomalies had tiers of power. They were categorized by intensity: Qi refining level anomalies, Foundation, Establishment level anomalies, Golden Core level anomalies, and so on. If a cultivator entered the range of an anomaly, and their cultivation was lower than its rule intensity, they had no choice but to obey the rule. Violate the rule, and death was guaranteed. Li Fan studied the guide meticulously, feeling a sliver of confidence return. In the previous timeline, after news broke that Xikong Yi found the blueprint and got rich, the floodgates opened. Cultivators swarmed the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, unearthing countless treasures. The rules of the anomalies inside eventually became common knowledge. However, the mystery of how Xikong Yi originally obtained the blueprint remained unsolved. In this life, if Li Fan wanted to seize the Cloudwater blueprint for himself, there was only one optimal strategy. He would shadow Sikong Yi from the shadows, and right when the man was about to succeed, he would snatch the prize from his grasp. He calculated the timeline. There were still 2 years before the palace opened. He could use this time to gather intel on Sikong Yi, and more importantly, desperately upgrade his own combat power. Currently, Li Fan only possessed the formless killing intent. He needed more offensive techniques to survive in this leveling Manhwa reality. He turned his gaze to the pile of chi-refining attack manuals in the heavenly mirror. One title made his eyes widen in surprise. The Nether Spirit Illusion Art. A technique based on genjutsu and mind games. This was tailor-made for him. He didn't know how his spiritual strength compared to others yet. But after cycling through hundreds of years of reincarnation combined with the buff from the black-yellow heart refining mantra, his soul had to be formidable. Furthermore, the technique required visualizing a phantom spirit. If he used the true form of the Crimson Flame boss as his visualization, the power of his illusions would be absolutely devastating. The price tag was nothing short of robbery. 2,500 contribution points. That was the same cost as a foundation establishment technique. No wonder nobody dared to touch it. Regardless, he gritted his teeth and bought the Dark Spirit Illusion Art. In the blink of an eye, his wealth evaporated, leaving him with a meager 1,321 points. With the manual in hand, Li Fan activated the cultivation support model. He pulled out the exquisite glazed bead ready to begin his secluded training session. The phantom spirit visualization couldn't be forged from thin air. It required a foundation rooted in reality. Memories flooded back like a tide. He returned to that moment in his past life, witnessing the crimson flame burning the very seas. A phantom image flickered within Li Fan's sea of consciousness. But it was unstable, a formless shadow struggling to manifest. Suddenly his body temperature skyrocketed, sweat poured down like rain. Li Fan desperately cycled the heart-cleansing mantra, suppressing the scorching heat as he forced himself to visualize the crimson flame. But as the crimson flame phantom took shape, his internal temperature climbed higher, threatening to incinerate him from the inside out. Li Fan paused deep in thought. The soul of heaven and earth was truly extraordinary. Even a simulation based on its original form failed. It was like the complex mechanics of a system Manhwa. There were hidden rules here he didn't yet understand. The soul of heaven and earth is the manifestation of natural laws. If the crimson flame represents the law of fire, does the color red hold a special significance? Aside from the crimson flame, were there other flames? He immediately began to experiment. The aura of the form remained unchanged, but he shifted the color from red to green. This time the phantom spirit formed smoothly. However, it was pathetic, a hollow shell with absolutely no power to harm an enemy. He tried again, this time shifting from green to black. The black flame behaved just like the crimson flame. The phantom refused to take form. But there was one key difference: visualizing the black flame didn't incinerate him with that unbearable heat. Li Fan methodically tested every color he could imagine. He discovered 4 distinct outcomes. The first was like the crimson flame, it wouldn't form, and the visualization process burned him alive. The second type was like the green flame, it formed perfectly, but was nothing more than an empty vessel devoid of power. The third was like the black flame, unable to form, but without the burning backlash. And then there was the fourth type, the anomaly. The shape matched the crimson flame, but it was blue. No heat. Instead, the temperature plummeted. During the visualization, Li Fan felt his physical body plunging into a prison of ice. Absolute zero. Yet his consciousness ascended to a miraculous state. He became an observer, watching his body's changes with zero emotional fluctuation. It was a state of absolute calm and terrifying rationality. At that exact moment, the blue flame phantom solidified. The temperature didn't rise, but a surge of vitality exploded within Li Fan. With a shift of his divine consciousness, the extreme cold vanished, and in a flash he returned to his original state. Li Fan withdrew from that mode of absolute reason. So this was the terrifying power of the blue flame. However, after such an extended cultivation session, Li Fan contribution points had dwindled to just over 100. The days of holding 3,000 points felt like a distant dream. He was shocked spending points was far too easy. He decided to ask He Junghao if there was a way to make a fortune quickly. "Brother," he excuse me. "Is there any method to earn contribution points rapidly?" On the other end, He Junghao laughed heartily. "That's how our 10,000 Immortals alliance works. New cultivators usually slave away for years to afford a single technique. But since I introduced you, of course, I'll help you out. But this isn't something we should discuss over a transmission talisman. If you're willing, come to Glass Island. We can talk face to face." Li Fan knew this was a timely reign for his drought, but everything had a price. The scene shifted to Glass Island. Seeing the protective array, He Junghao teased, "It seems you're quite impatient, my friend." He Junghao clapped his hands gently. Space warped. Li Fan felt the mountains sinking around him. His expression turned blank as he scanned the transforming surroundings. The mountains within the protective array began to float above their heads like stars in the night sky. He Junghao boasted, Brother, what do you think of my mountain and river star array? Li Fan nodded. The mountain and river star array is extraordinary, He Junghao replied. I personally built the defensive formation of Glass Island, evolving it from this very array. He Junghao exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be proficient in arrays as well. Then he added with feigned modesty, although I built it myself, I had help. To be honest, my foundation building item is a map of 100 mountain veins. It gives me a talent for arrays that ordinary cultivators can't hope to match. Speaking strictly of arrays ignoring cultivation base, even a nascent soul array master might not be able to compete with me. Li Fan understood. So that's how it is. But what exactly is this matter you mentioned? Why the need for such a secretive space? He Junghao replied, It's not a huge deal, just a bit taboo. I need you to go to the land of severed immortals for me, specifically the Li world. Li Fan pondered. You want me to go to the Li world? He asked aloud. Brother, what business do you have in the land of severed immortals? He Junghao explained, although it's a small world of mortals, it contains quite a few valuable items that can be exchanged for contribution points. However, searching for them ourselves is a waste of time and energy. The gains don't outweigh the losses, but the mortals trapped in those small worlds are desperate to return to the cultivation world. Therefore, he emphasized, we can use that desire as leverage. We make those mortals gather resources for us. It just so happens the Li world has several rare treasures, including plenty of Starsea quicksand. Li Fan analyzed quickly, smuggling across realms Starsea quicksand cooperating with the Heaven Treasure Pavilion. This was classic He Junghao. He Junghao broke it down. Starsea quicksand is a common material for setting up arrays. Usually the price hovers around 2 or 3 points per pound. In a small world, one trip after 10 years of hoarding can yield thousands of contribution points. If we manage a few worlds like that, we're looking at thousands of points in passive income every year. Brother, you just need to go to the Li world and bring back the stash I ordered 10 years ago. After we sell the goods, we split the contribution points 50-50. Li Fan listened, then clasped his hands in agreement. Done. I agree to this deal. He Junghao then handed Li Fan a wooden boat similar to the Taiyan skiff, along with a spiritual talisman. The wooden vessel hummed with simple formations, crude compared to the great diffraction boat, but functional. He had activated a high-grade invisibility talisman, masking his presence so perfectly that no cultivator beneath the nascent soul realm could detect a trace. Preparations complete, he pierced through the void, arriving at the Li world. According to He Junghao, this realm was a ticking time bomb. A colossal volcano sat at the world's core, erupting every few centuries. But recently the tremors had grown frequent, the explosions more catastrophic. The Great Li dynasty lived in terror, fearing the day magma would swallow their civilization whole and turn their world into a hellscape. Desperate to save their bloodline, they sought a path to the heavens. The court bowed in unison as Li Fan descended. Welcome, Immortal Master. Li Fan's voice was cold. The deadline is here. Have you gathered the tribute? The mortal emperor trembled, presenting the list. Reporting to the Immortal Master, everything is ready. Li Fan nodded. Then lead the way. Under the emperor's guidance, Li Fan inspected the mountains of resources. Satisfied with the haul, he swept everything into his spatial ring with a casual wave of his hand. The mission was a flawless success. Smooth sailing and massive profits, exactly how a manhwa recap protagonist likes it. He tossed a formation-etched wooden boat to the emperor as payment, but his mind drifted to a crucial figure from the past. Where is the heir of the southern king Xiaoheng? Bring me to him. Learning the boy was fostering at Scholar Su's estate. Li Fan arrived instantly under the emperor's escort. He commanded the room with absolute authority. Rise. His gaze swept the crowd. Which one of you is Xiaoheng? A young boy stepped forward, eyes burning with resolve. I am Xiaoheng, Immortal Master. Li Fan nodded, projecting an aura of divine foresight. Your talent is exceptional. You are a dragon meant for the skies, not a fish in a pond. In 10 years, I will return to claim you as my disciple. The crowd erupted in gratitude. Rest assured, Immortal Master, we will guard him with our lives. Suddenly, a desperate cry shattered the atmosphere. Immortal Master, please save my sister. A young boy slammed his head against the floorboards, blood staining the wood. I beg you. An elder rushed forward, terrified. Changyu, have you gone mad? He bowed deeply. Please forgive the child's ignorance, Great One. The rest of the clan fell to their knees, shaking in fear of divine wrath. Please spare us, Immortal Master. Li Fan paused. In his past life, he knew Su Changyu had a sister with a terminal illness. He had intended to investigate anyway. Take me to her, Li Fan commanded. There will be no second chance. Deep in a subterranean ice cellar, he found her. Su Xiaomei lay on a bed of jade surrounded by glaciers, yet her body radiated heat like a furnace. Li Fan extended his spiritual sense to probe her condition. His eyes widened in shock. No immortal mortal miasma, and this constitution. As he injected a sliver of chi, it didn't just circulate, it amplified. But this wasn't fire elemental energy. It was pure, unadulterated rage converted into violent spiritual power. This wasn't the heat of flame. This was the burning wrath of a berserker spirit. Li Fan furrowed his brow. Could this be the legendary innate heaven-fighting body, a constitution free of worldly impurities? A body that doesn't just learn techniques but evolves them, drawing strength from nature itself. In any leveling manhwa, this is the ultimate cheat code. But the heaven-fighting body defies the laws of the universe, and the heavens are jealous. It is a life cursed with endless tribulation. From the moment of birth, calamity follows. Yet if one can survive the trials, the suffering becomes fuel for strength. Cultivation speed is irrelevant. This physique guarantees invincibility among peers. She could crush cultivators a full realm above her as if they were insects. 2 legendary constitutions in one body. It was unheard of. It was a miracle and a curse interwoven in a single infant. Her lack of miasma proved her innate status. The rage burning her alive was her divine ability manifesting too early. The fire of wrath was consuming her life force. Even in this ice tomb, Su Xiaomei wouldn't survive to adulthood. So that explains it, Li Fan realized. That's why Su Chengyu was so desperate in the previous timeline. He let himself become a test subject for the miasma just to grasp the power of immortality. He thought becoming an immortal could save his sister. A tragic, futile hope. If you hadn't met me, Li Fan spoke solemnly, even a Golden Core Grandmaster couldn't save you. He placed a hand on the infant's forehead. Miraculously, the baby stopped crying and smiled, basking in his power. I can suppress this for 10 years, he thought. If I survive the Cloudwater Palace in this life, I will return for her. Emerging from the cellar, he questioned Scholar Su. The man hesitated, sweating before revealing the shameful truth. Su Xiaomei wasn't his daughter, but his niece, the child of Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was only 16, unwed and pregnant, a scandal that rocked the Su family. Because she hadn't married, the patriarch was furious at the loss of face. Yet Su Yuqing refused to name the father. The family wanted to terminate the pregnancy, but she fought them with her life. But her body was too weak. Days after giving birth to Xiaomei, she passed away. Soon after, the strange fever took hold. The child became a living stove, surviving only on constant applications of ice. Doctors were helpless. Li Fan pondered the implications. Born of heaven's will. That was the only explanation for such logic-defying talent. But in the cruel river of history, even geniuses die young without protection. How many legends were extinguished before they could ever shine? This world is a graveyard of wasted potential. His business concluded, Li Fan returned to Glass Island via the teleportation array. He tossed the spatial ring to He Zhenghao. He Zhenghao seemed distracted. He barely glanced at the ring. His eyes were glued to an ancient mirror floating in front of him. It looked suspiciously like the sky profound mirror. Li Fan followed his gaze and saw text scrolling across the surface. Spirit Bone Grass, current price 15 contribution points. Trend bullish. He Zhenghao looked panicked. Li Fan raised an eyebrow. Brother He, are you day trading? He sighed heavily. Fellow Taoist, you're missing the bigger picture here. My intel was solid. Spirit beasts ravaged the Spirit Bone Grass Island, wiping out half the supply. I had the news before anyone else. I went all in thinking it was the perfect chance to make a killing in the market. I was convinced this was my big break. I bet my life savings on the heavenly profound mirror, buying up every stalk of Spirit Bone Grass I could find. At first, the charts looked green. But before I could even sell, the market nosedived. It crashed from 25 points straight down to 13. It rallied slightly to 15 recently. So I told him, brother, he cut your losses now while you can. At least save some of your principal. He Zhenghao practically wailed. Impossible. That's a century of savings I'm holding. Until it bounces back, I won't sell. Li Fan could only shake his head. The man was doomed. Then shock hit him. It's dumping again. 13, 12, 11. Is he still praying for a miracle? Chaos reigned over Wanxian Island. With the price of Spirit Bone Grass fluctuating, this wildly panicked selling was inevitable. It was game over. Li Fan dug deeper and found the grim truth. True Lord Qingmu had set a trap, ruthlessly harvesting all the greedy cultivators who tried to play the market. The destruction of the herb island was real, so when the whales jumped in, they thought it was easy money. But they didn't know the Alliance had unlocked a 1,000-year-old seal, a hidden realm bursting with wood chi, and endless fields of Spirit Bone Grass. He concluded, poor fellow Taoist he's never seeing that money again. That high-level senior played them all like fiddles. The market is truly a battlefield. Still, He Zhenghao transferred over 11,771 points. It was enough for Li Fan to survive in this realm for now. But instead of resting, he searched for Xiao Shuyuan. Rumor had it this guy had a backdoor into the Alliance's Talisman Hall to get stealth charms in bulk. He clearly had connections. Time to stock up on talismans and see if he had dirt on Xikong Yi. Li Fan moved like a phantom, wasting no time. The scene shifts to the book district within the 1,000-mile hall. A shout pierced the air. Listen here, I don't care about the crash. You agreed to buy these 10 invisibility talismans at the original price. What, canceling the deal? Do you want me to starve? Great, another one. Does everyone think Xiao Shuyuan is an easy target? This was bad. Xiao never usually took risks like this, but now he was stuck with a massive bag of unsold stock. Li Fan approached. How much for the stealth charms? The merchant's eyes lit up. 10 points each. Buy 10, I'll cut 20% off. Buy 100, and it's half price. Li Fan scoffed. I'm not a wholesaler. 5 or 6 is plenty. And isn't your pricing a little ambitious? I checked the mirror before coming here. Top-tier charms are going for 20. Why are you selling this trash for such a premium? Xiao gritted his teeth. 8 points. That's my floor. I have costs too. Li Fan nodded. Deal. Give me 6. I'm paying in spirit stones. Keep the change. By the way, do you handle information brokering on other cultivators? The merchant's desperation turned into eagerness. I'm bleeding money here. I'll take any job I can get. Name cultivation base. Li Fan replied coolly. Si Kong Yi. Mid-stage chi condensation. Easy money. Just a small fry. I'll dig up his ancestors for you. But the price. Li Fan waved him off. It's just a low-level cultivator. Don't try to rob me. The merchant forced a smile. Intel work has risks. How about 80 contribution points? 40. Take it or leave it, Xiao gasped. You're killing me. You drive a hard bargain. 60. At least I can't eat air. 50. Final offer. The merchant snapped. Sold 10 points down payment. I'll ping you through the talisman when I have the goods. Leaving the market, Li Fan returned to his sanctuary. He activated the system Manhwa-style training simulation and entered seclusion, aiming to push his nether spirit illusion art to the late stage. 1 month later, the Burning Star Island's East Pine Cloud Sea. To test the destructive power of his nether spirit illusion art, he took a quest hunting red flame sharks. Suppressing his aura, he shadowed a pack of them into the deep. A dozen sharks were circling a lone crimson whale, sensing an easy meal. Li Fan unleashed his art blue flame phantom spirit. A spectral projection of himself shot forward, glowing ominously in the dark abyss. Li Fan marveled at the result. Most of these beasts were merely chi condensation level. Against a mental attack, they were lambs to the slaughter, paralyzed and helpless. The power of the blue flame phantom spirit was terrifying. But then he froze. A massive shadow loomed ahead, spitting out countless smaller fish. Bounty target identified: dragon whale. Reward: 2,000 contribution points. Li Fan's heart raced. That wasn't just a fish. It was a swimming treasure chest. The bounty notice stated this was the very beast that destroyed the Herb Island. Even the Foundation establishment guards couldn't stop it, but it had taken a hit from a Golden Core master. It survived, but it was gravely wounded and hiding in the depths. Li Fan smirked. Too strong for Foundation establishment maybe, but not for me. This beast stole his market profits, now it would pay with its life. He felt that familiar, eerie gaze upon him again. But this time the side effects were manageable. He unleashed the formless killing intent and vanished under his invisibility cloak. For 20 days he let the ocean's predators wear the whale down, watching as it fled in panic. It was on its last breath. The moment its consciousness wavered, Li Fan struck. The blue flame, phantom spirit, delivered the executioner's blow. He dissected the colossal carcass, sweeping everything of value into his storage ring. He even found a pile of precious glazed beads in its stomach. Cleaning up his tracks, Li Fan ghosted away back to the heavenly mirror. He turned in the whale's corpse and liquidated his loot. His balance skyrocketed to 2,770 points. In this leveling Manhwa world, wealth meant power. Finally, he could afford a technique worthy of his ambition. I still lacked one crucial piece of the puzzle to perfect my plan: a concealment technique to mask my aura and stalk my prey unseen. Such a manual was a rare find in this leveling Manhwa world, but for a mere chi-refining realm item, my contribution points were more than enough. Meanwhile, the rumor mill was already churning. Late-stage chi refining. Who the hell is Li Fan that Dragon Whale could tank hits from a Golden Core cultivator? How did a rookie take it down? Is he suppressing his true rank? No, I checked the registry. He is a genuine late-stage chi refiner just recruited by He Zhenghao. How is this even possible? Maybe he possesses a god-tier artifact. Suddenly, Zhu Peng cut through the noise. Stop guessing. I have the latest intel. The kid just got lucky. The crowd murmured in confusion. Brother Zhu, explain. How does one get lucky against a sea monster? Zhu Peng scoffed. I didn't believe it either, but facts are facts. The carcass was sent to the Heavenly Machine Hall, and Elder Gongsun analyzed it personally. The verdict: before that beast died, it had been gang-pressed by 3 deep-sea leviathans of the same rank. Its body was already ravaged by fatal wounds. The dragon whale was running on fumes. Even if that kid hadn't lifted a finger, the beast would have dropped dead within minutes. The crowd erupted in envy. That brat's luck is defying the heavens. We're talking about 2,000 contribution points for doing absolutely nothing. While the rumors swirled, Li Fan locked onto his target. A technique with such divine effects, he didn't hesitate for a second. Purchased. Just as he prepared to enter secluded cultivation, his jade slip buzzed. The voice of He Zhenghao echoed out. Fellow Taoist Li Fan, I can't believe the Slayer was actually you. I thought it was just another cultivator with the same name and realm. People kept asking me about you, so I had to verify. Excellent work. You really helped me vent some frustration. You have no idea. Every time I close my eyes, I see the nightmare of the spirit prosperity grass prices crashing. Li Fan kept his voice steady. It was purely luck, brother he. I stumbled upon the beast while it was fighting others. I simply reaped the harvest. He Zhenghao laughed. Luck is a legitimate part of one's strength and talent. With such fortune, your path to the great Tao is bright. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing? Li Fan paused. What is it? He asked. I need someone to guard Liuli Island in my stead. Li Fan was taken aback. Take your place. He Zhenghao sighed. The spirit grass crash wiped out half my savings. The nascent soul manual I've been eyeing. It's drifting further and further away. I can't accept that. Whatever it takes, I need to recover my losses. Recently, some allies found an ancient cave mansion and invited me to explore. It was sealed before the Great Calamity. It is bound to be filled with rare artifacts and lost techniques. A classic awakening Manhwa opportunity. One big haul could make up for all my losses. I have to take this gamble, Li Fan calculated. How long would I need to guard? Not long, He Zhenghao replied. Maybe 1 or 2 years. 3 or 4 at most. Li Fan shook his head. Apologies, but I cannot. My own breakthrough is imminent. I must leave to seek my own destiny within 2 years. I can't be tied down to Liuli Island for that long. Is that so a pity? I'll have to find someone else. I wish you a swift foundation establishment then. The connection cut. Li Fan activated the cultivation support mode. It was time to master the shadow following art. Under the support of the Spirit Initiative and the Glazed Pearl, it took Li Fan less than 10 days to push the shadow following art to the late stage level. He burned 100 contribution points inside the sky mirror to simulate a high-speed chase against a late-stage cultivator. The shadow art boosted his agility to terrifying levels. He forged a spiritual link with his prey. The faster they ran, the faster Li Fan became. He could even blink between shadows on the ground. It took mere moments to catch the phantom ahead. Simulation complete. Li Fan smirked. This technique was perfect. Now he just had to wait for the intel. And the opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, 2 months later. 1,000 Miles Hall on the Alliance Island. Li Fan slammed his hand on the counter. Is this how you do business? It's just a lowly chi refiner. Why did it take this long? Xiao Shuyuan hissed. Keep your voice down. There was a reason for the delay, I swear. This mission was harder than we thought. 50 points. That was robbery for the work we put in. I had to hire a Foundation Establishment senior to crack this Li Fan aura turned ice cold. So you're trying to scam me now? No, just add a little tip. Li Fan turned to walk away. Deal's off, Xiao panicked. Wait. Find 50, just like we agreed. Li Fan tossed the items on the counter, including the deposit that's exactly 50 points. Xiao groaned. I'm making peanuts here. Check the jade slip. Li Fan scanned the data. His eyes narrowed as the information flooded his mind. According to the report, Xikong Yi was a ghost. He rarely showed his face, but he had a shadow, a best friend named Bailey Chen, a mid-stage chi refiner. Their bond was reportedly unbreakable. Whenever they moved on a mission, they moved together. Like a body and its shadow. They never left the island except for missions. A boring, predictable existence focused solely on grinding points. But Xiao found one anomaly. Once they vanished without explanation. They left the island, and their trail went cold. No destination recorded. Li Fan frowned. Bailey Chen. Why do I have no memory of this man? Did he die inside the ruins in the previous timeline? A new variable had entered the equation. My current preparations might not be enough. Thank the heavens I still have time to adjust. As Li Fan disappeared into the crowd, Xiao Shuyuan watched him go, eyes narrowing. A mysterious client. A suspicious target. I wonder what kind of storm you two are brewing. 1 year later, in the 11th year of the Dingyuan era, the legendary Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins were about to emerge from the Central Pine Cloud Sea. A sea of cultivators gathered, including Xikong Yi Bailey Chen and the arrogant Xiao Shuyuan. Greed and excitement electrified the air. Suddenly the heavens darkened as a massive vortex tore through the sky, weaving chaotic lights into a terrifying mystery. Li Fan gritted his teeth, using his body to withstand the crushing pressure. A spectral voice echoed from the void. The war on the front lines is catastrophic. The great sects are bleeding out. As the leader of the Pine Cloud Sea, my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace has sacrificed everything. I cannot count how many brethren have drowned in the river of blood. The sect master commanded me to rebuild our legacy before he left. I cannot fail him. The voice chuckled darkly. What a bountiful harvest of souls. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. What is happening? Where in the hells are we? Li Fan thought, his head spinning. Weren't we just in the eye of the storm? And what is with these ancient robes? You in the white, did you drag us here? A cultivator shouted. Who are you? What do you want? The mysterious voice replied smooth as silk. So the sleeping beauties finally awaken. Zip it. I have instructions. One fool let his rage take over. Stop speaking in riddles. Tell us where we are. Chin Tang sighed. Newbies never listen. Finally, some peace and quiet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chin Tang, head disciple of the Hall of Transmission. You will address me as Senior Brother Chin. Consider yourselves outer disciples of this leveling Manhwa scenario. Survive my trials for the next few months, and you may officially join the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. He raised a finger, his aura shifting. Etch these words into your very souls. Rule number 1. Absolute respect for your senior brother. My word is law. Disobedience means death. Rule number 2. Below him, spiritual sense transmissions began to fly among the terrified crowd. Does anyone understand this situation? It's an anomaly. This place, it's a system Manhwa glitch come to life. A fallen sect consumed by the unknown. Is this Chin Tong even human? Stay calm. Even eldritch horrors have rules. If we play his game, we might survive. Li Fan observed from the shadows, his mind racing. Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen, they remain unfazed. They either expected this nightmare or possess a trump card to counter it. Suddenly, Chin Tang clapped his hands, a sharp sound in the silence. Time flies, I'll show you to your quarters. The real fun begins at dawn. Follow me. Fear took root in the disciples' hearts. Staying here is a death sentence, they thought. Better to explore the ruins and loot for treasure while we can. A murderous glint flashed in Chin Tang's eyes as he watched the deserters. Space itself twisted, and a symphony of slaughter began in the distance. The voice mocked them, morons. Trying to outrun a domain anomaly, they truly court death. Strange. A Foundation establishment expert fell, yet the heavens remained silent. Inside this awakening Manhwa nightmare, the laws of physics are rewritten. Logic is useless here. Only paranoia ensures survival. Chin Tang turned his back on the carnage, cold as ice. All right, get some rest. Gather at the square tomorrow morning. Go pick your cells. I mean rooms. His voice dipped, dripping with malice. And remember, sleep early. Li Fan wasted no time claiming a room near the elite group. Laying on the hard bed, he activated the dark yellow heart mantra. Banishing all fear, he forced himself into a meditative trance. Seeing his calm, others frantically tried to follow suit. But alas, not everyone possessed the survival instincts of a protagonist. Fools gossiped in the dark, adrenaline keeping them awake. I can't sleep, they whispered. Suddenly, total darkness swallowed the hall. The shadows came alive. Chin Tang's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. You didn't listen. I said sleep early. Insomnia is bad for your health. Let me help you rest permanently. Bone-chilling sounds echoed in the corridor. It was not a battle, but a harvest. They were silenced before they could even scream. Too late, everyone understood the rule. Sleep early wasn't a suggestion. It was a commandment. Spiritual energy flared and died instantly. Chin Tang sighed, wiping invisible blood from his hands. Being a babysitter is exhausting. If the sect master and the others were still here, I wouldn't have to do this dirty work. Boring. I need a drink. For a mortal, forced sleep is torture. The fear of death makes the eyelids heavy, yet the mind races like a wild horse. For cultivators, it is worse. We are used to meditation, not sleep. True slumber is a lost art in the cultivation world. The paradox of survival, knowing you die if you don't sleep, makes sleep impossible. Deep in the night, the Reaper returned. Another bloodbath ensued. Dawn broke over a slaughterhouse. Li Fan stepped out to see limbs scattered like trash. Even the arrogant Xiao Shuyuan was reduced to pieces. Li Fan didn't blink, sprinting to the square. The survivors learned their lesson. No one dared to wander. They huddled in the square like frightened sheep, a fraction of the original group. Less than 2/3 remained. This Manhwa recap is turning into a massacre, and the first trial hasn't even begun. Despair hung heavy over the group. Yet two stood apart. Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen drank wine calm as still water. Exquisite, Bai Li Chen praised. Good wine. Chin Tang nodded, appearing instantly. Looks like the trash has been filtered out. My master taught the 3 pillars of cultivation: talent, willpower, and destiny. He valued talent above all. But I believe the mind is the strongest weapon. Therefore, my trials will break your spirit. He led them to a towering library. Welcome to the first floor, a treasure trove of forbidden arts. Greed instantly replaced fear in the hearts of the disciples. We hit the jackpot. One scroll alone is worth 10 years of hard labor. Saliva dripped from their mouths, but the shadow of the monster held them back. Chin Tang smiled. The Tao of the mind lies in focus, courage, and persistence. Trial 1 tests your focus. Behold, 36,541 manuals. Your task is simple. Copy them. You have 3 months. I will judge your soul by your ink. The crowd exploded in disbelief. 36,000. That's impossible. Even if you gain nothing else, memorizing these arts makes the risk worthwhile. Qintang's voice cut through the air. Now begin. Do not disappoint me. I'm heading to sleep. Last night was exhausting. As he slumped against the wall and drifted off, the remaining cultivators stood frozen, paralyzed by anxiety. Suddenly a figure blurred forward. I need the techniques. I must find the supreme manual. Chaos erupted. Golden flame scripture. A fire attribute art leading straight to the nascent soul realm. Cries of ecstasy rang out. We've struck gold. This is a fortune beyond imagination. Li Fan ignored the frenzy of the mad cultivators. He grabbed a random scroll and began transcribing, not reading the profound words, but merely copying every stroke like a machine. Why? Because he knew the truth. These techniques were nothing but illusions. Countless explorations in his past life had already proven the cruel reality of this trial. Wait, what was that technique called? Why is the book I brought out completely blank? In this manhwa recap, it's a classic trap. Any technique recorded inside the Cloudwater Temple vanishes the moment you leave. Though some suspected the truth, who could resist the allure of a nascent soul manual staring them in the face, their brushes faltered. They wrote, then stopped, unable to stop themselves from rereading the profound secrets. Some were completely swallowed by the mystical profundity, abandoning their task entirely. Days slipped by, wasting away in a trance, instead of enduring the dry, grueling labor of transcription. Crushed by Qintang's terrifying aura, no one dared use cheat skills. But soon, stamina failed. Weak wills crumbled, and they paused to catch their breath. Some closed their eyes briefly before diving back in. Others took their time, indulging in a long rest before picking up the brush again. But Li Fan, he didn't stop for a single heartbeat. 2 or 3 others kept pace, likely sustained by their high-level cultivation techniques. Li Fan had no such advantage. He survived on sheer willpower alone. He knew Qintang's true grading system wasn't just about quantity or accuracy. The critical factor was duration. From the moment the brush touched paper to the second it was set down. Just as Qintang said, this was a test of single-mindedness. To start copying and then stop, that was a broken state of mind. Regardless of the reason, a pause meant failure. Li Fan purged all distracting thoughts, forcibly crushing the screaming exhaustion in his muscles. Time blurred. Finally, Qintang's voice boomed. Ah, that was a good nap. Time is up. Let's see how you trash performed. He paused, his tone shifting. Wait a moment. A dangerous glint of amusement sparked in Qintang's eyes. The first trial is over. Rest tomorrow. The second hell begins the day after. With a casual clap of his hands, reality warped. Li Fan blinked, finding himself instantly transported back to the sleeping quarters. The terrifying examiner was gone. Tension left the room, replaced by the excited chatter of cultivators comparing their loot. This leveling manhwa scenario is insane. I memorized 15 manuals, mostly golden core level, but even a few nascent soul arts. Save your breath until we survive, one grumbled. Nonsense. Just glimpsing the secrets of the nascent soul makes death worth it. Greed turned their eyes to the belongings of those who had perished. But as they rummaged through the dead, their faces fell in disappointment. Forget it, someone scoffed. I already checked. The moment Qintang slaughtered him, every artifact and storage ring vanished into thin air. As Li Fan headed to rest, his gaze fell upon the corpse of Xiao Shuyuan. 3 months had passed yet. Instead of rotting, the body had hardened into a block of dry wood. A voice floated from behind him. It's merely a puppet, not his true body. A classic substitution jutsu. Don't look so shocked, Taoist. Li Fan turned. Thank you for the insight. I am Li Fan. You seem quite familiar with this Xiao fellow. The man bowed slightly. I am Chen An. I've been with the 10,000 Immortals Alliance for over 30 years. I wouldn't say we were close, but living on the same island you learn things. He ran a general store, sold a bit of everything. Rumor has it he had connections with the Alliance's upper management. He dealt in rare goods, and more importantly, information. But the kid was cautious. Never risked his own skin, always sending puppets to pave the way. He stroked his chin. Greedy for wealth, yet terrified of death. It fits. Chen An laughed brightly. Spot on, greedy for wealth, terrified of death. Perfect description. I admire your perception, Taoist. But I must ask, what was your strategy by refusing to rest? You've exhausted yourself. How will you compete with those who conserved their strength? Care to enlighten me? Li Fan replied calmly. I dare not claim wisdom. It was merely a gut feeling. The examiner demanded single-mindedness. True focus means a heart void of distractions, unswayed by the external world. Is physical exhaustion not an external distraction to stop because of it? Is that not breaking focus? Just my humble opinion. Chen An fell silent, pondering the logic. He left without another word. By the morning of the 3rd day, a drunken Qintang staggered in. Ah, good wine. Qintang announced. Today, the second trial begins. I will test your guts. The path of immortality is treacherous. Do you have the courage to face it? I'll be waiting on the other shore. Use your courage to cross this endless sea. Then he vanished, his voice echoing from the horizon. The cultivators exchanged glances. Finally, a brave soul stepped forward. As his foot touched the water, the ocean instantly froze into solid ice beneath him. Seeing it was safe, the mob rushed in. Even the prodigy Bai Li Chen followed. Only Sikong Yi remained frozen on the shore, paralyzed by hesitation. Li Fan centered his spirit. He stepped onto the rolling waves, and ice crystallized under his boots, supporting his weight. The silhouettes of the others faded into the mist. In the blink of an eye, he was alone in this vast awakening Manhwa world, a solitary speck on an infinite ocean. He marched forward. The sun rose, the moon set. Time lost its meaning. Yet the scenery remained a cruel, unchanging void. This frozen ocean stretched into infinity. Even knowing the answer, a sense of hopelessness clawed at his heart. Beneath his feet, he could feel the ice growing dangerously thin. Li Fan instantly crushed the doubt rising in his soul. With steel in his eyes, he marched forward, and the ice beneath him solidified once more. This second trial wasn't just about surviving the elements. It was a duel against his own inner demons. In this awakening Manhwa, the vast emptiness offered no glimpse of the other side. Do you doubt your path? Does anxiety whisper that you are lost? Does this endless ocean even have a destination? Will you surrender to terror and halt your steps? Li Fan kept moving, one agonizing step at a time, constantly questioning his own heart. He shed all worldly attachments, his mind sharpening with every stride. Crossing this frozen hell was no different from walking the treacherous path of the Tao. The horizon remained a blur. Time lost all meaning, stretching into an eternity of ceaseless motion. Even knowing this was an illusion, his resolve cracked 1,000 times under the weight of centuries. Li Fan's hair turned snow-white, his back bent with age, yet his feet refused to stop moving. Every time his spirit trembled, Li Fan reforged his conviction, forcing his body to take just one more step. Finally, his mortal shell gave out. He collapsed onto the ice, his vision fading into darkness. But right before his consciousness shattered, he saw him, Qin Tang, standing on the distant shore. The examiner raised his wine gourd in a silent toast, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Li Fan was pulled back to reality. Qin Tang spoke with gravity. Entering the river of the dead is easy, but crossing the ocean of one's own heart is the true challenge. The trial of courage had ended. By the morning of the third day, Qin Tang appeared again. But this time the wine was gone, replaced by a sharp, imposing aura. Qin Tang's voice boomed. Today marks the beginning of your final test. The path of cultivation is paved with suffering and temptation. Can your Tao heart remain unbreakable? Let us witness your resolve. Darkness swallowed them whole. Li Fan awoke in a rustic forest village, lying on a rooftop watching the sunset. A nagging feeling tugged at him. He had forgotten something vital. He had lived here for 15 years. Sunrise meant work, sunset meant rest. A perfect, simple loop. It was a life of peaceful mediocrity. Perhaps staying in this gentle dream forever wouldn't be so bad. His mother called him for dinner, but a tremor shook his soul. Li Fan knew his destiny was not to fade away in obscurity. He ignored the call, gazing up as the stars filled the night sky. Under that cosmic expanse, he felt insignificantly small. He stared into the abyss of the universe all night long. As dawn broke, enlightenment struck. "Mother," he declared, "cancel my engagement. I will not marry. I am leaving to pursue the Tao." Ignoring his mother's pleas, Li Fan packed a simple bag and stepped onto the path of immortality. 6 months later, his journey ended abruptly in the jaws of a tiger. The scene shifted. He stood before a dilapidated temple surrounded by weeping disciples and flickering flames, his mind filled with confusion. Eldest brother Master is dead. What now? The others sneered. What else? We split the loot and leave this dump. We thought he was a true immortal, but the old man was just a fraud. True gods don't die like dogs. Li Fan's eyes narrowed. Was his master truly a liar? While the others pillaged the temple, he remained behind, standing alone in the silence. Li Fan felt the truth was deeper. Immortals were real, and the Tao was not a lie. He spent a lifetime in that temple, watching the seasons turn. He studied the Cloud Pill scripture until his dying breath, yet failed to grasp its secrets, passing away with a heart full of regret. Another life, another scene. Why has this tribulation cloud gathered for so long? Its pressure is even more terrifying than when the sect leader ascended. Naturally, in terms of raw power, Uncle Master Li Fan is the strongest genius the Mount Li sword sect has seen in a millennium. Li Fan scoffed at the heavens. A mere tribulation. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a technique that shook the very foundations of the earth. The crowd gasped in awe as Li Fan sliced the tribulation cloud in two. He stepped into the immortal gate without a shred of hesitation. He ascended to the immortal realm only to find a graveyard. His sect's ancestors had been slaughtered by an unknown shadow. For a century, he hunted the culprit but found nothing. Deep within an ancient ruin, a dagger plunged into his back. Betrayed by his closest ally, Li Fan died with rage burning in his eyes. The wheel turned again. 2,000 years ago, Li Fan united the Azure Sky realm, beginning a reign of blood and iron worthy of a system Manhwa conqueror. He forged his throne on the skulls of 5 emperors and 16 kings, earning the title Heavenly Emperor Fan. Under his rule, the northern realm gasped for air. Li Fan turned to the illusionary Qin Tang. "You have questions. Speak." Qin Tang bowed. "Your Majesty, your power is absolute. All the realms tremble at your name. But why do you never stop? What is the ultimate prize you seek with such desperation? After conquering the heavens, what remains?" Li Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile. "All I desire is true immortality. But your Majesty, with your cultivation, are you not already immortal? Living for millions of years is merely a trifle for you." He whispered, "A million years is nothing but a blink. I want to stand atop the immortal pagoda and exist eternally, equal to heaven and earth themselves." Qin Tang's eyes widened in shock before softening into a satisfied smile. "There is no need to continue. The trial ends here." Qin Tang mused internally. This candidate is an anomaly. Even if I trapped him in a cycle of 1,000 lifetimes, nothing could erode his iron will. If Master could see such a prodigy, he would be overjoyed. "What a pity." He announced aloud, "The 3 trials have concluded. Some of you exceeded my expectations, while others were utterly disappointing. As the sect master once said, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace seeks quality, not quantity. If that is the case, then half of you shall remain here forever." The crowd erupted in outrage at his declaration. What is the meaning of this madness? Panic surged through their veins like poison. They realized they had failed to record the cultivation techniques and barely survived the second trial. In this unforgiving, leveling Manhwa world, death seemed all but certain now. Lost in the pleasures of the illusionary realm, they knew they were the ones Qin Tang intended to cull. With no other choice, they charged forward in a desperate gamble, risking it all to take him down. Qin Tang watched the oncoming swarm with chilling indifference. He announced, "I am Qin Tang, head of the Technique Pavilion of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Please show me what you have." In a split second, the wave of cultivators was blasted away by an invisible force. Qin Tang spoke softly. "My martial uncle was strict, but my master always taught me never to drive others to absolute extinction. Therefore, if you can survive against your own mirror reflections, I shall spare your lives." Half the cultivators were plunged into a brutal bloodbath, while the rest, including Li Fan, retreated to safety. The Azure Mirror clones attacked with lethal precision, tireless, invulnerable, and slaughtering the cultivators without mercy. The death toll continued to rise. The survivors struggled in vain, their strength fading as they realized they could not hold out much longer against the slaughter. Cornered like beasts, they screamed curses at Qin Tang in desperation. "Wake up, you fool! What disciples are you talking about? The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was destroyed ages ago. Master's martial uncles. When the great calamity descended, did you not all slaughter each other?" Qin Tang froze, repeating the words blankly. "Slaughter each other. My sect was united in heart and soul. We would sacrifice ourselves for our fellow brothers without hesitation. How could we possibly slaughter one another?" Suddenly, Qin Tang's eyes glazed over, lost in a nightmare. "The great calamity." The voice screamed inside his mind, echoing through the void. "The great calamity." Qin Tang shot toward the disciples like a meteor. The world turned crimson, drowning in the color of blood. He stood frozen, muttering the words like a madman. "Nay, oh, the great calamity." The survivors were terrified. What is happening? Those people are dead, so why haven't the mirror clones vanished? Damn it, they are targeting us now. These clones are unkillable. Just as despair set in, someone tapped Qin Tang on the shoulder. He spun around, his face a mask of confusion. Li Fan offered a jug of wine, his voice calm. "Senior brother Qin, drink this. Do not worry yourself. There was never any great calamity." Qin Tang murmured, "No, great calamity." Li Fan nodded reassuringly. "That is right. There is no such thing." The words looped in Qin Tang's mind like a broken record. Clarity warred with madness in Qin Tang's eyes. He grabbed the jar and guzzled the wine, then burst into maniacal laughter. "You are right, there is no great calamity." Above them, the sky churned with strange phenomena. The 2 men stood grounded, gazing up into the chaotic heavens. Li Fan exhaled relief, washing over him. Thank goodness he remembered the method to calm Qin Tang rampage from his past life, or this would have been a tragedy. Suddenly, 2 threads of killing intent locked onto him. A chill ran down his spine as he recognized the sources. It was Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen.